woman's left unsatisfied.
Doubt is the greatest enemy.
I thought you'd never pick me. Where are we going?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Let's find some friends.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Ah.
Minions have spawned.
Okay. Okay. Let's find some friends. Where are we going? Hey, come back. with me. Let's find some friends. Come play with me. Where are we going? Ah. Come play with me. Okay. Where are we going? Let's find some friends. Come play with me.
An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Shut down.
Let's find some friends. going? Hey, come back.
Next time, try to leave it.
Ah, okay.
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Come play with me. Where are we going? Come play with me. Ah, let's find some friends.
Has been slain.
Okay.
An ally has been slain.
Where are we going?
Turret plate will fall soon. Triple kill.
Come play with me. Let's find some friends. Okay.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Where are we going?
Rampage. Double kill.
Let's find some friends.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Okay. Ah.
Next time, try to leave a dent.
Where are we going?
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Let's find some friends.
Rampage. Double kill.
Hey, come back.
Shut down.
Come play with me.
An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Let's find some friends.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing
Where are we
spree.
going? Come play with me.
Rampage.
Next time, try to leave a
Shut down.
Come play with me.
An enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain.
A philosopher if he's just following the tenets of Islam as a whole. Influencer and influential at present, sure, but not a philosopher in my opinion. I mean, I think that... Didn't Socrates say that there is no original text? I think every idea is always built off of another idea. So to use that as an argument, I don't think is very good. Let's see. Gotcha has one moment. Almost. My 15-year-old son and his friends love Andrew. You know what? That would be so interesting for me to talk to parents of kids that like Andrew Tate. I would love that. Maybe one day I should do that. That's so interesting. So I think actually I might go in and I might explain why I find these things to be so compelling on a personal level. Because a lot of people don't like this kind of content, and it's fairly obvious that I do. Why do I care about this? I care about it because it is the fundamental zeitgeist of the way that people see the world. People like Andrew Tate shape the way that everybody else sees the world. And the real battle that's always fought is in the mind of every single individual person. And the people that have the ability to change those minds, for better or for worse, I find incredibly compelling. Because I actually don't think that truth matters all that much to people. I think that what really matters for people is control and security. So if you tell people things that make them feel like they are in control and they have security over their life, or that somebody else has taken it away and you demonize that other person, I think that is more powerful of an argument than an actual argument. In a general sense, the best argument is not an argument. And whenever I see that repeated over and over and over in society, it always makes me wonder, why does this happen? How does this happen? Is this happening to me? Am I thinking certain things that are a product of this type of thinking? And I think that to everybody, the answer is yes to a degree. So whenever I see everybody being consumed by this thinking, I find it very compelling. It is incredibly interesting to me. So that's what I think. That's why I find it so interesting. Yeah, it's the ideas behind it and the power of those ideas and the messaging that those ideas use in order to make themselves influential. People find serial killers compelling. Yeah, I'm not really one of them, but yeah, sure. How many people do you think are actually into his brand now? I can't imagine more than like 10 to 15% of men, even in that sphere. Oh, I mean, like, if there's 15% of people that are into something, that's a massive amount of the population. You think about it like this, like, what percentage of people vote? So, like, what percentage of adults vote? I actually don't know. Like 40%? Okay, let's say 40%. So you're saying 50%, or sorry, 15%, 10%, that can change the world. Like 10 and 15% of people can change an entire country. It's happened multiple times. No shot, it's 40%. I think whenever you count like young people too, yeah. Usually how it goes. Yeah, it is. People vote with their emotions, not their brain. That's why democracy is stupid. Democracy is horrible, but it's better than every other system. That's my thinking on it. What do you think the logic when Tate says multiple wives? What's this here? Will mean even less men would have women, which is to counter one of the issues incels believe on a face. Oh, that like that the top men. Oh, okay. So that's interesting. So basically, like what you're saying is that how is it possible that Andrew Tate puts the idea out there that you know, influential and powerful men should have a bunch of different wives, whenever this is directly contradictory to what incels believe, which is that Chad gets all the Stacys and they don't have any girlfriends.
Come play with me.
The reason why is that Andrew Tate convinces people that they're temporarily embarrassed Chads, that they can be a Chad and they can be that person. Because I think most of the people that don't like that system actually don't care about the system, and they appreciate the system. They just wish that they were in Chad's shoes instead of their own. So yeah, because he sells them the promise of being on the powerful side of an imbalance. So that's why I think that's why I think it's effective.
What kinds of friends?
Temporarily embarrassed Chads. Yeah, it's about right. But some incels did transform them. Yeah, and they always do. A lot of people don't stay incels for their whole life. I would say the majority of people don't stay incels. I think that the main people that are incels are late teenagers to mid to, you know, early to mid 20s guys. I think a lot of guys, this is how I think a lot of incels kind of get created. And this is kind of the last point that I want to make, and I want to move on, because we've been talking about this for like an hour. The way that I think a lot of incels get created is that whenever you're a young guy, you have basically the least amount of pull that you will ever have in your entire life. You have no credibility, you have no skills, you have no value. You are a loser. If you are a 19-year-old guy, you are probably stupid. You know, you just got out of high school. You have no credibility, no job experience, nothing. But if you compare that to a 19-year-old girl, which there's a reason why teen categories are the most popular on porn sites, it's because guys like younger girls. Do I need to pull out the chart again? So, because they see this imbalance that women innately have a value whenever they're younger that men don't have in the same way, it causes them to believe that society is rigged against them. And I think that grows and it becomes more powerful. And things like OnlyFans exacerbate that, because they can see a girl that is, you know, like 20 years old, 21 years old, and, you know, like maybe this girl, they went to high school with her and she didn't know anything, but now she's making, you know, $10,000 a month on OnlyFans, and they're like, well, what the fuck? I can't do this. She's able to do something that I'm able to do that, you know, like is not accessible to me because she's a woman. So it causes them to resent women. And that's what happens. And I think that as guys get older and they see how life takes different paths and how, you know, like a lot of girls don't do that whenever they're 35. They do it whenever they're, you know, 21 or something like that. And so as guys get older, it adds a level of perspective to life that they don't have whenever they're young because they haven't experienced it.
Hey, come back.
And so that's why, that's how I think a lot of the incel stuff happens. Does that make sense? No, they get more resentful. I disagree.
Let's find some friends.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most, and I think also, like, if you combine that with the fact that these girls, like, you know, these 21-year-old girls are not dating other 21-year-old guys in a lot of cases, right? I mean, in our society it is generally the case where girls date older guys and guys date younger girls. Obviously, you know, there are limits on that, you know, the half your age plus 7 type thing, right? But in general, that is the case. So, like, whenever there's a girl that's dating some guy who's like 27 and she's 21, and this guy, I mean, you think about it, right? Whenever you're a 27-year-old guy, you could have already been through grad school. You could have had a year or two in your actual career. Like, at that point, like, you've really got shit going. So, whenever you're 21 and the girls that are around your age are getting picked up by these guys that have a massive fucking, they're like level 60 and you're level 15 comparatively in the adult MMO, you're gonna fucking be pissed off. You're like, I don't have a chance. And so yeah, I think that's another example. Do you have a chance? Everybody has a chance. No, not everybody. There are some people that do not have a chance, but most people do.
Come play with me.
See if I'll read a few more of these. Only matters if you're looking to be a playa, if you find a girl that likes you and you like her, you're not looking to live the Tate lifestyle. Yeah, but let's be honest, the Tate lifestyle is, it is massively, I would even use the word fetishized in our society. Living like he does, being like him, is what a lot of young guys grow up to think that they want. It's in popular culture. It's in popular media, popular music. It's everywhere. This isn't a new concept. No, it's not. Feels heavily based on what country you're from. Scandinavia feels way different from what I hear, how it's perceived in the States, for example. And yeah, that's a really good point. Everything that I say is like always contextualized around the fact that like I live in the US. The way things go in Sweden or the way things go in like India or like Japan, probably totally different. So I'm only talking about what it's like for me.
Where are we going?
I think men feel displaced by a failing economy and are stressed out because they're unable to provide, which leads down a line of problems. I think Tate preys on their fears and completely overblows masculinity while it's under the microscope. I think that's definitely true. And I think also, like, there's a lot of insecurity that I think that men have pushed on them whenever they're very young, like having to go to college, having to have a good job, etc. And a lot of these things I do feel are harmful. And this is also true with women too. It's not like it's just men, but because men in our culture are generally the breadwinners of families, it makes sense that that pressure is more intense for them. So yeah. Men are providers. If you become a provider, you have a successful life, not hard youngers. I mean, but yeah, there's a lot of guys also that don't want to be a provider. They thought it was great whenever mommy brought them tenders, and they don't want to have to fucking change. That's also, I think, another truth. Yeah, people were pretty happy with how things were. Mom brings me tendies, I stay at home and play video games all day. And you know what? That was fucking great. I don't know who thought this up, like we had to stop doing this. This was so good. Whatever happened to that? I'll read a few more of these, the incel comments. But yeah, I think that's why people like Andrew Tate are so empowered. I think that's 100% the reason why. That's a good jacket. I need to get one of these. Let's see. Guys that want to live the Tate lifestyle are the same as girls that are gold digging and only looking for money. Tate said a lot of good things, but lives his life in a tainted way. Oh yeah, I wouldn't want to live like that. Like, I remember seeing a tweet about this, and it said that if you had infinite money, you would be dating a different girl, living in a different place, driving a different car. And I think for a lot of people, that's true. And it's a sad thing, because I don't think it should be true. There's too many people, like, and you've got to think about it, right? Like, we live in a society that's built entirely around capitalism. It's built, and by the way, I am a based capitalism enjoyer, okay? I do not think that capitalism is bad. However, there are effects that it has. And the effects that it has is that people are constantly being told that your life is a puzzle and it's missing one piece, and that piece is the boat at Academy, you've got to go buy it. Or that piece is this gold chain that you have to go buy at a jewelry store. Or it is this new car with these different wheels. This is the piece that's going to complete your life. So I think that is another reason, right? It's like people are constantly conditioned to feel like they're inferior or they're incomplete. Unfortunately, I think some religions do this too. Like, for example, like the whole idea of like original sin and things like that. I find them also to be equally harmful because they give people the idea that by their innate nature, they are flawed and they need to repent for that flaw. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that at all. The base captain, share a link, we can check it out. It's true, you haven't reached neat enlightenment. Aslan, keep chasing your idiotic dreams, nerds. We've got WoW. Well, there's a lot of people that don't want to reach neat enlightenment. Like, let's be honest. Yeah, they don't want to do that. Are we not all very flawed, though? Flawed, yes. Incomplete, no. I think that most people can be happy if they look inside themselves more than outside themselves. From my perspective. At least that's true for me.
Hey, come back.
Your team has destroyed.
99.9% of mates are losers. Asmongold is the exception. Yeah. I always wanted, like, whenever I grew up, I always wanted to just sit at home all day and play video games and hang out with my friends and eat McDonald's. That's all I wanted to do. I never wanted to have a job. I never wanted to have a career. I never wanted to do anything. I didn't want to do anything at all. That's all I wanted to do. And I would live off the government. I would do anything that I could. Did you get anything in the vault? I still haven't opened it, you know? Yeah, I need to do that.
An ally has been slain.
I'm gonna live my Peter Pan fantasy forever. Well, the thing is, like, this is kind of how I've always looked at the world, right? Is that I feel like to not live your life in the way that you want is a betrayal of your own existence. And if you don't do what you want to do, then why are you doing anything? Why do you even exist if you can't do what you want to do?
An enemy has been slain.
So that's all I care about, is doing what I want to do. And I think that is the true fulfillment of the purpose of my existence, is to do what I want to do. Responsibilities? Is what it is. Yeah, that's what I think. Do you want to go bald then? I don't want to, but it seems it's happening. An addiction can easily cloud that and make you believe that you need it. Yeah, it's true. Definitely true. You follow any Stoic teachings? No, not really. No, this is just how I live. I mean, I've read a bunch of stuff, like, just over the years of things like that. And just, yeah, sure, but it's not something that I don't want to label myself as anything, I guess. Building a family, building community, family, and culture. Are those things inherently important, or it depends on the person? They're important if you think they are. It's that simple. Okay, well, let's see here. I think we pretty much talked about everything that had to do with this. Yeah, I mean, fuck. Is the government corrupt and actually arresting Andrew Tate because of some disagreement with him and the Romanian government? Is Andrew Tate actually a human trafficker and they're finally going to bring the man to justice and arrest him once and for all? Is this just a swatting that's going to cause him to become even more popular than he already is? Or is it some combination of all of the above? Find out next time. Stay tuned. To be continued. Yeah, who knows? I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Come play with me.
And then lottery tickets.
Can I get a couple scratch-offs?
How old are you? You got your ID?
13.
You what?
I'm 13.
You can't get no scratch off, babe.
Okay.
Aww.
It's laughable to everyone here.
That's
The
too
idea
bad.
That we'd ever expose a 13-year-old to the dangers of a lottery ticket. But then we arrive here at the gun show.
Is that the
Shoot, pretty good for you.
I'll take it.
Within minutes, the 13-year-old easily and legally bought a .22 caliber rifle from a private seller.
There it is, boys. Hell yeah, brother. Hell fucking yeah, bro. That's crazy. And the thing is, like, that is fucking nuts. Like, let's be honest. Like, that's fucking nuts. And yeah, I can't believe this. I saw that there was this, I've got to find this. I put it on like my likes. I'll pull this up and talk about it a little bit here. Let's watch, this is a senator here from Texas, actually. His name is Lion Ted. Let's see what Lion Ted's got to say here.
Tragedies like the events of this week are a mirror, forcing us to ask hard questions, demanding that we see where our culture.
An ally has been slain.
Looking at broken families, absent fathers, declining church attendance, social media bullying, violent online content, desensitizing the act of murder in video games.
There it is.
Chronic isolation.
Let's find some friends.
Prescription drug and opioid abuse and their collective effects on the psyche of young Americans.
You see, like, that's true. He's right about this. Why not just add in better protections for buying guns? Like, why do you not just add in that one? Because if he had added that one in, everybody would be like, yeah, that's actually true. Great. You know, like, this is good to see. And it's so weird to me to see this. Anything but. Yeah, it's like the floor is, you know, creating any regulation. It's just nuts, man. Because the NRA is paying him. As I said, if it was up to me, I would make it to where taking any money from a political activist group like this and then just taking any money from them, period. Not even being able to prove that it was acted upon. But if you simply take money from them, you are charged with treason. Whether it's lobbyists, a political activism, you know, a private group like the NRA or whatever, I would charge you with fucking treason or sedition. That's right. And I would do it immediately. It would, like, I'm amazed that people aren't out rioting in the streets asking for that right now. It's embarrassing, honestly. But I'm not doing it because you're not doing it, and you're not doing it because he's not doing it, and he's not doing it because I'm not doing it. And so that's kind of how they get you, right? So, like, let's go back and let's listen to what they say. Let's listen to this again, and we'll actually think about, like, how much of this is true and how much people like this, I think, just serve to divide people. Let's look at this. Treason has the highest penalty? It does, doesn't it?
Tragedies like the events of this week are a mirror, forcing us to ask hard questions.
So let's go back and look at it.
That we see where our culture is failing.
I mean, he's not completely wrong, right? I mean, obviously culture does play a factor. Absolutely plays a factor. You'd be a fool to say otherwise. Saying that culture doesn't play a factor is the same, in my opinion, as saying that having better protections for, like, kids getting guns doesn't play a factor. You know, like, they're both as completely fucking ridiculous. That's true. Yeah, a lot of the people that are these shooters, they come from families that are not, they don't have, you know, both parents, and there's a bunch of, like, problems in their household. This part is true. Yeah, absolutely. Of course. I mean, that goes into broken families. I think that's fair. Okay, that's fair.
Declining church attendance, social...
I think that the declining church attendance part is stupid, but obviously what he's really saying is a moral decay, right? Is that there is no sense of, like, overarching morals that are governing principles in which society exists under. That's effectively what he's saying. And that, I think you could make an argument, sure, right? Yeah, sure. Obviously, like, having more, like, moral relativism and things like that, where people don't care as much about things, and there's no sense of morality in the culture, I think, yeah, that makes sense. It would make sense that would lead to more violence and things like that.
Media bullying.
Yeah. And also, like, church, another factor here is church is a very strong community for a lot of people, and a place where people find belonging. And the way that people like this can sometimes be, like, de-radicalized or talked off a cliff by, let's say, a preacher or rabbi or somebody like that, sure.
Violent online content.
Wait, let me go back a little bit more.
Social media bullying.
Social media bullying. I agree with this. I think social media bullying is absolutely bad, and I think that, yeah, there probably would be kids that would maybe want to bring a gun to school or something like that based off of stuff like that happens. Like, and this is what this is the kind of stuff, and the reason I'm getting to this is that I want to show, like, how divisive these people are for literally no reason. That's all bullying? Yes? No, I'm not saying that, like, social media bullying is like the reason why, and like real bullying wasn't. No, I think both of them are bad. Yeah, all bullying. Yeah, 100%.
Violent online content. Desensitize.
Violent online content. Like World Star, for example, or something like that. Do you think that causes people to be violent? Do you think that causes people to be aggressive, like Live Leak? Like, for example, like watching an ISIS execution. Does watching an ISIS execution make you want to execute somebody? Probably not. Like, I don't really feel like there's much of a correlation here. I don't think so at all.
In the act of murder in video games.
I don't think this is true. I don't think that normalizing murder in video games is the case. I think that there are a lot of things that people do in video games that they wouldn't do in real life. And I think for some people that's a reason why they play video games, is it's a way for them to express themselves. This has been proven to be untrue by like a bunch of different people, in a bunch of different ways. Yeah, it's like, look, I think they even have a chart for it, right? So let's look at this here. Video game revenue, violent gun deaths per 10,000, 100,000 people. So this is clearly not, this is not the reason. And this is the best thing about it. You know what's so great about this? Is it's a graph. And it's a graph, and it just fucking proves it. That's all there is to it. Yeah, it just simply fucking proves it, man. I love it. It's so great, man. And reading a book about murder doesn't mean promote killing. How is a video game not the same? I think that it's because Ted Cruz is like 60 years old. And who do you think is at the NRA convention? Other people that are 60 years old. That's it. Those are the people that are, that's what they're doing. And so those people don't understand video games. You know, they watch The Big Bang Theory and they laugh whenever they make a stupid joke because they're like, that's like my son. He does all that computer stuff. I don't know how that stuff works anyway, you know? Like, yeah, that's what it is. Okay, let's continue. It's just like, it's evidently false.
Chronic isolation.
True. I think so. I think that a lot of the people that commit violence like this, many of them are chronically isolated. This is something that's actually true. For fucking sure. Yeah, it's not like this is... And what I'm saying about this is that... Let me let him finish.
Prescription drug and opioid abuse and their
Has there ever been a bigger truth? I mean, really, has there ever been a bigger truth? Abso-fucking-lutely, this is a factor. And especially about the prescription drug abuse. Yeah, 100%. And what's this here? A nice pause face? Yeah, sure. And absolutely prescription drugs play a factor. They fuck people up. 100%, man. And I'm not sure I understood the isolation part. Hard to study chronologically isolated people to counter that, though. But with the shooters, in relation to school shootings, my understanding, and I could be wrong about this, I'd have to research every single one of them, is that many of the people that committed shootings like this were on some sort of like prescription drugs that were used in one way or another to regulate their emotions or their mental state. Yeah, I think that there were a number of them that were like that. Yeah, SSRIs, yeah. It's fake information. Outcasts are more likely to radicalize. Yeah, I think so for sure. And they literally aren't. Let's see here. All are on antidepressants. Anything but guns is the issue. Uvalde wasn't a targeted school shooting. He was already fleeing police. I'm not sure. Then they vote against bills to help with all the issues. Kids take Adderall all over the world. Yeah, I think so. And Vox article took in suicide with guns as gun deaths. I mean, yeah, I find that to be disingenuous as well. And, right, so it's the med's fault, not the underlying mental illness? No. And this is, I think that this is what the problem is, right? Is with people like Ted Cruz and also like, and I want to show one more of these, and then I also want to show the Ethan clip, and then we're going to talk about kind of what I think the problem is with this in general, okay? Is that, like, let's say you disagree with me on the prescription drugs and, like, the, you know, like, prescription drug abuse and things like this, which I do think is a problem. I don't know how many people have had this. I remember this was a big conversation, like, maybe 5 or 10 years ago. I don't remember clearly what exactly was happening, so this is not a hill that I want to die on because I don't really remember it that well. But I think that there are some points that he brought up in here that are true, right? I would say so. Yes, they're true. And let's look at this. So here's another one.
Money in the bank. So why and how is being looked at right now? And I'll tell you this, hundreds of more, thousands more leads are being looked at right now because we haven't answered all the questions. We haven't gotten into the why. Okay? We know the individual was also into cyber gaming in that regard. And group gaming in that. So we've got a lot of questions are out there. We're seeking answers, but we've got an obligation. We'll continue to update you when we find something out.
Cyber gaming. That's right.
Had money in the bank.
And you can't abuse SSRIs. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I do think that drug abuse is obviously a problem, and people that get isolated from the culture sometimes do that. I think it's simple. Like, these are obviously issues and obviously bad things. All points you brought up also happening in every other country. It doesn't have mass shootings every day. I'm not really sure about every single issue, etc. But, like, let me go back and I'm going to bring up another clip, and we're going to talk about that one too. And you see what I'm saying? For a large portion of firearm violence in the country committed by Democrat strongholds. And this is kind of what the problem is with the whole conversation. And I've got one more to go with. Let me see if I can find it. Where the fuck is it here? I'm looking to find... where's the video about fucking the Ethan video? I'm trying to see it. I don't know where it is. God fucking damn it. Okay, I want to find, like, a very simple video. Oh, okay, all right, here we go. So this is another video here, and let's look at this.
So there was a big protest outside the NRA. Do we have any insight into what they're actually talking about there? The NRA today in Texas?
Yeah.
Someone should bomb that building. So there was a big protest outside that. Someone should bomb that building.
Yeah, so this, all of these are not helpful. These are, like, all of these things are not helpful. And it's insane to me that we have had the entire public discourse about every single important issue being hijacked by this and this.
Your team has just violent online sensitizing the act of murder in video games.
This is nuts. Can't make a joke now? I don't know. I feel like that's not a joke that you should make. Yeah, like, let's assume that Ethan was joking. Let's assume that he was joking, and we'll give him the complete benefit of the doubt. I still don't think you should make that joke.
Of naked foods be merry and bright.
Let's talk about that. Good Mythical Marathon.
Today is the final day of our Good Mythical Marathon week, and to celebrate, we are going out in style, naked style.
Naked.
That is.
Now, this is not only the final days of our marathon, the one final, but it's also the almost final day of the year. So happy New Year's Eve. If you celebrate,
if you celebrate the New Year.
If you celebrate the New Year. If that's one of the things you like to do. One of the things we like to do is taste food in various price levels and discern what our cost. What do we call it? Our
price
costs.
Our fanciness.
Of money.
Our fancy
for
level.
Foods, you know?
I pretty much just like the eating part. It's not so much the...
A lot of people like these because there's a lot of utility.
What to learn.
In discovering, like, how much should I be paying for this certain genre or type of food?
And you know what? We're gonna start with the very first one we ever did, Chinese food.
Mm-hmm.
We called it frozen versus fast versus fancy food taste test.
This is August 5th, 2020. Let's watch it together.
Do I have a fancy little tongue?
Let's talk about that. Good mythical morning.
Now in the past, I've mentioned how my youngest son, Shep, has the palate of a wealthy oil baron.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes the boy will just order like a steak tartare as his meal.
Oh, God.
I mean, I think he gets that refined palate from me.
Well, and don't take this the wrong way, I mean it in the best way possible, but I would describe your palate as gullible.
What do you mean by that?
Because you will accept anything that's thrown at your face.
Well, I would describe your palate as like Harnett.
The county we're from.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, listen, I Harnett, you like everything. I don't mean, don't take offense at it. I mean, I do like fancy dinners, but sometimes you just can't beat Chinese takeout.
That's true, and that is exactly what we're gonna be exploring today. What happens when you strip away all the pretense of fancy food? Do they stack up to their unfancy counterparts? Well, it's time for Naked Foods, Naked Chinese Food Edition. Naked!
Yeah, today we're gonna be focusing on Chinese food, because we're gonna be tasting and comparing dishes from 4 different price points, all of which will be naked, meaning stripped of all their frills and specific presentation to lean on.
The 4 price points are grocery store freezer section, and then fast casual restaurant like a Panda Express, and then we're gonna go up to like a sit-down restaurant like P.F. Chang's, and then finally, the most expensive fine dining restaurant that we can think of, and the one in LA that's the fanciest Asian cuisine you can get, is Tao.
Yeah, we're gonna be tasting the same dish from all 4 of those places at once, and each individually picking our favorite. Then Stevie's gonna reveal where our favorite came from and how much we paid for it, so that in the end, we'll each specifically know how expensive our taste in Chinese food is. All right, we got egg rolls up first. That's how Stevie told me to say it. Oh, look at that. Here's a dark one, a lighter one, a really light one, and then a freaking huge one.
I think I know I'm gonna like the Big Daddy, but...
Donk it and sonk.
Are you gonna just rip out the middle?
Yeah, that is what I'm gonna do.
I just like egg rolls. This is gonna be so tough for me because I like everything.
That's good, simple. I think I know where that's from, but...
That feels simple.
It doesn't matter.
And almost familiar.
Familiar? Well, this one's got some meatier stuff in it.
Not quite as good.
Yeah, there's like...
So confused.
The thing about the first one is, it's like, it was one experience. This one I can taste the different pieces. Carrot, and there's pieces of meat.
This one is very uniform. Almost feels mass manufactured.
I thought the first one did, but...
This tastes... Again, I like it, but it tastes like something for your college dorm room.
Look at how big this is.
This is a big honker.
Good
Look at that.
gosh.
It's dripping grease out.
Dripping grease out.
Oh my gosh, look at the inside of that thing just bursting with ingredients.
Well, mostly carrots, though.
There's not as much meat.
I definitely know which one my favorite is.
I'm torn, hold on.
And again, I'm not trying to analyze where I think it's from or how much I should pay, or I'm not even trying to be as cheap as possible, which is my instinct. I'm just going with what I want to take another bite of, but I'm saving room for the other courses. So I'm ready when you are. I've got my censored name tag here.
I mean, I can give you guys a 3, 2, 1, but you are just picking your personal favorite.
Yeah,
so
not,
I mean,
man, this is not easy for me.
I definitely like this one the most.
It's either this one or the super big one. I like this, but there was it was heavy on the carrots, and so I'm actually going to agree with
Okay, all right.
okay, where do you guys think that's from?
Well, I thought it was Frozen, but this one's bad.
I think this is PF Chang's is what I would guess.
It's Panda Express.
Okay,
oh
You
yeah.
get 2 egg rolls for $3.90. The next one over is PF Chang's. One order of 2 for $6.50.
It was good.
It's very meaty.
Then the Frozen, which is great value from Walmart, 4 egg rolls for $2.46.
So Tao is the big daddy.
Tao is the big daddy. It's a vegetarian egg roll.
Oh.
Get this. One order of 2 egg rolls for $17.
I'm not surprised, and if they put some meat in there, this would have easily been my favorite because I liked everything about it except I want some meat in my egg roll.
I'm surprised at the Panda.
This is fried rice.
Now this one's strange. What is the?
I'm not trying to insult anybody here. I'm going fork because I want to focus completely on the rice and not my technique of getting rice.
What is that? A sweet potato and a chive? It's a finely cut green bean and a carrot.
There's mushroom in there. It's pretty tasty.
This is fancy pants.
Looking at all these, I'm most convinced that that's fancy. But let's taste the rest.
A little bit greasy, but not in a bad way. This one only has carrot pieces. But it tastes good. Looks like it came out of a bag to me.
Yeah, that's why I like it.
A used bag. Oh, there's a red thing. Oh, and look. A bean. Can't get it. One edamame, which is called an edamame.
Oh.
I think they came from
This
a
one
different
has
plate.
got some egg in it. That's awful.
Like awful, OFFAL?
That's super bland, dude.
Yeah.
Super bland compared to this.
Now this right here, this is teeming with large vegetables. This is like if you go to a certain place in the ocean where like big whales jump out and stuff. You know?
Oh, that's got a lot of soy sauce in it.
You got a snow pea. I love a good, is this called a snow pea? I love what this is. A sugar snap pea. Sugar pea?
They're the same. That's good.
The broccoli gets a little out of control. So huge. I do not like that.
This is actually really tasty, but
it doesn't look good. It looks like a lean cuisine type sad plate, but it tastes a lot better than it looks. For me, I'm sorry, this guy keep
I'm really trying to make a good decision.
Don't apologize, man. I'm torn between these two. I don't know why you said that was good or better than this, but
because that tastes like absolute trash, and this is actually pretty good. In fact,
I don't like the looks of that.
I'm actually going to go with it. I'm going with it.
Seriously.
Okay, so Link, the one you like the best is from PF Chang's for $10.50.
Thought that was Tao.
Rhett, the one you like the best is Frozen from Innovation for $3.79 at Food for Less. And then the one that looks weird is from Tao.
This is from Tao.
$24.
Yeah, I'm going to sit here by myself eating rice all night long, and all y'all going to be jealous.
And the one that
$94?
you said, 24. The one that you said was terrible is from Panda Express for $4.40.
I do not like the Panda Express one.
Before us, we have Mongolian beef.
Right.
Now this one's orange. I can't wait to get to that.
This one's got some little pasta situation happening underneath it.
Are you sure that's not just onions?
No, I'm talking about the little sticky stuff.
Oh. I lost an onion. Let me get one.
I wouldn't stop eating that if I started.
No. Very good. Now this is unique. We got some bigger hunks of beef here. I want to get the onion and the long green thing.
That is so
extremely tangy. It's a thick sauce, and it's a very like black peppery bite.
I am super into that. Super into it.
Now this one,
This is more what
somebody just had like a tired throw of the what's those green things called? The long onions.
Yeah, that's correct.
long onions is the official term.
Long onions.
I think I know where this is from. I recognize it.
That's a hunk of beef too.
It's very good. I've had it before, and I like it.
I think the beef is at risk of being chewy.
It's almost like eating jerky.
I don't like that about it. Okay, so we got some red peppers, some green beans, a very thick gravy situation.
That's not good at all.
This is horrible. I'm not even gonna waste a swallow on it. I only got so many swallows in my life, you know? When you reach your quotient, you die.
I've already put my flag in. I'm just gonna keep eating. Head and shoulders, man.
This is very interesting, but if I was gonna order Mongolian beef blindly, that's not what I would expect.
This is very good as well. I love the flavor of that.
This is good. This is classic. This is great, but I thought it was
Link
something
your flag.
else.
Your flag. It's okay. We know it's yours. It's
Sorry.
Okay, so no surprise. The one that Rhett picked is from Tao for $44. And because you chose the fanciest place, please, sir, I would like you to do a fancy dance.
I'm so glad to meet you here at Tao tonight, sir. For
Have
a
you had
business meeting.
the Mongolian beef? It's $44.
And Link, you picked the Mongolian beef from Pickup Sticks for $9.89. Fun fact about Pickup Sticks, it is the second restaurant with sticks in it that our own Matt Carney was employed at.
Oh, he's
He really sticked them.
We gotta get some
stick man.
sticks around here so make them feel welcome.
Okay, so it's like Panda Express, but Matt Carney was working.
And I'm guessing that this is P.F. Chang's. so I
That's
remember
P.F.
that.
Chang's for
not good.
$20.
And that's from the box.
That's frozen P.F. Chang's for $7.29.
Oh, really? Well,
That's why it
way
looks
different. Way different.
Quick reminder, over on the Mythical Kitchen channel, we have a sub-series called Snack Smash. Mythical Chef Josh is teaming up with Daven to combine Kit Kat bars and Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Will this snack be a smash? Find out at Mythical Kitchen, the YouTube channel.
Okay, Stevie, how should I say this?
This is orange chicken.
This is orange chicken.
I wouldn't call that. Well, I guess that's
I think
definitely
that's the only one
oranges.
that's actually orange.
It's like,
This is just nugs right here.
take a nug. Oh, that's a big nug. I'm gonna take a smaller nug.
That has a, you put the sliced sauce in the microwave and threw it on top of it, taste to it.
Has a good taste to me. A little too bready. That's my thing. But I like the sauce.
This is a step up for me.
Yeah, this is definitely a step up. A lot of times at the fanciest places though, they try so hard that I feel like when it gets really expensive, you fail just as often as you succeed with something that is a normal dish.
Okay.
Which is what we're basically exploring.
All right, we'll find out.
So now we've got the orangest.
That's a good flavor, dude.
I don't like the flavor though. The chicken's better,
The
but
chicken is really good.
the sauce is just a matter of preference, and to me it's not good.
I think it's very soft.
It just looks like fried chicken with no sauce.
It actually has a very strong orange flavor.
Like the orange peel.
That's actually really good.
I know which one I like the best. Yeah. I don't like that much orange. All right. Stevie, which one should I vote for?
The one that you like the best.
Okay.
I'm trying to narrow it down to these two.
It's definitely it for me. Gosh, so. Look at
Dude, I'm sorry, that's better.
look at that right there. That is a huge. Oh, I've tainted it.
You've foiled.
I've crossed the streams.
You've soiled my favorite chicken. Yeah, I like that.
Put it back there.
This one's very good.
This doesn't seem. I don't know. Are you in fancy territory again?
I don't know.
He's in fancy territory again. That's Tao's crispy orange chicken for $36. Please do the fancy pants dance.
It's like the end of Mr. Rogers, maybe.
Have you had the orange chicken from Tao? It's $30.
$36.
It's $36.
I've heard it's so orange and look.
Yes.
What did I choose?
You chose the Panda Express orange chicken.
I didn't think I liked Panda Express. I've been shunning them for the past 6 years.
What? Why?
I went to a
It's
Panda
good,
Express and I was like, I'm over this.
It's really good. I'll eat some more just to prove it.
So the first orange chicken is Crazy Cuisine frozen orange chicken,
Not
which
bad.
is $8.99 at Ralph's. And then the last chicken is P.F. Chang's orange peel chicken, which is $14.
Too strong. I like it, but it sends it a little too far.
So the lowest possible total for your whole meal, if you guys chose the frozen, was $22.53, and the highest possible total, if you chose all the fancy, would be $121. Brett, your perfect meal total was $87.69, and Link, your perfect meal total was $34.69.
Hey, bro.
Yeah, man, you did it. I'm just as happy as you.
You saved
and I got 30 some odd dollars in my pocket. What do you want to do?
Maybe even 40 some odd.
What should we do with $40?
Depends on how much you tip. We should go get some.
I don't tip at all at the places I go to.
We should go get some Mongolian beef from Tao with that $44 you got. Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks for subscribing and clicking that bell.
You know what that is.
No Michelle for the fancy pants dance.
That fancy dance pants by myself. It's like if you had told me that I ever did a fancy dance pants by myself, I would be like, well, that's not true. I wouldn't do such a thing.
I know, because I tend to think that Michelle was there from the beginning, but I mean, she wasn't there through the first 7 episodes of Naked Foods. Yeah, because when we did the beef one, that's when she finally showed up. So this next one, we're going with Mexican foods. She ain't in that one either.
What did we do?
But don't worry, we're still in it.
In a world without price tags, which Mexican food should you eat?
Let's talk about it. Good mythical morning.
I'm loving today's mission because I love a good plate of Mexican food.
Careful, the plate is very hot.
And I've loved it since I first had it in college. I was a sheltered child, and our mission is to eat a lot of plates of Mexican food.
Careful, the plate is very hot.
And these plates will be from various price points of Mexican food, from frozen all the way up to fancy, to determine how expensive our tastes in Mexican food really are.
Careful. The plate is very hot.
It's time for Naked Foods, Naked Mexican Food Edition. Naked.
Okay, all the Mexican food we're gonna try today will be naked, AKA no fancy plating, added accoutrements, whiz gips, or whoozy what tips allowed. This way we can truly judge the dishes solely on how they taste.
Naked. The 4 different price points are grocery store frozen or refrigerated section, fast casual restaurants like Chipotle and Baja Fresh, sit-down restaurants like El Torito, and 2 of the fanciest fine dining Mexican restaurants in Los Angeles, Javier's and Toca Madera.
And Toca Madera means touch wood.
Does it?
We're gonna pick our favorite of each dish, and then Stevie is gonna reveal where our favorites are from and how much they cost, and in the end we're gonna know how expensive our taste in Mexican food is, and overall—
Be careful, it's hard to say Mexican food.
What's really worth paying for.
Let's say hola to our first dish.
Okay. This is guacamole.
And this one has more tomato, but the other ones are all pretty greeny.
Now the chips are just grocery store, restaurant style chips, controlled chips.
There was a long slice of something I almost grabbed.
That's cilantro. That's tasty.
That is good. Not too.
Oh, that's got some.
Not too salty.
Serrano peppers in there.
Does it?
That's a good guacamole.
It really is. Now this one looks the same. More limey. Not as good to me.
It's not bad.
It's not bad, but if it wasn't for that first one, I would think it was great. The lime really comes out,
If I went to a party and somebody gave me that, I wouldn't be disappointed. Now this is just like, where's the stuff?
Talk about a uniform color.
Oh.
A lot of garlic.
It's the worst one of the 3, but it's still not bad.
Yeah,
I mean, they're all good.
It's pretty good, but wouldn't you say it was garlicky? I don't want to put words in your mouth. But is it? Huh?
What's that?
Because guacamole is intense.
Too much going on there.
I bet you that's fancy. I bet you it is. Oh, you gonna go in one more time?
Well, I'm a little confused
because you fancy yourself a fancy man, so now that I think it's fancy, you're like, man.
Well, I mean,
you haven't. It's thick.
I can't even get it out of there.
You've broken the chip twice. I'm going back. Oop. Going back here. Oop. Oh.
We've hit the weak chips.
Okay, the chips are breaking. I think it's time for you to decide what your favorite guacamole.
Clear winner for me. Okay.
So you're gonna stab your favorite guac nicely and not in an aggressive way.
Yes, true.
To not hurt each other. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, this is
very good guac.
I mean, and I will tell you.
Tell me.
I thought I would have told you Chipotle is my favorite guac.
And you would have been correct.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, that's Chipotle. Large chips and large guac for $6.15. And then the one next to it is Toca Madera for $13. And then the one next to it is Holy Guacamole, just like from the grocery store.
Not
for
bad.
$2.
Not bad.
And then El Torito is the final one for $12.
I'll tell you, Chipotle has the best guacamole, and I'm so glad that I'm validated in that. It's amazing.
The Torito, they're not doing something right.
These are carnitas tacos. Yeah, I like a carnitas taco.
Okay, so we got a corn tortilla here.
This one has got a greasy look. Look at how greasy that is.
That's tasty.
Woo! That is good. I'm a flour tortilla man. I mean, that is good.
It's a little bit different than what I've had around town. This has got cheese on it.
That's unusual. You're not gonna tell us what the restaurants are because they're varying per each one.
Correct. And that's kind of the point of the game.
She's gonna tell us that after.
Yeah, because that's what makes it naked. Negative information.
That's not great.
It doesn't even taste like pork.
No, that got a little bit weird for me. Now, what's happening here?
That's bad.
This is a quesadilla, y'all.
Yeah, this is
biting in the middle.
That's weird, but it's really stringy pork and cheese, which could be fun.
That's tasty.
Well, there's a lot of cheese.
You mean it like a piece of watermelon?
I can't tell if I'm liking just the cheese, you know? That second one was just so bad. I keep thinking about how bad of an experience I just had.
This is pretty nasty right here.
What is this? This is like so dry. It's like dry scraping.
What's happening here?
When you hydrate it in your mouth, the pork taste is actually good.
I'm kind of confused. I'm about to choke as well.
I'm kind of hungry for number one again. No cheese, nothing except carnitas and grease, and the carnitas is not overcooked.
Ready to stab?
This is really actually a pretty tough
I'm
call.
ready to stab.
Oh gosh. 3, 2, 1.
We're going number one. Hey,
we were agreeing again,
we
man.
should go out and have Mexican together.
We should. Well, we have a lot of Mexican synergy.
Okay, so the one that you both chose is from Acapulco, and it's their tacos de calle. And all the things I'm going to read right now, all these places, they come with rice and beans. So it's 3 carnitas tacos, rice and beans for $15.
Oh.
The second plate was actually frozen carnitas street tacos for $8.49.
That's a big miss.
And then Baja Fresh, 2 carnitas soft tacos combo, $9.99.
Not bad.
And then the one that you really hated is the fine dining place, Javier's Tacos Suaves, for $24.
Well, y'all can have it.
Yeah. Now, this Acapulco, I've never been there, but I'm going now. This is a Southern California place?
Yeah, we're in Southern California.
We eat a lot of creative things on this show thanks to the culinary creativity of the Mythical Kitchen team. Of course, they didn't make any of this.
Right.
But every Thursday, you can cook along with Josh, Nicole, and Trevor in the Mythical Kitchen. And they also have a podcast, Hot Dog as a Sandwich. You really should check it out. Whenever we're in a conversation with Josh or Nicole, they'll usually bring up some obscure dish that I've never heard of. Well, maybe you've never heard of it
That
either.
we've never heard of.
Or some controversial thought about food categories or flavor combinations.
They got so many opinions.
And then they don't always agree, which then translates into a very entertaining podcast, A Hot Dog as a Sandwich. So check that out. Tell them that I sent you.
Okay.
New episodes drop every Wednesday, wherever you get podcasts. No judgment.
Okay, Stevie, what are we dealing with here?
These are chicken enchiladas.
Oh, these are chicken enchiladas.
And boy, this one
looks good. Let's separate this one.
It looks a bit
like it's been through a lot. Like it's been through quite a bit. Takes a little bit to separate it.
Oh gosh. There you go. That's yours. Now, I'm showing you the inside of that.
It can taste like it wasn't made recently, and it's been through several different temperatures, including at one point very, very cold.
Yeah, I'm getting that vibe myself. Now this one,
there's some cheesiness happening on this sucker. Look at that.
I can tell that the. Take a look at that. It's got almost a tamale-like situation.
There's some very green. We got some green enchilada sauce, and there's some shredded chicken, which is always a win. They didn't hold back with the cheese. They didn't need to.
That is tasty.
This, my friend, is what my mama called a tortilla stack. I mentioned that on a recent episode, and somebody was like, please explain these tortilla stacks you speak of.
Well, here it is.
This is it right here.
Having not had one, I can kind of infer what you mean. I mean, it's just like...
It's a cake of tortillas.
It's a stack of tortillas.
See how it says my mama. Cabbage in that?
Yeah, it's definitely got a...
What is happening there? My mama would never do that.
It's very oniony. I love onions, but...
It's not horrible, but it's definitely not good.
Oh my gosh, look at this. This looks like a sad pizza.
This is what...
How is this an enchilada?
Well, it's two.
Well, I know that, but still.
I mean, I don't know. I don't discount it yet. I mean, this looks like it could be like from a sort of a middle-of-the-road Mexican restaurant.
And, dude, I guess we got all of these dry. Like, there's no enchilada sauce on them? Like, where's the sauce?
It actually kind of tastes like a sad pizza.
Does it?
I gotta tell you right now, there's no contest here.
This is amazing. Nothing else is, like you said.
Nothing else is good.
At all.
This is great.
Yeah, tell us about this.
That is from Javier's, the fine dining place. Enchiladas Suizas for $28. You could have had the one, the first one, El Monterey chicken enchiladas for $2.98, which are frozen.
Yeah, that's horrible.
The one that you said was like the thing that your mom made is actually called a stacked chicken enchilada, and it's from Sharky's for $10.99.
Oh, Sharky's?
Mm-hmm.
Sharky's is usually good.
I know you better than that, Sharky.
And then I have an opinion about Sharky's.
Apparently.
Yeah. And then the one that you said looked like a pizza is from El Torito for $15.75.
But you know what this means? For my first time ever, I get to join you in a fancy pants dance.
Wow, look how, man, we're gonna have so much fun when we go on our date to the Mexican restaurant.
These are churros.
Are churros?
Are churros. And I'm gonna do a break to get to the middle. This one it was quite stiff.
This is gonna leave you
wanting.
Leave you wanting something. This is gonna leave you wanting to eat the other churros.
Nothing to brag about. And this is a dark churro.
Well, it means it's got like the right ingredients on it.
Oh yeah, it looks moister inside. You want it crunchy on the outside, moisty on the inside.
I could pick that up at like a beautiful day in the park. There's a person selling churros.
Much more cinnamon-y.
This is a big daddy over here.
Yeah, I'm gonna get this big daddy in here.
Oh, this is a nice break. Look at that.
Now that one. This one appears to be the most photogenic. Oh yeah. Crunch factor through the roof. And then you go inside of the house.
Inside is so nice. And we just keep getting better.
Yeah. This is
and then the form factor completely changes on this last.
Check this out. It's some form of a
donut.
What is happening here?
But look how moist it is.
Break that thing apart. Oh, it just wants to die on me.
Oh my goodness.
It's like a wet caterpillar.
That is not a churro.
No.
But that is incredibly good. You don't like that? What in the world? This is incredible.
Too soggy.
It tastes like one of those deep fried donuts. Oh, this is...
Yeah, it's like a deep fried donut, and it's still, it's too greasy.
Sounds like you guys are going to 2 different churro places.
Yeah, ma'am.
Listen, I feel bad. I feel bad about abandoning the traditional form.
You going for the ringlet?
But that thing,
the ringworm.
I just got to keep going on this.
Okay, so where do you want to start? At the ringworm?
Yeah.
That is from Don Cuco, the sit-down place, and their you're the one that you chose, Rhett. And they are churro donuts for $6.50. And the ones that Link chose are Tio Pepe's frozen churros.
They're good.
For two, it's 88 cents.
They're good.
They're really good.
And then the one next to that is Rubio's for $2.99.
Oh, the fish taco place?
Yep. Yeah. And then the first one, this is the shocking thing, is from Javier's. It's the fine dining place for $12, the one that you hated the most.
Y'all make some good enchiladas, Javier's, but your churros are just so lacking.
Okay, so if you were to make a meal out of these 4 rounds, which you each did, the lowest possible total you could have gotten is $14.35, and the highest was $77.
We're somewhere in there.
And Rhett, your perfect meal total was $55.65. And Link, your perfect meal total was $50.03.
Oh!
Save $5.
Yeah, that was because of my dessert. Other than that, we were on the same page.
Hey, listen,
page.
Those are some incredible frozen. Those things are frozen. You should get some of those. And
thanks for subscribing and clicking that bell.
you know what time it is. We fancy danced with each other.
Yep, because there was still no cow. And well, we both were fancy.
But we have not since been. I just feel like I'm getting the vibe that we make a lot of broken promises on this show.
What do you mean?
We said we were going to go on a date to a Mexican restaurant and a fancy Mexican restaurant and do a little dance together, and that hasn't happened.
Well,
we haven't done that.
Yeah, I knew we weren't going to do it because my tastes just aren't as expensive enough.
Oh, that's the problem.
For it.
Right. Yeah, that's the problem.
That's what it is.
I haven't been. One of the things I'm also noticing in watching these is that I always make a mental note of where I like these things from, but because it's a mental note,
you forget it.
And not a physical note, I never am like, oh, I need to go to that place that I tasted that food from that I now need to go. So I feel like I need to now take a physical note. Javier's?
Just start.
I need to go to Javier's.
Yeah, just start writing these down, dude. Start writing it down.
I have to write it with lip balm onto a paper towel because that's all I have.
All right. So now we're gonna go to Japan for some cuisine that's Japanese in nature, sushi and whatnot. This is from March 31st, 2021. Is grocery store sushi really as bad as we think it is?
Let's talk about that. Good mythical morning.
Did you know that in order to become a traditional Japanese sushi master, or itamai, some people have to train up to 10 years?
Yeah, it's like a calling, one might say.
Well, and when you say that your calling is to eat only the fanciest of sushi?
Yes.
Well, okay, so you're not open to grocery store sushi, which the ingredients may be 10 years old.
Well, I doubt that, but I mean, that's what we're trying to decide today. You see, when it comes to sushi and the items you may find on a sushi restaurant menu, there are options for every budget, but just how much does the price correspond to the taste? It's time for Naked Foods, Naked Sushi Edition, Naked. All of the Japanese American sushi restaurants we're gonna try today will be naked, AKA no fancy plating, no added garnishes, no gentle music playing to influence our tasting experience. This way, we can truly judge the dishes solely on how they taste.
Yep, we're gonna be sampling sushi restaurant dishes from 4 different price points. They are the grocery store frozen or refrigerated section, the local fast casual restaurants like your food mall court. I meant to say mall food court.
Hey, I understood.
Counter order joints. And then you got sit down restaurants and finally several fine dining restaurants in the LA area.
And it's worth noting that many of the fine dining sushi restaurants only offer omakase, meaning the chef decides what they're gonna serve based on what is most fresh. So for the sake of the comparison, we're only ordering from restaurants that offer a la carte menu items.
And each round we're gonna pick our favorite dish individually, then Stevie's gonna tell us where each dish came from and how much it costs so that we will know in the end how expensive our taste in sushi is and which dishes are worth paying for.
All aboard the sushi boat!
These are gyoza. There's a crunchy, darker one.
This is super.
And more of a shiny, lighter one. Oh, a really white one, and then a really dark one.
I can't even get mine.
Now, this is the one, and I'm not saying this item, I'm saying this round is the one where frozen and refrigerated could give you a run for your money, I think. Is it hot? Is it real hot? I want to get burnt. Is it real hot?
It might be too hot for you, but it's just right. That's not bad, but it could be frozen.
I'm gonna put mine in your lap.
Thanks, it's on the floor now.
All right.
Somebody needs to make a memo about picking it.
And you got this one.
Is that what you do? Do you guys have memos?
This one is much plumper and
Significantly
meatier.
better.
Like a freaking meatball in there.
I like this style much better, though. This one's
kind of small and gelatinous looking.
I like the, I don't know what kind of wrapper you call this, but
you kind of have to use your teeth like scissors if you want to eat half of it.
I think I might like the taste of that one. That's mine. I'm leaving mine on the fronts.
Okay, I put mine in your lap or the floor usually.
Yeah.
And then we've got this really crunchy.
It's like the Fried Daddy's got a hold of that one.
Yeah. Ooh, it's spicy too.
Is that spicy on?
It is spicy. Let me go back to this one. Okay.
3. Come on.
Oh, yep, okay.
Whenever you're ready, because you're picking your favorite.
I'm ready.
Just
Yeah,
go
that's
ahead.
true. Oh.
Casually
3.
go ahead.
3.
You know how much I like counting down.
No,
Okay.
I did not think you would agree with me. I thought sure, and this is a close second for me.
I like this style more than the hard fried one, and this one is a succulent.
Really tasty.
There's a succulence to it.
And the soy sauce is nice.
You guys have both chosen the grocery store cubes.
I knew it could happen, and I'm glad it did.
Hey, well, they're doing it right.
Ajinomoto beef gyoza for about $2.08 per serving.
Yeah, $2.08. Yeah.
The first one is from Crazy Rockin' Sushi. It's our fast casual, and it's $7.50.
Okay.
The second one is Kobe style pot
They put koi in there?
No, that's the name of the fine dining place, and that's $23.
Well, it's not as flavorful as the grocery store.
No, it's not.
And the final one from Fried Daddy's is from our sit-down place, Kabuki Japanese restaurant in Burbank for $8.
I liked those. This is shrimp tempura.
Here's not tempura? No. This is a longie. It's a long, straightened shrimp tempura.
There's so much breading on there.
How do they get the shrimp to lay out so flat like that?
You gotta coax it. Has to do a lot of stretching.
It's like a dog that's very much at home. Now these are just little shrimp. These are just little pieces of shrimp. This is what I call calabash style. Not really though.
What you call what style?
Calabash.
Calabash
Like
is what you're saying?
fried. That's just a bunch of seafood fried like on the North Carolina coast.
South Carolina.
Really?
It's
South Carolina coast.
It's a town called Calabash. And you go there and there's all these like Fried Daddy type seafood on the pier type restaurants.
You got to be able to be seeing water, like ocean water, in order to really be Calabash.
Let's have our camping trip there.
Very greasy.
But here's the thing, Stevie. Seafood is an aphrodisiac, and if you're waiting for me and Link to make out, that might complicate things.
This one's a long and a flat one too. A longie and a flatty.
Stoking those flames. Something happened with this one.
Both of them kind of, it tastes like something that they might toss out of the back of the state fair. What's this? Another shrimp.
That's pretty good.
That's the best tasting shrimp.
Okay.
You may
like,
stab now.
I like this one the most.
Coming back to this one is better than that one. You should come back to it.
Nope, I don't go back. No regrets.
Red. You have chosen the freezer section.
Yo, wow.
Tempura,
It's good, man. I'm telling you.
C-Pack for $6.89. Link, Neil, you have chosen the fine dining koi creamy shrimp tempura for $22. You may do the fancy pants dance, sir.
Look at this. Look at him. So fancy.
A summoner has disconnected.
Oh, I wasn't I wasn't pelvic thrusting. I was just losing my balance.
That was a little too fancy.
The one next to the grocery one is from the sit-down place is a Kaya Katsuya for 1080, and then our fast casual crazy rockin' sushi.
I didn't like
for
that.
8.
Oh. You know what? We want to tell you about our very favorite internet food. You heard of it? It's called Mythical Kitchen.
Yeah.
We have nothing to do with it at all, but we're just big fans. Real big fans. Want to take this time to just talk about it. Tell you how you should go over there. You should check it out. Mythical Chef Josh and the Kitcheneers are just putting together food creations like nobody's doing. Definitely not our business. Not our business.
We don't have anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's just independently. We're just from afar observing and just thinking, wow, so impressive what they're doing over there. They have their own YouTube channel, Mythical Kitchen. You should check it out. Not on our behalf.
This is tuna.
Link, I know you're excited about this round.
Yeah, I'm a little afraid of this. I mean, that one looks raw.
Well, these three are.
And that one looks raw.
Yeah.
That one looks raw, and this one looks raw
Seared.
except for like a,
I don't know, the crust. Now you could dip it into soy sauce, which will help you a little bit, but it might cloud your judgment.
I feel like I'm eating a tongue.
I'm not a fan of that first one.
I guess they're all gonna taste fishy, right? Because that's kind of what it is.
I mean, I typically will put.
Oh, that was much easier.
Soy sauce and wasabi on it. But this is better. It's definitely more tender.
This is the most bites of sushi slices that I've ever had in a row. 2, I'm saying.
I don't know if I'm just getting used to it, but look how dark this one is.
That one tastes so much more fishy than these.
But it's probably, I'm just going to say, I'm not going to pick it because it's too fishy for me. It's probably the fancy.
I don't care. I don't like it. Now that one had a little, yeah, it was like, it's kind of like eating tender nothing. Tender piece of nothing. This one's got sesame seeds on it.
Clearly this is a little bit more pleasing because it's been seared and it's got sesame seeds on it. But that's not what we're judging. We're judging which one is I'm thinking about sashimi here. I'm not thinking about seared ahi tuna that goes on a salad in Santa Barbara.
That tastes a whole lot better though, because they added something to it. Seeds and heat. So, I mean,
Well,
you're not going to shame me into it.
Yeah, you have to pick the one that you like the best.
That one.
I'm picking the sashimi that I like the best, and I feel like this is just a place that can't do sashimi.
It's a place called Sam's Choice.
Sam's Choice?
Yeah.
It doesn't taste bad.
For $2.98. So, Link, you've chosen the grocery store version.
That's a deal.
And Rhett, you have chosen a little place called Nobu for $60. Yes, you may. Do that chance.
That's what I do when I walk into Nobu.
And it's actually Toro from Nobu, so it has like that fattier, high quality.
It's like the belly meat of the tuna, right?
And then the first place is the fast casual crazy rockin' sushi.
Crazy
for
rockin'
$7.50. And then is the sit down is a Kaya Katsuya for $16.50.
This was good. The crazy rockin' sushi is like, it's just too rare.
Too much, too often.
These are rainbow rolls.
Are they now?
I'm gonna go with the salmon piece on each one.
I'm gonna go with the avocado-y. Oh, on this one, no, another.
I'm trying to just do apples.
Apples. Is there a way I can yank the seaweed out like a piece of tape and still eat everything else?
Oh,
I'm a
gosh.
soy paper man. See, in that last round, I just don't understand why you pay so much money for something that all you did was pay somebody to cut it.
Well, it's the quality of the meat in the right kind of restaurant.
Now this, there's some artisanal approach to it, you know?
I like rolls better than sashimi, personally.
Oh, look at this one. This one's a little smaller, stinkier.
This is fresher.
Oh, stinkier.
A little salty though. It's pretty. They did a really good job of presenting. Good job. It's funny sushi.
Seaweed is kind of like overpowering in that one.
Yeah, it actually was. Okay, that's well balanced.
This right here. I mean, there's so many pitfalls with sushi. You got to get it on these sticks, and you got to like
those sticks are hard.
You know, it's like it's not cooked. So how are you gonna know if it's cooked enough?
I do not like that last one. To me,
this one's
overwhelmingly the best.
Yeah, heads above the rest.
I don't really know what to make of that because it's from the fast casual place, Crazy Rockin' Sushi.
Crazy Rockin' Sushi finally coming together.
$11.75. So the first one is fine dining koi's for $23, and then the grocery Ralph's for $6.30.
They did a really good job of making it look good.
And also, might I say, it was picked up by Matt Carney. So I don't know if you felt that or tasted it.
Yeah,
little hot dog on a stick.
He might have
residual.
He licked it.
Yeah.
He's one of the. He's like a Postmates guy that licks the food.
Maybe that was it. And then the final one is from our sit-down place, Izakaya Katsuya, for $15.50.
I didn't like that.
We
one.
hated that one.
So Crazy Rockin' Sushi really came hard with the rolls.
Yeah, right at the end.
Oh, I have to tell you about your
we got to know what our
your menu selection. So the lowest possible total was $18.25, and the highest possible total was $128. So Rhett, your perfect meal total was $80.72, and Link, your perfect meal total was $38.81.
Hey man.
Yeah, that's.
And you even have one fancy round.
I know. Wow.
You got out for $140, man. I doubled you up.
Maybe one day I'll actually like it.
Hey.
Thanks for starting.
You know what time it is.
So we each got a solo fancy pants dance.
Yeah.
But I didn't know this until Carney just told us that there were some rumblings, and there was a group of mythical crew members who were lobbying to have a cheap pants dance. So if you choose the cheapest thing, which yeah, you chose the grocery store option in the same round that I chose the shrimp tempura fancy. So you would have had to do a cheap.
What kind of dance would that be?
Cheap dance.
The world may never know.
Maybe it's just like if it'd be like cheap and dirty.
A real dirty dance.
Dirty is not cheap though.
Okay, man, you're right. You're right. Hey, man, you're right. I'm sorry I said it.
They decided it didn't even get to us.
Just a real cheap dance.
It was decided not
dirty at all.
You can't have too many dances.
A clean cheap dance. So just a bad dance?
Just a bad dance.
Speaking of a bad dance, our prom that we went to our senior year, it's been immortalized in this U2's collectible, From Prom to the Red Carpet. Listen. This is a third-degree quarterly item that you can only get by being a member of the Mythical Society. That's how those work. And here's the deal. We are getting down to crunch time. You've got to get this thing in 2022. There's not a lot of days left in 2022, just 2, okay? So you need to sign up for quarterly, third-degree quarterly or annual by the end of tomorrow, basically, before the clock strikes 2023 in some time zone, probably ours. And to incentivize you even more, we have a flash sale tomorrow only for third-degree quarterly or annual plans. You get 15% off.
What?
Okay.
So you get 15% off the plan that then gets you that U2's right under the wire?
Yes, you heard it right, Link.
MythicalSociety.com for details. All right, so let's move on to some chicken, okay?
Yeah, because if you've done Chinese, you've done Mexican, and then you've done Japanese, where else can you go?
Chicken. We'll go to chicken. Still not dancing with Michelle, if that's what you're hoping for, but we did dance with something, or someone. Does price matter when it comes to picking chickens?
Let's talk about that. Good mythical summer.
Chicken may be the most ubiquitous food item out there. I mean, it's definitely the most common edible meat, right? Look at any menu.
Edible meat.
At any.
Yeah.
I mean, desirably edible.
Meat.
Look at any type of restaurant, and it's gonna be in the mix. I keep looking at you for support. Come on, help me out.
It's in the mix.
I mean, chicken's like a blandish blank canvas for whatever you want to do. If you told me that they were making houses out of chicken now, I'd believe you.
Okay, that logic took a hard left turn, but okay, we get it. Chicken is what you make it, and it shows up in all types of dishes at every price point. So the question is, how different do chicken dishes from the freezer taste compared to the kind of chicken that's fine? Been wild and ready to be dyed? It's time for Naked Foods, Naked Chicken Edition. Naked. Naked.
Now, since the goal is to find out how much price matters when it comes to chicken dishes of all kinds, we're determined to focus only on the taste of the dish. And that's why all the chicken dishes that are going to be presented to us a la carte. No frills, no packaging, nothing except the food itself to influence us. Naked.
Oh, is that why we call it naked?
Naked.
We'll be trying chicken dishes from 4 different price points, including the grocery store, frozen or refrigerated section, fast casual restaurants, sit-down restaurants, and lay all the way down fine dining restaurants.
Ooh, I love a good lay-down fine dining restaurant. Each round we're gonna pick our favorite dish individually, then Stevie will tell us where the dishes are from, how much they cost, so that in the end, we each know our expensive preference levels and which dishes are worth being smitten by chicken.
All right. This is chicken parm.
Ooh.
I love chicken parm.
This is a good morning. There's like multiple patties here.
That wasn't hard, easy to get through.
There's one chicken breast patty, 2, 3, I think there's like 4 of these puppies.
Are you gonna count the chicken? Is that your thing?
Well, they're each presented differently. There's 2 chickens here, and they're much bigger and flatter, which...
That's not great. That first one's not great, guys.
It wasn't horrible, it was just...
Hold on, this one's... The chicken is so hard to get through.
Does not necessarily... Doesn't taste better than the first one.
Also not great.
It's just saltier, and it looks better. It doesn't really taste better.
This is just one piece of chicken.
See, now you're interested in how many pieces of chicken.
Right, yeah.
It's one big, thin piece, and this is exciting because it seems like it's not gonna be crappy. I don't even need the noodles.
Oh, wow. That's special. That's nice. The cheese is good, and the cheese was like under like a broiler. Like it actually set in on that stuff. That didn't really happen on this. See how this is just like cheese that just melted? This is cheese that was part of the process.
Clearly, these two...
This is confusing.
Are the best...
This is like 700 pieces of chicken.
Is it? Oh, is it? Yes. Yeah, they cut the chicken into like nuggets?
It would be helpful if you were left-handed. Funny thing is, you are.
Well, I could try.
You never eat with your left hand.
It's like a big piece of chicken parm, but then they sliced it and then melted cheese on top of it after slicing it, so the cheese is one piece.
That's not bad.
It's not as good as I thought it would be. All right.
There's a clear winner here.
Yeah, this one right here is so much more the tastiest.
It's so much better. I'm gonna eat it while you tell us what it is.
Well, boys, it looks like you're both gonna be dancing because you picked the fine dining restaurant Craig's for $36.
Oh yeah? There was a chicken plushie involved.
Yeah, right.
In that poor excuse for a fancy dance routine.
Yeah, I
So
was just thinking
from-
about getting back to this chicken parm.
Rhett's side, the first one is frozen. It's Michelangelo's frozen chicken parm for $6.96. Then we have Olive Garden for $18.49.
That's a disappointment.
Yeah, then we have
But it
Craig's.
is salty.
And then the last one is our casual dining place, Victor Jr.'s for $9.95. So I guess not bad.
Yeah. Well, fancy so far. This is chicken pot pies.
Wow, they're also different. I mean, I'm
got
going
3
spoon.
in foil and 1 in the bowl. Oh, you're going with the spoon.
It's so crispy. I mean, it's so flaky.
Do I have a... Yes, I do have a big spoon.
Oh, wow. Oh, I got such a...
This one...
It's not very creamy. It's just a lot of meat, which is, I'm not complaining.
It looks really nice on top.
That's good, but it could be frozen. I'm just going to say.
I think that the vegetables are the giveaway. They're a little bit undercooked and tasteless.
Look at a spoon on it.
Oh my gosh, it does.
It's letting us know that we're using the right utensil.
That is a spoon.
Now, these are just each just one pie.
Correct.
I don't, what do you, no, this is 4 pies.
But
what do you mean?
They just do one pie here. And they just do one pie here.
You're making fun of me. Wow. That is a good pie.
The chicken's way better on this.
And the biscuity stuff.
Well, we call it a crust.
Wouldn't you
Crust,
say?
correct.
In the
Oh, really? That
industry.
biscuit stuff?
Yeah, I'd call it crust.
No, this one here. There's like
This is-
chowder in there.
This is soupy. This is what I was expecting, and this is why I brought my spoon to the party.
It's a little better than one.
I think I might like it better than 2.
Wonder why this one's in a glass bowl from our kitchen.
I'm confused, but
Yeah.
how many pies is it?
You can't, I can't say.
It could be mini pies.
I think it could be mini pies.
It could be several pies.
Oh my gosh, this is probably gonna be amazing if you ever get in
What
it.
is the temperature of these pies? Because the way that you're eating them with reckless abandon is scaring the top part of my mouth.
Yeah, you guys did a good
No,
job.
I'd say
You're not
they're
burning us
about
here.
87 degrees.
Oh, good. Okay.
I can tell that's pulled chicken.
I want to like that, but they did something with a spice
I know, what's wrong
that I
with
do
it?
not like at all. It's like a celery died and came back and tried to have like a second coming kind of
Yes,
thing.
it's zombie celery.
Zombie celery, yeah.
All right, I mean, you're just eating now, but I know what my vote is. I mean, without a doubt, I love that one the most.
All 3 of these are doing different things for me, but I actually think I like the taste of this one the best.
Rhett, sir,
Uh-huh.
you have just chosen the frozen Marie Callender's pot pie for $2.99.
I like Marie.
That is the pie that I frequent. And Link,
Not
you, sir, need to grab that chicken because you have chosen Wood Spoon, our fine dining restaurant, for $16.
Oh, and I thought this was the
$16.
fine dining.
What kind of things are you doing to that chicken? Oh. What do you call that dance move?
The Dougie. The dip. The slow dance.
And then the other 2 pies on Rhett's side, we have our casual place for Publicus pie for $9.97, and the one in the glass bowl is Mimi's Cafe, our sit down for $14, and it just it was all messed up when it came to us, so we had to
bowl it.
We had to bowl it.
You had to bowl it, but it did come in a tin.
It doesn't taste good.
A quick reminder, we want you to check out the Mythical Kitchen channel. They got all kinds of recipes, food experiments, there's laughing, there's drooling, and even learning.
Yeah,
So go to the Mythical Kitchen channel. Right, Nicole?
That's right.
Yeah, you're doing great over there. So proud.
This is chicken tikka masala.
This is chicken tikka masala.
Yes. Whenever we would come to Los Angeles before we lived here, people would want to meet us places. We were like, let's get Indian food.
This is about 14 pieces of chicken.
I've got to get one piece here.
Oh, wow.
We were Indian food deprived, and now I'm just living in heaven.
Now, this is how the dish was served to us in terms of the chicken and sauce to rice ratio. We just put it all together in a bowl, okay? That's good. That's some sweet. I've never had it that sweet before. Like,
I like it.
That's like a signature
and you could,
dish kind
you
of
could
place.
order it spicier, and it would be nicier.
I mean, I kind of feel like we don't even. This is obviously like the
crap,
the frozen one.
The sauce doesn't taste bad, but the chicken is scary. Like, what's wrong with that chicken?
Probably it's just been rubberized. Okay. Wow.
Get some big chunks.
This is nice. How many? Can you count them real quick for us?
14.
Wow. Totally different flavor profile.
I like.
Way different than this. These two are like, I wouldn't even call them the same dish.
It has a consistency of like a squash soup.
This is greasier, which makes me think it's more like authentic, but and finally.
I'm just saying, it tastes the greatest. It's slot number 1. Let's see what happens here.
Huh.
That meets all my expectations.
That might be a contender, but I gotta come back here.
Rhett, the show must go on.
You ready? I'm so surprised by this.
You know what? I just want to be different than you because they were exactly tied in my mind.
All 3 of these are pretty good. This one's obviously not anywhere close.
You, sir, are a sit-down boy because
Sit
you've
down.
chosen India's flavor for $16. But Link, you are fancy. You've chosen our fine dining Spice Affair
Let me
Indian
get a
restaurant,
little
Beverly
some
Hills,
more.
$25.95. Dance with that chicken.
That is good. It's real good. This might be one of the best dishes that's ever been made.
And you were right about that one. It is frozen from Saffron Road for $5.29, and then the other one was our casual dining Royal Curry Cafe for $9.95.
It's solid. It's still solid. This one is the only one that's not worth you enjoying.
These are buffalo wings.
This is a weird looking buffalo.
I know, I didn't want to say it. And maybe it's because it's smoked or something.
Oh.
It's like smoked on a grill.
It's actually really nice.
Really nice taste. Even without going back to the wing sauce. I'm gonna leave that for more. Moving right along to a redder, more expectedly fried.
Flat on each one. That could be from a bag into the oven.
Something hit me early on that screamed cheap.
Like this may have been frozen at some point. Now this is a place that likes to put breading on their buffalo wings, which I'm not a fan of.
Are all these hot? Because the first one was not hot at all. The second one was pretty freaking hot.
Pretty freaking hot.
And then over here, this definitely looks like too hot.
This is bad.
Like hoity-toity. Hey, yeah, that was like soft and disappointing. Nickname in high school, maybe?
Yours, yeah. This is definitely was in a bag and was frozen.
But you did. Oh, really?
This is doing more what I expect from a hot wing. It's just fried, it's just sauce, it's pretty spicy, and it doesn't have breading on it. But I gotta say, the first one is actually the best all-around taste for me.
I know. It's just a fun, surprising, alternate take on a hot wing, and I just felt like we're in the mood for it, I guess.
In the mood.
Link, you have just completed the first ever Good Mythical Morning Fancy Feast, because that is our fine dining Maple Block Meat Company.
Join me.
No, you know what? I'll let you do this solo. I'll let you do this solo, Link.
Dance, sir. Dance.
You did all 4 rounds. You can dance with your chicken. Now that's just one. It's actually not one chicken. There's a baby chicken attached to it. So technically it's 2 chickens that he's currently dancing.
He's a baby.
And then the other wings, that the first one next to it is actually Buffalo Wild Wings for $9.89, and then we have Domino's for $6.74 and Tyson Frozen for $3.40.
They're huge.
So if you completed this all chicken meal, the lowest possible total was $18.64 and the highest possible total was $96.20, which is what Link achieved. Rhett, your perfect meal total was $73.24.
What does it mean that
when it came to chicken,
I'm all of a sudden fancy when it comes to chicken?
Well, the funny thing is like because you haven't been had a higher expense level on this game ever than me, and then when you did it, you went straight fancy. Oh, I think you're just a fancy chicken man.
I must just be. Yeah. I must
just embrace it. I think it has something to do with how well you're acquainted with numbers
and how long I've been eating chicken.
Right.
Thanks for subscribing and clicking.
Bell. You know what time it is?
Wow, the fancy chicken.
A fancy feast? I honestly totally forgot.
I forgot that. I would have never thought that either one of us had ever done that.
I chose fancy chicken every round. I'm a fancy chicken man.
But see, that's the point I'm getting at, is that we have this life that exists on this show. And then did you take the fact that you were a fancy chicken man, and did you take it into your real life and then become a fancy chicken man as you just went around? Have you been eating fancy chicken, or you been missing fancy chickens?
No, man, because I forgot that was me.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying, man.
Who I was.
This is a couple of years of fancy chicken that you've been missing.
Because I knew I was the chicken king from the blind taste test episode.
You're a chicken guy.
I know.
You should be eating fancy chicken all the time.
What? But even this conversation right now,
we'll forget
that you're watching, we will also forget.
No. Take a note.
Yeah, use the lip balm and put it on the paper towel, dude.
Remind one.
Let's move on to fried foods. Oh, this is a good one.
Fancy chicken.
And do we finally get to see Michelle? Let's find out. This is January 31st, 2022.
Oh, this year.
How fancy are our fried food palates?
Let's talk about that.
Good mythical morning.
When it comes to picking our favorite dishes and naked foods, I've been known to tango with the fancy cow Michelle more often than Link, who tends to prefer cheaper options, and sometimes pet food. But today,
no shame in
we're
that.
finally being given the chance to taste the full spectrum of the comfiest of foods, fried foods.
And I'm thinking fancy has no place in the world of fry. But let's strip away all preconceived notions, because it's time for Naked Foods Naked Fried Food Edition. Naked.
Our goal is to find out how much price matters when it comes to fried food, so every dish will not be served with things like garnishes, shiny tableware, or even a smile. To reiterate, everything is naked.
Naked. We're gonna be trying fried foods from 4 different price points. Those are freezer section of the grocery store, fast casual restaurants, sit-down restaurants, and fine dining establishments.
Each round we'll pick our favorite fried dish, then Stevie will tell us where each food is from, how much it costs. By the end, we'll know how expensive our preferences are and which fried foods put us in good moods. I said moods, not moos. It's not your time yet, Michelle.
Okay, the fried daddies are ready. This is fish and chips.
Oh, it is fish and chips, isn't it?
Start down here and I'll grab one. Okay, that is a triangular shaped fish.
That is sad. It looks like a tongue.
It only doesn't taste horrible, probably because we haven't eaten anything else. And a nice, or right, a fry.
They're not. I mean, I'd finish that. I mean, I would.
Yeah. Now these fries look better. They got some sort of a, oh, these chips. I'm sorry.
Yeah. The fish is also, oh, look at that. I mean, that's a natural sort of flakified. This is the first one was a fish like conglomeration.
It's like a geometry lesson in triangles. But yeah, this. You know, I've had fish and chips in London.
Well seasoned, me too.
You were there. It wasn't really the fanciest of food.
No.
Now these fries
it's definitely better.
Don't look as fancy as those fries because they don't have as much of the green specks on
them. I got a double.
But they taste pretty good. Now, we've still got that same triangular thing. I mean,
yeah, this looks like fake fish.
They're trying to make it like a chicken finger or something?
No, that's real. That's a real piece of fish.
Seems like better fish than the very first fish. Even though it's shaped the same.
That fish is not bad.
No, I like it.
Oh, it's super salty though.
I like that.
Like way over the top salty.
Now these fry chips have the skins. Now skins, is that fancy?
I really like the fries.
Those are good. And are we gonna? There's only one fish.
We'll have to do eeny, meeny, miny, moe, man.
To break this thing apart.
Oh, we split it.
There you go.
Forgot about splitting.
Promising.
Huh.
Not salty enough. I gotta go back to these fries.
That fish isn't flavorful enough.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Are you ready to politely stab your favorite dish in 3, 2, 1, shoot?
We agrees. These are good, and it's not just because of those green specks. This is making me think, I don't order fish and chips enough. Look at how glistening my fingers are.
Are their finger looking good?
They're finger glistening good.
Well, you know, we always say it's best to start things off with a 3-way.
Oh, yeah!
Fancy pants dance, that is.
That was fancy, huh? You want to get greasy, girl? Yeah. Good, let me get in here. Oh! Oh! Somebody hit me in the mouth! Somebody! Was that Michelle? Yeah. Were your eyes closed or something?
I figure Michelle wouldn't do that. She's not aggressive.
Okay, yeah, so you guys both picked our fine dining place, son of a gun, fish and chips for $21.50. And then,
21, not bad.
Of course, from Rhett's side, yes, those were our frozen great value fish and chips for $146.
$146?
Then we have our fast casual from Sizzler for $10.99.
Sizzler does fish and chips.
Sizzler's bringing the salt. They're trying to hide their mistakes with salt.
And then the last one is our sit-down restaurant, the old chip shop.
The old chip shop.
Beer battered cod for $15.
You know what? Great fries. So calling yourself the old chip shop works. You got to put more seasoning on your fish, on your cod. You got to season your cod.
Don't gesture at your piece.
It doesn't matter because you can't see that I was doing
Your cod piece.
You gotta season your cod.
Hey, Batman had one.
Yeah. These are fried mac and cheese bites.
And these are... Again, we're starting with another triangle.
Always start with a triangle. I have a feeling all these are gonna taste good.
This one tastes good.
Even if they're cheap.
Feels cheap. I'd like to dip it in something, but it's naked.
Naked.
Now these are like hush puppies.
This is like something Mama would make. Oh.
It's white in there. It's not orange.
They're better.
That's a good strong taste. I don't know if they're better. They're definitely fancy.
These are not bad.
These are freaking huge.
Move on to the square.
All of these seem like a geometry lesson.
Oh man.
Now you can
That's
see.
real nice.
You can see the curly hues in there. What are they called? Noodles.
Noodles, man.
Macaroni.
The breading on that is really good. Wow.
And there's spices on it, not like seasonings.
And it's macaroni. This is not macaroni. This is something.
I couldn't tell, yeah. It's too mushed.
What about these? These little
blonde turds. I can see the macaroni pieces though.
I said that.
Cross sections?
I thought all of these would taste good. I was wrong. I don't think that tastes good.
It's very basic.
Flavorless.
But I want to go back here.
These are not bad. That's next level for me.
Okay.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
I'm going for it. I don't care.
These the breading on these and the full macaroni.
I think it's too much. That's just late night love affair.
The taste on those is so good.
Rhett, I'm gonna need you to get your dancing shoes on.
Do it.
Please don't hit me in the face. She moved at me. Okay, go on, Tiger. I'll see you in a little bit.
Michelle, you're lingering too much.
Michelle, you're always welcome. So Rhett, yours are from the 6 for $13.
The 6?
And,
The 6?
Yeah, the 6.
Naked 6.
And then Link, you chose our fast casual place, Harold's Chicken.
Harold's
Those
is bringing
are
it.
$5.50. And then next to Harold's, we have our sit-down place, Outback Steakhouse for $7.50. And then finally, the ones you did not like are our frozen Snaps mac and cheese bites for $1.
Yeah, that's too much.
That's a deal, though.
That's too much.
That's a steal, $1 for a blonde nugget.
Today is the last day to join Third Degree Monthly to be eligible for our original comic book exclusive to the Mythical Society, Blood Oath, Rhett and Link versus the Global Lovemaking Crisis.
It's good.
Join Third Degree Monthly by today. By today, Third Degree Monthly, okay?
I'm not taking it out of the plastic because of my greasy hands.
Mythical Society.
There's many pages.
MythicalSociety.com for details.
These are onion rings.
These are onion rings. And these
are very breaded.
They kind of got like breadcrumb action. Very sweet. The onion inside almost feels like it's melted to like a goo. No need to chew.
I'm a Southern boy, so when I think onion rings, I'm attracted to something that looks like it was, I don't know. There's just something about this that just seems more homemade and fried.
Yeah, like one onion ring. I gotta think that the winner of onion ring taste that Fatburger's lurking in here. This may be
oh man,
him.
That is so much better than the first one.
Nice and thick, sweet.
I like it. The
Defined.
onion is better and the onion is bigger.
I really want ketchup, but naked.
Now we're back to more breading. Again, it's a different kind of breading. Like you said, it's a thicker crumb.
This is a really wide cut of an onion.
That's a tasty onion ring, though.
I don't hate that. But yeah, the breadcrumb nature versus the smooth fry. This Fry Daddy is drawn to the smoothness.
I'm drawn to the smoothness, but look at that one down there, son.
These are smooth.
This is smooth and like
Big.
It's got some green stuff on it.
Look, green flecks, you know what that means. Almost overpowered by the breading.
I think the breading has gotten too doughy.
It's very thick. It's almost like a.
I'm willing to bet that's
like an error.
There's a clear winner for me. Now,
Yeah.
This one is good, but this one is North Carolina boys are made happy.
By Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, we are.
$6.99. Our fast casual, please.
Buffalo Wild Wing. Okay.
Yeah.
Getting in on the fat burger, huh? Pushy, pushy, pushy.
We also have, of course, the frozen kind from Target for $2.79. And then actually the fancy ones are the next ones from Morton's Steakhouse for $13.50.
Like I said,
$13.50.
This was a really, really good flavor. Really good flavor, but it's just not what I'm looking for in an onion ring.
I don't trust the Morton's fisherman.
Yeah, you see Michelle poked out a second ago.
Yeah.
And then our sit-down place, the Morrison, over in Atwater for $9. I like to give a nice plug to locations of restaurants when I know them.
But the breading is just, they went too hard. You got to slow your roll.
You need to drop in there and tell them they need to slow the roll, the breading, Stevie.
So I wonder if this will beat the Fat Burger. That's for another day.
A whole new episode just got invented. Fat Burger versus Buffalo Wild Wings. Onion Rings edition. These are fried mozzarella sticks. This is a loose definition for a stick.
This is like a freaking loaf.
It's like a playing card.
Hey, the green specks. Whenever fancy people try to fry something, they throw in green specks so that it just doesn't look like gratuitous fried.
There's flavor in those specks.
That is thick.
There's flavor in them there specks.
Now, we've been all over the place in the previous rounds in what we've chosen, except for the lowest, which is maybe this.
We can spot frozen stuff that's been fried.
And that frozen fried stuff just isn't happening, is it?
That's definitely been frozen at some point in the past.
The one consistency is my arteries.
Remember to finish your words, Link.
Getting to be cloggy. It's not bad.
I mean, I'd eat a whole pack of them. Now we have smaller playing cards, like the mini pack.
Less green flecks.
Oh, that's a better cheese.
And the cheese is not nearly as thick as the first one, so it's a better proportion. I like the ratio.
I like a big cheese. This is a traditional.
Well, it's actually a stick, you know? It's like, that's kind of what I want. So, I mean, this is good. It's less than mouth wide, though, so I do like...
Check out the flavor on that bad boy.
Oh, he's naughty.
That's super salty, which is a sign that it's not going to be our fanciest choice. That is, this level of salt is screaming fast casual, but I think they're getting it right.
It's very spongy. I mean, I think this is literally just a cheese stick.
Like a string cheese?
String cheese stick. And then they breaded it. That's the experience I'm getting.
I like a lot of cheese, man.
You want a 3, 2, 1?
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
I'm going to respect the form.
Yeah, me too.
I'm respecting the form.
We agree.
That's a good, very salty mozzarella stick.
Guys, I think this sub-series has proven that I think you really like Arby's and you need to go there more often because those are Arby's mozzarella fries.
I've never been disappointed with Arby's.
I mean,
I've never been disappointed with Arby's.
Mozzarella fries? Yeah, we'll call them mozzarella fries.
Yeah.
$2.99 at Arby's. The other ones, the very first ones are fine dining from the nice guy for $16. Our frozen snacks, Moz.
You just want to eat one, Michelle? This is a little bit gross because it comes from your milk.
And then the next ones are from Olive Garden, our sit-down place for $8.79.
I like how it's like a flat
her own cheese.
It's a flat.
She's really into it.
Stop! You didn't earn this.
Okay, I just felt bad for her because I almost chose those.
Olive Garden gets my respect, but Arby's, I'm coming for you.
Arby's.
Okay, guys, so the lowest possible total you could have done was $6.25, and the highest possible was $64. Rhett, your perfect meal total was $44.48, and Link, your perfect meal total was $36.98.
Yeah, saving a few pennies for my fried daddy experience to go farther.
Thanks for subscribing and clicking that bell.
You know what time it is.
Man, I feel bad about I yelled at Michelle.
Yeah,
and then I tried to feed her own cheese and make her feel weird about it. Now that
she liked that.
But now that she's gone, I really look back at all those moments I had, all those opportunities I had to really connect.
I know.
Where's she spending the holidays?
We kind of look down on her, and now that she's gone, we just have Chase in a Michelle costume.
It's not.
It is not the same. So let's continue to reminisce.
Yeah.
May 23rd of this year. I don't know exactly what happened to Michelle here, but this is our breakfast naked episode. Should a breakfast sandwich really break the bank?
Let's talk about that. Good mythical morning.
In my opinion, breakfast should be the cheapest meal of the day.
Okay.
Like, what is it really? I mean, you got eggs, bread, bacon, taters of some sort.
Yep.
It's simple stuff. I mean, I could almost make it.
Well, almost means not quite.
And what if breakfast from a fine dining establishment is simply something you haven't tried yet? Well, it's time for Naked Foods, Naked Breakfast Edition. Naked.
Yeah, we're gonna be trying breakfast dishes from 4 different price points. The freezer section of the grocery store, fast casual restaurants, sit-down restaurants, and fine dining establishments.
Each round, we're gonna pick our favorite plate from those 4. Then Stevie's gonna tell us where each food is from, how much it costs, and then by the end, we're gonna know exactly how much our true favorite breakfast would cost.
Bring on the brekkie.
These are breakfast sandwiches.
And some of these are more exciting than others. Let's start here.
This is, okay,
is this like an English muffin type thing?
It's like something you get at the airport.
No? Oh, I like that fluffy egg.
Kind of on the go.
Fluffy and cheesy. There's nothing to compare it to. It's not horrible.
It doesn't taste bad, but look at this. This has got a big,
it frozen?
Giant egg on it. That's very yolky, which is a good thing. And then
it's very yolky, which is a matter of taste.
And
if you like that or not. It's not about being good or bad. It's just a matter of preference.
It's just like they're saying, you know, if you like dark meat, you should like yolky eggs.
I think. Take a little bit of that bacon. Nice soft bun.
That's really good.
It's like a hamburger bun.
I thought it was going to be tastier than it actually is by looking at it. It looks incredible. It tastes good. It doesn't taste incredible.
Now this one is crazy looking, dude.
There's a sauce on this one that's going to give it some more flavor, and it's a whole hash brown on the bottom.
And look at how thick that bacon is. Here's the yolk over here. I'm going to dodge that to give it a good time.
Oh, man.
That is some thick bacon.
I missed the bacon on the first bite.
You better get it again.
It's got a sauce on it. Some kind of hot sauce there on the top. Dang, you got all the bacon, bro.
You want some more of this bacon?
Yeah.
It's like
How'd you get all the bacon?
And it's really hoard bacon.
Bacon placement left something to be desired on this one.
I mean, I almost don't call that bacon. It's like a board. It's like a board of bacon. You could build a house with this thing. And then the entire hash brown underneath.
What's that spice?
But over here, we got the good stuff.
I gotta tell you, that's Jimmy Dean right there. Or something very much like it.
Frozen, microwave.
I ate so much of this crap in my life.
I mean, Jimmy Dean, don't sleep on Jimmy, because that's a good little breakfast sandwich at home if you get the biscuit.
If you've got nothing else to eat,
this bread,
enjoy.
This like croissant thing gets hard really easy.
There's no contest here, in my mind.
3, 2, 1.
You know what I'm gonna do? I know this seems crazy, but I'm voting for that one because I just think at a certain point you're trying too hard at breakfast time. It's like,
I'm open to that.
This is really
as hard
great.
as you want.
Okay, Link, I think you have maybe an inkling of the one that you chose because it's Starbucks. Those are fast casual. $4.45. Brett, it's time to get those dancing shoes on because you chose our fine dining Bottega Louis for $20.
Bottega Louis? Bottega Louis is a fancy
so good
place.
to see you again.
The whole front of that place is covered in macarons.
And again.
Macaroons?
And again. One last time, for good measure.
Boy,
I love seeing Michelle. You know what?
You bumped, but you didn't grind.
I'm tired of the slander. People just, they're still carrying on with this idea that Michelle is not her own person, but it's just Chase in a costume.
Right.
If Michelle,
forget about it,
was Chase in a costume, could he be right here, right now?
Right. Hey, Chase.
Hey, Chase.
See?
So in case you missed the price tag on that fancy sandwich, that was $20.
Worth it.
The other ones
Build a house with this thing.
are our sit-down place, Fred 62 for $12.99, and then yes, that is Jimmy Bean for $1.37 per sandwich.
Well, Jimmy, I know you can do better. These are pancakes.
Oh, yes.
Or as my daughter Lily called them, cakes.
Cake.
When she was little.
I'm going handheld. Now, these are naked, that's why there's no syrup.
When I was little, I didn't like pancake syrup. I just used butter. And then I realized that was dumb.
Oh. So you can change.
I change all the time.
I
changed my mind about you every day.
That was Frozen.
I wake up thinking one thing, and then I talk myself out of it.
You wake up thinking today's the day you're going to finally kill me.
This is the big one. This is the big one.
This is homemade.
So much better. Slow, fluffy. Oh yeah.
That's pretty good.
It needs butter.
Daddy likes that one. This one got a handle.
Now hold on. Let go of it. Let go of it. That ain't a handle, man. That's a dangling wiener.
That's a pancake penis.
It really is.
Don't let a kid see that.
But just bite that. Open your mouth. That's the part you gotta eat.
Why is it so hard to grab onto?
Not the good part.
Oh, this is so thick.
This could be a construction material too. Very dense. These are so fluffy.
It's like a sit-down restaurant.
You think?
That like to think they're good at making pancakes.
They're not
that great.
This is I mean the taste is not bad.
That one fell apart.
Boy, these really griddle.
Oh,
that was a little overcooked, so I'm gonna go with this one.
Oh wow,
this is fluffy and floppy. Is there a hint of fruit?
A hint of fruit? Man, between that one and this one.
This isn't bad, but there is a little hint of something. Something from the pan.
I taste like the cast iron that this was cooked in.
Does Eggo make a pancake too?
All right.
I think one of these might be.
Those are Eggo, yeah, for real.
2, 1.
I'm a big fan of these. These are very good. That's exquisite.
No, I love this one.
Okay, Link, you have chosen our sit-down restaurant, Fred 62. Pancakes are $10.99. And Rhett, it is time to dance again. Our fine dining restaurant, Delphine, for $21.
Hey man, you're spending that much money first thing in the morning. You're not gonna make it to the end of the day.
Not Chase. Michelle. That doesn't feel like Chase. Hey, let me just explain something to you right now. Michelle, stay out here with me for a second. Listen, we've already seen your comments. You're talking about how what happens is Michelle leaves and then you see Chase. So, hey, okay, well, how about this? What's up, Chase?
Chase. He's
kind of in his own world. He's in his own world, but this is not Chase.
Chase!
Bye, Michelle. I'll see you again
See?
soon.
Go over there and be with Chase. Or go that way.
The first pancakes are indeed frozen. They're Eggos.
Yeah.
It's $1.07 for 3.
That's a steal.
And then the other ones are our fast casual Apollo restaurant. 3 pancakes for $6.95.
Yeah.
Don't need to
Seems
approve
pre-made.
the recipe. This is quiche, Lorraine.
Quiche Lorraine?
Quiche Lorraine.
What is Lorraine about it?
I guess it's when there's ham and cheese.
What makes it Lorraine? Y'all know?
Ham and cheese, Lorraine.
Y'all working over there? Y'all off the clock?
Defend yourself.
Chase!
quiche Lorraine is filled with savory egg custard, bacon, cheese, and caramelized onions.
Bacon, cheese, and onion.
I loved it, but I never knew that's what it was called. I don't like that one.
I don't. It's definitely not great, but you can't really make a bad quiche. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm like, yeah, I'll keep eating it.
Now this one seems to have a little bit of
Green in it.
green pepper, or is that broccoli?
Lorraine kind of got a little bit. Let go of the reins.
I think it's broccoli, dude.
It's pretty tasty.
Still like it. I like a quiche.
That cheese, I love it.
Breakfast pie.
The cheese on that is very good.
And look at this one though. This one is like.
Why are you touching those? Why are you touching the whole thing? I gotta eat some of it.
Here, you can dodge it. Here, I'll leave my fingers where they are. I know how you never like to eat something I've touched. Now this one looks fluffy.
You're not gonna like that. It's got a lot of mustard in it.
Is that mustard? Or like horseradish? Worcestershire?
I think it's mustard.
I don't dislike mustard, and I like mustard on my eggs sometimes.
I love mustard, but I don't like that.
Yeah, it kind of makes it soured. It looks the best, but it's just disappointing because it's got that left field.
Huh? That's not bad.
The bacon is smoky in this one. It really comes down to if you can get away with broccoli in your quiche.
That's really good. That cheese is so good.
Yeah. All right.
A 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, we agree on this. This is definitely the best one. Curious what this is.
Well, you can both remain seated.
Oh, I thought I was gonna get the
No,
damn.
this is a fancy one, but they're trying something that's
Too
not
hard.
working.
Wrong.
That's the fancy
This one's a fancy one because it sucks.
Well, first, the one that you guys chose is our sit-down restaurant, which is very hard for me to pronounce, and we've talked about this previously.
Is it La Pan Quante Dang?
Yeah.
La Pan Quante Dang.
Although there's a new trick that Carney taught me, so it's Le Pan Quotidien. Quotidien. Do you
it's got a
understand
little
what the
titty
trick
in it?
is? Yeah, that's
I
the
like
trick.
La Pan Quante Dang.
It's pan. I know it's pan. It's not. There, you don't pronounce the N, Carney. I know that.
That was in my phone.
La pan quantité.
Exactly. For $14. The first one is the fine dining.
Really?
And that is from Monsieur Marcel for $17.
You're trying to taste it, thinking that you're there.
Still not good.
Still not good, right?
The third one is Fast Casual Sweet Lily for $12. And then the last one is Frozen for $2.45 from Country Chef.
It's still good.
We almost went with Country Chef, yo.
You can freeze a quiche and it doesn't get worse. Sometimes it gets better because it like locks the flavor.
Congeals it. All right, yeah. Noted. Like that shirt, Rhett. Show them the whole thing, man. All right, last year we turned it up to 11 with our Mythical Beast Classic Metal Tee. We're following it up this year with our Mythical Beast Classic Rock Tee, inspired by, 70s rock bands, a little bit of Zeppelin. Take your stairway to heaven at mythical.com.
Look at that Randler fly.
These are breakfast burritos.
These are breakfast burritos. Boy, do we have a variety. We got a little one, but let's start with this big one.
This one has seen a grill.
It's got some sausage, some peppers.
That's pretty tasty.
Some
I
taters.
actually learned recently, I don't know why, it never really crossed my mind when making a breakfast burrito at home that the key is after you wrap it to throw it back on the grill. It's like, I don't know how I missed that step. But that's what seals it all up and makes it great.
Seal it back up.
That's a good taste. And it's actually got tomato in there, which, like a pico, which is really working for me.
I thought that was a pepper. You got away with it.
This is
this is a hot pot.
This has been frozen.
This is like a freaking hot pot.
I'm not gonna hold that against it.
It's good.
It doesn't taste like a breakfast burrito. It tastes like you said, like a hot pot. Like
It's very processed.
Its own thing.
But I do like it.
But I think breakfast can be frozen. And it's not
The
that.
cheese sauce is nice. Now this one is huge. What is this hunk of a thing here? It's like that's a really big old sausage. Dang, this is good. very sausage forward. I like that.
This one feels the most homemade so far. I'm missing a little what I got with this pico.
Yeah, there's no onion.
And the sort of the accoutrement of that one, and also it wasn't thrown back on the griddle as you can see. Tastes good though. That actually tastes like it might be Corner Cottage.
I know, Corner Cottage here in Burbank has got a killer breakfast burrito. Gotta credit Morgan with that. You're the one who first started bringing these things in, right? Back in the day?
And look, this one has the egg completely wrapped around the outside.
Yeah, they omeletize it.
I don't like keeping the egg whole like that as much as...
Yeah, it's not as fun. I think there's a really high quality ingredients. But I mean, before we give our final answer on this one, I was going into this thinking breakfast needed to be cheap. And yeah, I'm still saying you can definitely get away with cheapness at breakfast.
Breakfast can be cheap, I think is the conclusion.
Even with the quiche. But in this round,
all right, I went back to
when you're in a breakfast burrito zone, you can really, when you wrap that stuff up in a burrito, well, you can take it to another level.
I feel strongly about this one. The added flavor in here is just so good.
This is my baby.
Well, Rhett, stand right up.
Dude, your bank is broken.
And sit right back down. You have chosen Taco Bell.
Are you serious?
Well, listen.
Taco Bell?
Taco Bell is totally bringing. I've never had their breakfast burrito.
God. This is their grande toasted breakfast burrito with sausage for $3.29.
It tastes like fast food now.
And then Link, you chose the sit-down place, which actually isn't Corner Cottage. It's Great Grill for $9.99.
Because you got to sit down.
And then, of course, one on plate 2 is Frozen El Monterey for $1.29. And the last one that looks the fanciest is the fanciest. It's from Delphine for $19.
Yeah, I don't like what you're doing with
Delphine,
the egg.
They're pushing too far.
Got to scramble that egg.
Dang, how do you feel about that Taco Bell?
I've never had. Maybe I've had it on the show, but I got to have breakfast at Taco Bell now.
Okay, so
get in there.
The lowest possible total you could have gone this whole episode was $6.18, and the highest was $77. Rhett, your perfect meal total was $58.29.
Ooh, that hurts.
And Link, yours was $39.43.
Oh, okay. So somewhere in the middle. I'm feeling good about that. I've expanded my breakfast palette this morning.
And so have I. I'm going to Taco Bell now. Thanks for subscribing and clicking that bell.
You know what time it is. See, that was the one where we finally put to rest that Chase was not Michelle because they were both right there. Remember that, Chase?
Yeah, he's always over there. He's always over there. Chase, look alive!
Come on. Not Michelle, but now in the Michelle costume. I don't know. Maybe Michelle will come back.
Hating life in the Michelle costume.
Do we have more naked food stuff to try in 2023? I hope so.
Yeah, man.
Such a good format.
We have not plumbed the depths.
We haven't.
There's still more foods. There's still more foods.
So we have ended this marathon where you're crossing the finish line of not one, but 3 marathons in 1 week. So good on you.
Yes. And you know what? Thank you for sticking with us today on this marathon, if you made it this far. But also, thank you for sticking with us today as part of this season of Good Mythical Morning, the show that you should watch. You know what? This has been an incredible season in a way that we just didn't. Well, the marathons did dip into other years, but I've had a good time. I think we should probably continue doing the show.
I'm gonna have the most good time I've ever had next year, though. I'm gonna make this year look like I hated it.
Oh, really? What? It just keeps getting better.
It's just gonna keep getting better.
It just keeps getting better.
You keep getting better too. Thanks for being your mythical best, for making us a part of your daily routine. We're gonna be back. Don't worry.
Yeah, taking a little break, just a little break. We'll be back January 9th for the GMM season 23 premiere. Can you believe it? 23. I love it. There's no good reason.
Only 2 days left to get the Red and Link U2's collectible. Join Third Degree Quarterly or Annual by December 31st at mythicalsociety.com. which celebrity guests were some of the best.
Let's talk about that. Good mythical marathon.
It takes two to do a lot of things. It takes two people to tango. It takes two people to make a relationship work. And despite popular belief, it takes two wrongs to make a right. It does.
Okay, but sometimes on this show we need more than just the two of us to make the magic happen. I'm not talking about the mythical crew. They're great, but I'm not talking about them. I'm not
talking about our dogs?
Our beloved dogs.
No.
They're great, but I'm not talking about them.
No.
I'm not talking about that incredible talking globe that we've had on the show a number of times. It's always been an incredible bit. Everyone loves it. People talk about how genius it is and how they want to see it over and over and over and over and over again. There's enough of it, and they want it to have its own YouTube channel. I'm sorry, the Globe doesn't have time to have its own YouTube channel.
The Globe is dead, man.
Not talking about that Globe. I'm talking about celebrity guests.
Talking about celebrity guests. Now, people like to talk about who are the worst guests on the show, but that's not the spirit of holidays.
No.
People also like to talk about, well, then let's talk about who are the best guests.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's turn the tables.
And we are going to show you a marathon, back-to-back, full episode after full episode of the best good mythical guests of all time.
Yes.
In our opinion. See if you agree. I know you're not going to disagree with this first one.
Yeah, this is one of the best of all time, and that's why it's in this list. The first time we had Posty Malone on the show back in 2018 to remix some nursery rhymes.
1 Pac, 2 Pac, buckle your shoe, Pac.
Let's talk about that.
Good mythical morning.
Guess what, everybody? We got Post Malone here. Welcome, Post.
Show, man.
I'm a big fan.
Likewise. Really?
Yeah, I've been watching for 4 years.
That's crazy.
It's a pretty, I mean, give or take.
Okay, but who's
give or take 4 years or so.
Multiple
Give or
years.
take.
All right, here's what's happening on this episode. Later, we're going to create some Post Malone memes with the man himself. Plus, we'll be stuffing a Slim Jim inside of a
But first, who the heck is Georgie Porgy and why is he eating both pudding and pie? And how does one acquire a tisket or a tasket? What I'm saying is nursery rhymes are old, outdated, and they make no freaking sense.
So today, the three of us are going to update some stuffy old nursery rhymes by turning them into rap tracks. It's time for
Rap for my baby on the hilltop. All right, here's how this is going to work. We got a board over here. Andy. We have several different nursery rhymes and then several different rap styles. I see Migos, I see Snoop Dogg, I see Post Malone. I see Kanye West, I see the Sugar Hill Gang, and I see a Beastie Boy. So we pick a nursery rhyme, we pick a rap style, and then we make it happen.
And then we're going to head over to the crib and perform our rhymes.
Got it.
Individually. All right, Rhett, you're taller, so you are going first.
Oh, thanks. It's always helpful.
Pick your nursery rhyme.
I'm always such a fan of I'm a Little Teapot, because it's ironic when a big man sings I'm a Little Teapot.
That's nice.
Okay. And then what style are you going to perform this in?
Man, Snoop Dogg. I think that's all I got.
Look at the swagger.
Teapot tizzle full of tea-zizzle, y'all. I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here is my handle, here is my spout. When I get all steamed up, hear me shout. Just tip me over and pour me out. La-da-da-da-da. I'm a mother freaking teapot full of tea. La-da-da-da-da. Gonna pour some tea out of me.
Incredible.
Oh. That's pretty good, man.
I'm going on tour and later this year.
Can I come?
You want to open?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to choose Hickory Dickory Dock. Because why not?
Right. Does it really matter?
And I'm going to perform it in the style of Yeezy. Just count the hours. All right, I'm ready. Hickory dickory dock, the mouse ran up the clock struck 1, and down he come. Hickory dickory dock, the mouse ran up the clock struck 2, and look what he do. Hickory dickory dock. I'ma let you finish, but Beyonce had one of the greatest clocks of all time.
Wow. Just about got your baby.
Wow, that was
the baby
very
right in the head,
intense. I think Kanye would be proud.
I think it was nice.
Yeah, he's, you know, sometimes he goes after it.
Well,
so I had to bring it.
Who's your producer?
Mark.
He's talented.
He's sitting right over there.
Talented guy.
The tracks are pretty great.
Yeah, the tracks are great.
All right, you're up.
Your turn.
What song are you gonna pick?
Itsy Bitsy Spider has always been a song.
We have got a great WAN show lined up for you guys. Welcome, everyone. How do I know it's going to be great? Because I'm really
it's
tired.
the WAN show,
and
it's great every time.
And Luke is gonna help me. Luke is gonna help me make it great today. Our main topics are we had a power outage last week, and when we stitched together the clips of the WAN show, our main topic was cut by accident.
Torn out of it.
There are conspiracy theories that Microsoft found out we were going to talk about Windows Modern Standby and cut the power and deleted the VOD. Actually, it was just a miscommunication with the clips that had to be salvaged from one place and another place and put back together. Anyway, the point is, we're going to rehash that real quick styles for you guys. We're also going to be talking about, the big controversy this week.
Oh, CoffeeZilla versus Logan Paul?
There's been a number of big controversies this week.
It seems like the internet lately, to be honest.
Lately, you
People
say?
are like competing to see who can be that week's major news. Not even that month's.
CoffeeZilla alleges Logan Paul's crypto zoo is a scam.
Bum, bum, bum.
And
NFTs were a scam?
And Logan Paul is not the only creator that CoffeeZilla has exposed recently. My only question is, am I next?
Yes.
CoffeeZilla, what dirt you got on me? I'm genuinely curious.
We haven't sold NFTs.
What else you got?
That helps a lot. We also don't have a crypto coin. That also helps a lot. Let's see. I don't know. I kind of want to talk about this. Filmora pulling lifetime licenses.
Not a good look.
Not a good look at all. Also, graphics card leaks. Those are fun. People like those, right? 4070 Ti, maybe, leaked? Somebody will find it interesting.
Not him. I mean, don't you think 110 degrees on the 7900 XTX being in spec is interesting?
Yeah, I'm also not surprised, though.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. All right, let's roll that intro. The show is brought to you today by Seasonic, Manscaped, and Squarespace. So you can power up your grooming tools and make a website about it. Maybe don't make that website. All right, why don't we jump right into our first topic for the day.
Is it Windows? Is it Modern Standby?
It's Modern Standby.
We're doing it again.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
All right, our little video about Windows Modern Standby really lit some fires internally over at Microsoft, and Alex was able to have a chat with the VP of Windows Platform and Services to go over some questions. Question number 1. Why the heck is S3 Sleep, which, seemed to work pretty good, being removed from the BIOSes of laptops? And the answer is Microsoft is moving away from S3 Sleep because how each device goes to sleep is controlled by that device's firmware. That means for a device to sleep properly, the firmware needs to be maintained by the company that made said device. And I don't know about you, Luke, but sleep has worked perfectly on every computer I've ever owned.
I genuinely don't believe I have ever actually had a computer where sleep consistently worked. Ever. I don't think I have.
You haven't actually owned that many computers either.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
That's valid, true, and
I think
fair.
you've owned 2 laptops ever.
No?
Your Asus.
Nope.
And
I'm on my 4th.
Really? What do you run for a laptop then?
I got a pretty cool one, actually.
Did you steal it from work?
I did. You told me to be fair. You literally told me to on show.
Guy.
There is footage proof of this. You threw laptops at me.
I didn't do that.
You did.
What are you running now? What did you take?
I didn't.
What do you have?
I didn't
and
actually.
Did you use it to cheat in the ARC challenge?
No, I genuinely didn't.
Okay, what is it?
I actually don't even remember. It's an Asus laptop. It's a nice one. I don't remember the model. I didn't ask. I just asked for a laptop. That was it. And I got handed a very nice one.
All right,
cool. It does when you turn it on, it goes like.
Okay.
I know that much.
All right.
Yeah, it does that.
By using S0 Sleep instead of S3 Sleep, Microsoft gets more control over sleep instead of the device manufacturer and has a much higher success rate for everything going to sleep and waking up properly. Using S0 Sleep also apparently helps with security since Windows is in control of the device at all times. Okay. Our next question is, well, that's a problem, obviously, still, because it's not working properly still. So what is being done? As we anticipated, figuring out what's going wrong with Windows Modern Standby is very difficult, since many of the bugs are what they called Heisen bugs, aka if you observe the bugs, their behavior actually changes. A lot of telemetry is turned off during sleep to reduce power consumption, obviously. But this also means that if you turn on said telemetry to try to diagnose a problem with sleep, well, the test you're running is no longer the same because now you've got a bunch of telemetry running.
Yep.
They've looked into the situation that we described where a laptop doesn't properly go into disconnected sleep when you unplug it while it is sleeping. On some devices, it looks like we actually got it right. That does seem to be a problem, and they're looking into a fix. But they said it is only one of many potential ways that Modern Standby can cause problems. Basically, if we want this issue to go away, Microsoft needs a whack ton of data. All right, then. How are they going to get
one thing before you go there. I will say the Heisenbugs thing.
Yes.
I think most people, when they hear that, aren't going to think like if you change
Breaking
something.
Bad?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Totally.
I can see that.
Yeah. Anyways, doesn't matter.
Our chairs are at really different heights
Do I
today.
need to... What?
That's
Is that what
better.
happened?
Yeah, that's not real. Okay. Anyway, so what should you do? When Modern Standby problems happen to someone within Linus Media Group, we've been given a direct line to report these bugs, which is great for us to help get them data. But as you can probably imagine, not everyone is going to be able to do that. Well, okay, so first the process for us. When we find a laptop hot and dead, we can go into command prompt as an admin and type in power C. This has got to be CFG. That's got to be a typo. Power config /sleep study. This makes a zip file with all the battery data from our computer for the last while. The notes here say maybe do this on your laptop now to demonstrate. I did it last week. The float plane version of the VOD, I think, actually does have it.
I think so.
I think so. So I'm not going to bother doing it again. The point is, it makes a little zip file. We are then able to forward this log directly to Microsoft so they can hopefully figure out what's going on. Unfortunately, not everyone gets a direct line to Microsoft, but by reporting bugs, we can hopefully get them more data to figure things out, and these are the steps. The Feedback Hub is the best way to provide detailed feedback on issues to the Windows engineering team.
Do you want me to show it on screen?
Yeah, sure. The tool gathers detailed logs and can run additional diagnostics to help them fix issues. Feedback Hub can be opened up in Windows, and you just need to give yourself a relevant title. Like, say, for example, that. My computer battery is draining while it is asleep. Click Report a Problem, then provide more information on the specific issue. We've got an example kind of filled out for you, but the more details you can provide, the better. What was happening before? What was happening after? Click Next, choose Power and Battery, and Sleep. It might actually automatically select this based on what you provided in the description. And make sure, though, that you get the right drop-down selected here. This way, it will actually end up with the appropriate engineering team. It will also help to gather relevant telemetry from your system. Next, new feedback. And then on the Add More Details section, mark as high severity if you've hit the battery drain issue. This is clearly a major focus for them. Then, for items below, I'd pick inability to use my PC. I mean, your battery's dead, so like, come on, let's go! In section 4, this is the most critical part, gathering additional data. Without this, they will not have enough data to diagnose the issue. So for the battery drain issues, select Sleep, click Start Recording, then wait 10 seconds or so, and press Stop. You don't need to go through the actual sleep process, nor do you need the screenshots. It may take a minute or two after stopping the recording, by the way. You can also put your computer to sleep during the process, then reawaken it. It will collect data across this process. Then click Submit. There's also a forum post, which maybe Luke will open here, that will show you guys how to go over these steps if you didn't manage to catch everything that we just said just now. Thank you very much, Alex, for creating it. So that's it, guys. The only way for us to solve this problem is to work together, get Microsoft as much data as we can about the problem, because in their defense, and I think I often give Microsoft a pretty hard time.
Yeah.
They're a many billions of dollars company, and sometimes they have problems that that feel just utterly inexcusable.
Like any of their multiplayer gaming stuff, basically at all on PC.
The default search within Windows Start menu.
Oh, yep.
How that is so bad in this day and age, it boggles the mind. I give them a pretty hard time. But in their defense, in defense of our corporate overlords, please don't cut the power to the WAN show. It really is a huge challenge supporting such a wide variety of different configurations. And on the PC, it is functionally infinite, right? Like even on Android, you guys, I think, struggle a fair bit on the Floatplane app compared to iOS. Is that fair to say?
The devices, yeah.
Because there's so many devices.
And you try to change something, and it like, oh, okay, this like API version will cut off this many devices if you try to use it, whatever, blah blah blah. Like it can be pretty annoying. And sleep is, as we mentioned earlier, a very tough problem to diagnose.
Yes. On Android, it's a fraction of what you deal with on the Windows PC side of things. Within a single generation of devices, you've got your Intel, you've got your AMD, you've got all your different tiers of all the different SKUs from both of them. Oh, don't forget, there's desktop and mobile. Right? And then, there's not just one motherboard. No. You've got dozens upon dozens of motherboard options for every one of those chips, all with slightly different firmware. Oh, and don't forget that you might plug any number of random... What? You plugged a tape drive in? Who plugs in a tape drive? Right? Like, that's the kind of thing you're dealing with. And all these different devices, many of which are engineered by very, very small teams, surprisingly small teams. Like some okay, I just became aware yesterday of a sound card, okay? A sound card from way back in the early 2000s that you need if you want to build a DIY first-gen Xbox dev kit. And they're in short supply because I guess people build first-gen Xbox dev kits, like, for fun. So an enterprising member of the community actually created a blueprint for this sound card that you can send to some, like,
PCB
small run
printers.
PCB manufacturer overseas, and they'll whip it up for you for about $50 and send it back. And I'm like, okay, so let's say you get a PCIe to PCI adapter, and you put one of those damn things in your system. Who knows how that goes to sleep? So it is legitimately a difficult problem, for real. Hopefully this helps. And that's all I have to say about that. Why don't we move on to the CoffeeZilla news? Can I just say, I only recently became aware of CoffeeZilla's channel, and I feel like I've really been missing out because it's awesome.
Me too. I haven't had enough time to watch full length, but like, juicy.
Yeah, this isn't actually, it's one of those funny things where, you know, just serendipity strikes sometimes, and I became aware anew of CoffeeZilla twice this week. Like I'd never become aware, and then twice they landed in my inbox or in my. It was actually a document that I was reading, kind of like a marketing guide document that I was looking at, trying to figure out how to market better on OTT Store. And it was written for me specifically, and it had like a kind of a tone to it. Something, don't do this, you don't want to end up on CoffeeZilla. And I was like, okay, A, I would have never done that in the first place, but B, what the crap is CoffeeZilla? And then it ended up in my inbox because of the CryptoZoo issue. Now, I want to say, first of all, that it kind of could have been us. Remember Linus Coin?
Yeah, but we never did it.
No, okay, so A, we never actually built a crypto token.
It's amazing how much people wanted us to make one, though.
And B, what were we going to call it at the end of the day? Drop coin? Or like rug pull coin or something like that?
I know rug pull coin got
that got
mixed around a little bit. Yeah, I'm throwing around. There we go.
Because the whole idea was that we were going to be like, okay, this is a grift. We're gonna own it. We're gonna be up front.
Yeah, we were like, this is the only way we're gonna do this if we just openly tell everyone we're scamming them.
And
like, this is a way to donate.
And if you guys ultimately go for it, then hey, we were all on the same page here.
Yeah.
So that was never gonna happen, but I'm really glad that even if we had approached it that way, like LOL, we're scamming you. I'm glad we didn't, because man, the way that sentiment has changed from LOL meme coins, yeah, it's all a big ripoff, to oh my gosh, I can't believe that this collapsed and my life savings are gone. Feels like it happened really fast, hey?
Yeah, definitely. And one of the reasons why we ended up not doing the whole rug pull coin thing was because we didn't trust people to take us seriously that it was a scam.
I don't even remember all the we had multiple conversations around this.
Yeah.
Because it's like, honestly, if you want to get rich quick, it really does seem like the winning move.
Just scamming people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, how much more money would I have if I just scammed people? Like, took like all the gambling sponsorships.
Then CoffeeZilla is gonna come for you.
Where you're getting paid to. Okay, so what all is there? Okay, like gambling seems like a really good one. By the way, we do not accept any gambling sponsorships. Gambling sponsors, forget about it.
Yeah.
But like gambling sponsorships. So you had you had what's his nuts?
Trainwrecks?
No, old school. That guy that had the Razor sponsorship for the longest time.
Razor.
Yeah. Where he owned the like CS:GO betting site or whatever.
I'm not gonna remember the name, but there was two of them, wasn't there?
Yeah. There was two guys.
The two different CS:GO
Yeah.
like skin gambling sites or whatever.
Yeah, that whole thing. So there's that. Then there's the one where you supposedly are gambling on a site and like winning, but actually that site is giving you money to lose on the site. That's a really popular one.
Yep.
Syndicate. That's the one. Yeah, that was. I can't believe the like tiny little wrist slap that those guys got off with. Like, holy smokes. What are some of the other good games? So yeah, gambling on a site you actually own, and then gambling on a site where you're being paid. And and the odds are tilted in your favor to make it seem like you're gonna win because you're being paid by the site. That's that seems to be two of the really popular ones. And then of course there's the whole NFT one. So why don't we get into what exactly it is that happened with CryptoZoo? We'll talk a little bit about our take on this, but this is not a substitute for going and watching the CoffeeZilla video because it is excellent. The one that I haven't watched this one. I'm assuming it's excellent. The one that I watched recently was on hold on, when it was drawn to my attention. I really enjoyed it though. It was super awesome. YouTuber accidentally exposes the scam he's promoting. iShowSpeed. Yeah, really good video. Don't take my word for it. Take the word of the 6.1 million people who watched it already. Great channel. Anyway, the point is, Luke, do you want to give us the rundown here?
Sure. CryptoZoo is an NFT-based game. Sort of. We'll get into that in a second.
Yeah, CryptoZoo.
Where players can earn passive income. Totally makes sense, definitely. It was initiated and heavily promoted by Logan Paul. In quotes, it's a really fun game that earns you money. Wouldn't that be great? The player
can I play it now?
The player purchases Zoo token. They use Zoo to purchase eggs of animals. These eggs can be bred and and minted to create unique NFTs. The hatched animals should be some sort of cross between the two. The unique hatched animals would then accrue value. This is not new and it's basically been done before. There's CryptoKitties. I think people in the space have heard of CryptoKitties. This is a fairly major project. Zoo token launched in July 2021. At the time of launch, $2.5 million worth of eggs had been sold. CryptoZoo was supposed to come out in September of that year. Value plummeted by October, rose a bit in November, and then crashed again in May, as the CryptoZoo website says that it was undergoing upgrades to the core infrastructure of the ecosystem. That's
The biggest
An
load of
amazing
jargon.
statement.
Biggest load of jargon I've ever heard.
That's so good. I'm taking that for sure. Why hasn't this happened? It's just tough, you know. We're undergoing upgrades to the core infrastructure of the ecosystem.
Yeah, sorry. We'd love to get back to you, but
we're busy.
Our team is busy upgrading core aspects of the ecosystem infrastructure. But plug.
How are you?
Will Whedon.
Okay. Stephen Findyson? I'm so sorry. I guarantee you that's wrong. I apologize. AKA CoffeeZilla has uploaded several videos criticizing Logan Paul's Crypto Zoo. He has done similar videos uncovering scams and frauds over the past 30 years. These often relate to crypto and NFTs. The criticism. The NFTs initially released were photos that can be easily found on the internet and then edited, just like every NFT. Of that type, I know it's a technology that can be used for other. Yeah, sure. The eggs couldn't be hatched, bit of an issue, and that's the core functionality of the game. Players couldn't get their money back. I'm not surprised, but you know, it is a thing. And basically, nothing works, and the site never fully launched. Big yikes. Logan has blamed the main developer of the project. He said he got involved with the wrong people, made mistakes and missteps, and that there is a new team working on the project now. The dev later said that Logan hired a team, then failed to pay them. An issue? CoffeeZilla has since been publicly invited to go on Logan's podcast Impulsive to talk about this. He has declined for now on Twitter. Yeah, okay, this is the part where I was like, wait, what? Yeah, he invited Logan first, privately, and then Logan publicly invited him.
Yeah. So
Assuming
that he can
that
get
wasn't
views
gonna
on
come
his
out?
podcast.
Yeah. Like, what? You didn't think CoffeeZilla was going to go, like, yeah, by the way, I invited this guy first? Like, you're getting exposed. Why are you doing more stuff behind the scenes? So weird.
I mean, the drama...
More views?
The drama gets more views. I think creating controversy is a feature, not a bug.
That is something that he is legitimately very good at, is stirring things.
Right.
CoffeeZilla has been public. Oh, right. Already did that part. He refuses to fly to his, in quotes, Crypto Zoo tax haven on New Year's. Yeah, good stuff.
So, is there...
As far as I know, Bored Ape is getting, or Bored Ape Yacht Club or whatever is getting sued right now for like
really?
races and stuff or something. Oh, like the NFT space is crumbling faster than I would have even expected.
I heard there's a company. Okay, this is I almost sort of vaguely remember reading it, so take this for what it is. But I heard there's a company that specializes in helping you turn your NFTs into a tax write-off that you can utilize for like this year, like this tax year.
Because you lost so much money
Because you
on
lost so much money on them. And apparently business is booming.
Yeah. Honestly, whoever did that is smart.
Yeah. I mean, if you lose money on an investment, you absolutely should try to, get it at least non-taxable. Like if the money is lost, then it's lost. Like it's not income, that's for sure. So it's the opposite of that. Yeah, pretty rough. Now this is great. I did not know this, which is sort of embarrassing. CoffeeZilla has made a video about me.
Oh, really?
Yes. It was back when we did that NiceHash sponsored video, and I obviously haven't watched it. I'm very sorry. I will watch it at some point. So I obviously haven't watched it, but
let's go.
It is apparently focused on the criminal history of the founder of NiceHash.
Oh.
Which I did become aware of after we uploaded that video that was sponsored by NiceHash. We did tell you guys after that on the following WAN show. There's actually comments under the video about it. I was just looking. I'm browsing I can't watch the video live, so I'm browsing the comments to see sort of what was in it and what wasn't in it. So people apparently, a week later, we did address it on WAN Show. No, it was not something that I was aware of, and we have not worked with NiceHash since then. We won't work with NiceHash again. With that said, that doesn't mean, and like I said at the time, it doesn't mean that I haven't used the product. It doesn't mean that I didn't use the product. It's been fine the times that I've used it. In fact, I used it today. We did a video. The title's going to be Ask Me Why I'm Crypto Mining in 2023.
I know why it's great.
Anyway, I was lazy, and as you will discover later on in the video, it doesn't really matter. So we used NiceHash to effectively mine as a benchmark. So hopefully I'm gonna watch this video and it's gonna not be too bad. I guess I have that to look forward to after the show. Excuse me. Yeah. Alrighty, cool.
We've had a lot of sponsorships. We've been around for a long time. We've had a lot of sponsors. We've had a lot of sponsorships that have gone extremely well. Companies have grown with us, and we've stuck with them for really extended periods of time.
Yep.
We've also had some sponsorships where they didn't go that well and we stopped working with them.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, guys, is I've never pretended to be perfect. I've never said, like, and man, especially before, like, we didn't always have the time to dig deep into every single sponsor, and it's not a valid excuse, period. Which is why we're always striving to do better, but we do strive to do better. And you know, we hold our sponsors to a very high standard. If we get complaints from our community that our sponsors are not treating them correctly, we do follow those things up. If it becomes a pattern, we do drop sponsors. We do it on a very regular basis. We also have an official means by which you can provide feedback. You can suggest future sponsors, companies you'd like to see us work with. You can bring up your concerns about sponsors that we've worked with in the past. Suggestions, complaints. These are threads that I'm going to be enraged if I don't see staff posts in here recently. There you go, December 20th. Thank you, Sven. These are threads there's Jeff. These are threads we do monitor, that we do take extremely seriously.
We have dropped sponsors because of feedback in that thread.
Absolutely.
100%.
So that's kind of all I've got to say about it is, yeah, we haven't always gotten it right in the past, but we are absolutely always revising our processes and trying to do better. And so hopefully you won't see mistakes like that from us again. But I'm not claiming to be perfect. It's possible something will slip through the cracks.
You might, and if you do, let us know.
It's possible new information will come to light, and when it does, we will react. I mean, I can tell you guys, the partnership with Anchor / Eufy / Soundcore / Nebula, it's Nebula, right? Their projector brand. I don't want to get this wrong, so.
Nebula.
Yeah, that was a 6-figure source of income for the company. But what you guys can expect from me is, if we see the kind of egregious anti-consumer behavior that we saw from Anchor a number of weeks ago, we will drop them, and there will not be any hesitation. You guys saw it. We dropped them live on the show as soon as I figured out what the heck was going on. And that's what you can expect.
Yeah.
What about the VPNs? We haven't done a VPN spot in probably about 18 months. And the truth is that when it comes to VPNs, it's complicated.
A lot of the ways that they're marketed is the biggest problem.
But we didn't do that.
Yeah.
We marketed them as what they are, a tool in your security toolbox that is useful for some things. And it is. I still use PIA, if not daily, at least weekly. Maybe not weekly, at least monthly. I still use PIA regularly. I still have an account that I pay for. And are they trustworthy? I guess that's the problem, right?
You shouldn't act like any of them.
Yeah.
because they all have the ability to track all the things that you're doing.
And they can say they won't.
Store whatever.
But what we got really tired of is the acquisition carousel.
Yeah.
And okay, I guess we're about to get in pretty deep into the internal weeds here, but our response to the last acquisition event was...
You're going for it?
Yeah, I'm going for it. Was to strongly consider creating our own VPN.
We did.
Okay. Well, I wasn't going to go that far, but
Well,
we did.
I got it. You're going to talk about stuff my team does. I'm going to give my team props.
All right.
They did it. They pulled it together. They
right.
built it. It worked.
The Float Plane team built Float VPN in like 72 hours.
Sick. It was actually like really good.
It was really fast.
Surprisingly good. And it was linked through Floatplane. We built this whole system so that it was rewarded to accounts that were already in Floatplane. So we were automatically going to give everyone on Floatplane free VPN access.
To load test and make sure that it was working.
So that was going to be the beta. Like, it was pretty cool. And then we looked into the legal stuff of it. Because we were... Myself and my team, and this is my fault and my problem, I will admit this, it was exciting. It was an interesting new thing to work on.
Yeah, it's cool tech. Like,
it is pretty cool tech. There's a lot of really cool open source systems floating around, and we just dove head first. And then, as we were like kind of coming up for air, I was working on the legal stuff, and lawyers were like, no.
They were pretty clear about that.
Yeah.
Like, if I lived in, like, you know...
Jaden's like, I recently had to strip that code out of the front end. Yeah. It was like it was there. Like, we did this.
Yeah, it was working.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, lawyers were basically like, even if you try to do everything as right as possible with the nature of what a VPN is, someone is going to... Oh, man, I don't know how much this I want to say. Just because there's certain words that I would have to say that are like not cool.
I don't know.
So they said something like
I'll bleep every other word.
No. It's fine. I'll try to. Is mine working? It looked like it worked.
Yeah, I think it's working.
So the lawyer was basically like, we've talked about this, right? There's what is legal and what you think is morally fine. So you might be okay with blocking ads on YouTube or whatever. You might be okay with pirating a video game that you can't afford to buy anyways, or whatever. You might be okay with that. Okay, the blocking ads on YouTube is not illegal.
Yeah.
That's why I jumped to
But
pirating
let's say pirating a video game.
Say you're doing something...
Downloading an MP3!
Yeah. Say you're doing something that is technically illegal, but most people are not going to be that angry about.
Sure.
Maybe people use your VPN for that sometimes.
Yeah.
Instead of totally okay things. And maybe you're not that upset by it.
Maybe they download something other than a Linux ISO or a World of Warcraft installer.
What if someone uses it for child...
Right. I think you can say the word pornography.
I don't like putting those two together.
That's fair.
It makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's fair.
And the second the lawyer said that, I was like, wow, I'm uncomfortable.
Yep.
And they're like, what if you knew someone was doing that, but it's in your TOS that you won't stop them from using your service? Do you want to be the person that defends them? Do you want to be the person that has to defend them on like a legal level?
I don't think we ever.
Do you have to be the person that wants to defend them from governments trying to get their information?
I was super
and we
busy.
were like, whoa, no!
I was super busy at this period, so I was basically just getting like small updates. I think the only update I got was, we're not doing it.
Yeah.
So
I was like, we're working on it. It's awesome. It's functioning. We're gonna give it a beta to all these Floatplane users. And then I think we were like driving in the car somewhere, and I was like, yeah, by the way, the whole project's axed. We're just done. Because I was like, there's just no way. They also said that even if it was as insulated as possible from this company,
yeah,
there's inevitably going to be similar ownership.
Yeah.
So they'll come at you regardless. Like it was scary for a bunch of reasons, and there was many individual reasons that by themselves would have axed the project.
Yeah.
And there was like a bunch of them. That's why I was like, there's no point in having this discussion. No like sane person is going to run it. So it's just the project.
Yeah, and it's not like you could just create terms of service that are like, okay, here's how it's going to be.
We're cool if you're cool, bro.
If you do these illegal things, we're chill.
Yeah.
But if you do these illegal things, we're turn you over.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, how are we supposed to be the arbiters of that? So it's a lot easier for us to just say, forget about it. I got to tell you, though, the money sure looked good.
Oh, my goodness. when you do the math, man, we were like, we're rich. It's gonna be amazing. Like you see the sales that people do on VPN accounts, and you're like, wow, like,
how can they make any money?
And then you see the affiliate push that they're doing, like they're just sponsoring everybody. It's crazy, and it's like, how is this possibly profitable? And then I'm not gonna say who it was, mostly because I don't remember, but there was a VPN out there that exposed the amount of users that they had, and they had free users and paid users. They exposed the amount of users that they had under both categories, and they showed the amount of bandwidth going through at all points in time.
Yeah.
And they showed where all of their individual servers were around the entire world. And if you know a bunch of stuff about server hosting, you can kind of figure out who those servers are hosted with. So you can get a really crazily accurate and like costing, and
especially if you're our team who probably has rack space in like those,
some of those
data
servers.
centers
already.
Yeah. Right?
Like, well, and there's even they got really specific.
Yeah,
so
it's
you could figure
WinScribe.
out,
That's the one.
that is the one, right? Yeah. So you could figure out a lot of like how much money they're probably making, how much money this is probably costing them. And like, no, obviously it's not free. To be able to have this, you need like a mesh of servers around the world. There's a decent amount of startup cost, yada, yada, yada. But like the second you get a reasonable amount of users, whoa.
It's a money printing machine.
Big money.
I can totally understand why people get into it.
Money.
For the money.
Yeah. And then there's all the downsides, and it's like, whoa, this is not something that I want to help with, really. So we left actually a pretty monstrous amount of money on the table, and we left a project that was like ready for beta testing. Like, it was ready to go. It was actually quite sophisticated. It was good. It was made well. The people that worked on it were proud of it, and they should have been.
Like, to be clear, we didn't code it from scratch. We did what you should do, and we leaned on a lot of open source tools for it.
For sure. Yeah.
But that's part of maintaining at least some
amount of
facade of transparency. And
we wanted to use the open source tools because then people could see how it works more better. Yeah. And you can, like, I think we've even made a video of like, this is how you make your own VPN. Like, you can do it yourself, stuff like that.
I mean, we had some. I had some kind of cool ideas for how we could differentiate as well. Like, you know, trust no one, but here's why you can trust us. You know, like I had the idea of like creating some kind of legal framework for guaranteeing that the ownership would never change from like me and Yvonne and Luke or something like that. Like, basically, it would be the trust us, bro terms of service. Which isn't perfect. But if we're willing to get out there personally and say, no, it's all on us, instead of just like, well, I don't know, I mean, it's all good, but we might sell, and then who knows who's going to own it after.
Right, because I don't think you finished that conversation, but that was a problem that you had with some VPNs that were sponsoring us.
Yep.
Is because we'd be happy with where they are at, but then they would sell. It's like, well, all the user data just changed hands.
Now what?
And maybe it changed hands to a group that someone isn't cool with.
Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. I don't know.
Who knows? It's just an awkward situation to be in. And I just got kind of tired of it. So,
yeah.
But yeah, there's the Float VPN story.
Yeah. Man, should we tell some should we continue story time?
What else? There's probably lots. I don't know.
Should we talk about the time that Linus Media Group got an offer for acquisition?
No. Well, I mean, we could. It clearly said no. So there you go.
What clearly said no?
Yeah.
You clearly said no?
No. Well, I mean, we didn't get acquired. So
yeah,
like,
we didn't get acquired. But you know, maybe we'll talk about that later. For now, if you guys have anything you want to talk about on the show, it's a perfect time to send in a merch message. Oh, we launched a new product.
I have to address, while you figure that out,
yeah.
I have to address, someone just said Float VPN sank. That is untrue. It went into the dry dock and it got decommissioned, okay?
Yeah.
It was fine.
Yeah.
We took it out of the water. Oh, he's stripping on stream. Let's go.
No, you're not allowed to strip on stream. This is not stripping. This is just...
He's reconfiguring fabric objects below the table.
It's all good.
He's, what is it, sorry? You're working on the eco infrastructure of the database.
Yeah.
I want to find the line. I want to say it specifically.
Prove I'm not wearing pants.
That should be the oh, did the knee come up?
Maybe.
Where is it? I gotta find it. Okay, here it is. Undergoing upgrades to the core infrastructure of the ecosystem. He's undergoing upgrades to the core infrastructure of the leg covering system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Perfect.
Hey, we launched pajama pants.
Yeah.
Woo!
Those actually look really comfy.
Yeah, they're super comfy. Only the finest pajama pants for LTT store shoppers. Where's my dang it? Where's my talking points about it? You know what? It doesn't matter. I'll just go on the site. LTTstore.com. Let's go. The pajama pants.
New plaid.
Oh, that's right. Did we even talk about new plaid yet?
No.
Oh yeah, there's for crying out loud. It's a great site.
Buy a screwdriver.
Good site. Oh yeah, so we've got all these different colors of plaids
Whoa,
now.
There's like a bunch of them.
Woo! Pretty fun. The plaid flannel is extremely well reviewed. Every once in a while, I will just read through reviews on our site because it's nice. And the number of people that are like, yeah, it's expensive, but I've had this plaid flannel for like the last 25 years, and I never thought I'd find something that could replace it, but this one replaced it. It's pretty awesome. Really stoked on that one. Also, the pajama pants. Not gonna lie, we went back and forth on the pricing for this one based on our kind of margin targets. It should have probably been more like $44.99 to $49.99, but even though they're like amazing, here, touch my leg. Oh, you're not.
That is pretty nice. You want me to go higher?
Even though they're like amazing, it seemed like a lot. So we ended up with $39.99. They're a blend of rayon from bamboo, merino wool, and spandex. They really make you feel like you're wearing nothing at all.
Oh.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all. They're actually quite flattering too, in my humble opinion.
They look sharp. I like the gray.
Yeah!
Does it say what color they are? It's like...
They're gray.
Yeah, it's a gray.
Yeah. Yeah! So, super stoked on the pajama pants.
Plaid.
Yeah.
I have the like original red plaid. I like it quite a bit.
Yeah!
It's nice.
All right. What else are we... oh, yeah, let's...
Should we do standard sponsors?
Sure, yeah. Let's get those done, and then we got a bunch more great topics for you guys today. The show is brought to you by Seasonic. Seasonic's Prime TX 1600 watt power supply is a great choice for a high performance system. That's right. I mean, it has everything. 80 plus titanium rating, that means less wasted power. Their hybrid mode, which turns the fan off, keeping your power supply silent when load is low enough. It's backed by a 12-year warranty. It's got modular cables, high quality fan. If you're building a new system and looking for a power supply, can't recommend it enough. It's very expensive though, so fortunately Seasonic has a whole lineup ranging from all the way to entry level all the way from entry level to the very, very top of the line. Can't say enough good things about Seasonic. These guys are absolute chads. Like, who else would have the stones, okay, to help you configure a lab grade power supply tester so that you can better compare their products against everything else? If you're not...
It's a pretty chad move.
If that doesn't say...
We fear the shadows.
Fear controls them.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. First blood. An ally has been slain. Minions have spawned. An enemy has been slain.
Before strength. Doubt is the greatest enemy. Let us begin.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Killing spree.
In me, Wuju lives on. What master is an eternal student.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy rampage.
The focused mind can pierce through stone.
motivation without purpose. Anger gives motivation without purpose. One cock. One strike. The focused mind can pierce stone. For strength.
master is in eternal Let us begin. Observe.
An enemy has been slain.
Flame purified. Do not let your pride blind you. The focused mind can pierce through stone. Anger gives motivation without purpose. Greatest enemy.
Enemy double kill. An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Is an eternal student.
An ally has been slain.
Let us begin.
Shut down.
Gives motivation without purpose.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Doubt is the greatest step. Master is an eternal. Let us begin. I wish.
Enemy double kill. kill. Shut down.
Form before strength.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Let us begin. In me, who lives on. The focused mind can pierce through stone. Is the greatest enemy. fear the shadows.
Fear controls them.
My blade is yours.
Stay confident. I don't know what else does.
I have Seasonic power supplies that are like ancient technology at this point, and they just keep going. I don't know. It's not. I'm not recommending that you use like super old power supplies, but they have 12-year warranties. And like I have power supplies that are legitimately that old or older, and they're still fine, and they're from Seasonic. So I don't know.
Heck yeah.
I will throw my personal badge on that.
The show is also brought to you by Manscaped. Their Ultra Premium Collection is an all-in-one skin and hair care kit designed to keep the everyday man covered from head to toe, or less covered, as it were. There's the 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner, their body wash infused with aloe vera, hydrating body spray, deodorant, and a free gift, moisturized lip balm. So simplify your man maintenance with Manscaped, and best of all of their product.
Let us begin.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Doubt is the great.
30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
gives motivation without purpose. Returning.
First blood.
Let your pride blind you. A true master is never purposeful. Doubt is the greatest enemy. Let us begin. Indeed, Mutu lives on. The focused mind can hear stone. Anger gives motivation without purpose. Is an eternal student. Do not let your pride blind you. Let us begin. Anger gives motivation. Let your mind blind you. Lives on. Defend yourself.
An ally has been slain.
Did you miss it?
An enemy has been slain. Turret plating will soon fall. It was either you or a resident. An enemy has been slain.
Gives motivation without purpose.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Doubt is the greatest enemy. Let your pride challenge you. Did you miss it? Anger gives motivation without purpose.
Shut down.
Doubt is the greatest enemy.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Gives motivation without purpose.
Enemy killing spree.
Let us begin.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a tower.
I will show you the path. Doubt is the greatest enemy.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Let your pride blind you. Anger is motivation without purpose.
been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Before strength.
An ally has been slain.
Defend yourself. Is an eternal student. Play and run.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. team has destroyed a turret. Shut down.
Doubt is the great.
products in the Ultra Premium Collection are cruelty-free, paraben-free, and vegan. Just visit manscaped.com/tech or click the link down below for 20% off and free shipping. Finally, speaking of longtime sponsors, the show is brought to you by Squarespace. Squarespace. Really, Linus? They're only like...
A little spaced out there?
I'm trying to think. Were
It's
they
been a
our
long time.
first or second direct sponsor?
Like non-hardware?
Yeah. Oh, non-hardware. I'm almost certain they're the first.
Corsair was the first hardware.
Corsair was the very first sponsor ever of anything.
Yeah.
So Corsair was first, but I think Squarespace might have been... I think they were the first WAN Show sponsor. WAN Show was really hard to sell back in the day. Now sponsors can't get enough of it. If you go back far enough, WAN Show used to only have 2 sponsor spots. And now it has 3 because we couldn't do more WAN shows. And sponsors were like kicking down our door trying to pay for WAN Show. So eventually, I think it was Nick at the time, not Colton, in charge of the biz team at that point. He was just like, look, you are leaving literally 50% of the revenue for WAN Show on the table by not just taking another sponsorship. And I was like, all right, we'll try it 1 week. And then I was hooked. Hooked on Squarespace.
Yeah.
With Squarespace, making a website doesn't have to be hard. You can have your website up and running in a matter of hours. I mean, if you're good, you can have it up and running in a matter of minutes. Squarespace has award-winning templates that will help your website stand out. So say goodbye to drab, GeoCities-inspired hellscapes and say hello to Squarespace-scapes. Plus, if you're interested in how your website is doing, they have built-in tools to help find out what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong. Both our LinusMediaGroup.com and LTX Expo websites were built quickly using Squarespace, and if you get stuck, they have a 24/7 support team that is ready to help you out. Go to squarespace.com/WAN, and you can get 10% off today.
By if you're good, he mostly means like at typing text to go on the screen and putting pictures in places. Like you don't have to be like skilled technically.
CSS, let's go.
Yeah, you don't have to do any of that stuff. You just have to be like, this is the name of my company, this is what we do, here's a picture.
All right. Wait, did I explain how to use merch messages, or did I just get totally derailed and start talking about how comfortable these pajama pants are? If you buy something on LTT Store, in the checkout when we're live, there's a place to submit a merch message. Dan might reply to you down here, or you might just get, if you just want like a shout out or whatever, that'll come up down here. Sometimes he curates things for us to talk about later on in the show. But first, we're gonna have to talk about some more topics here.
Should we do the LTX weekly updates really quick?
No, I think we got to do New York Pass's right to repair bill after neutering it. Rossman's and rightly so. The Digital Fair Repair Act has become the first right to repair bill in the U.S. that has been signed into law by New York State Governor Kathy Hochul. I don't know if you pronounce that. This is months after bipartisan majorities passed it through the state legislature. Note, President Biden did issue an executive order last year which directs federal agencies to issue right to repair rules, but this is the first right to repair bill to actually be signed into law. The bill requires electronics OEMs to provide manuals, diagrams, diagnostic tools, and parts to product owners and repair shops. But while many right to repair advocates, including iFixit CEO Kyle Wiens, have celebrated the fact that the bill passed at all, others are criticizing the heavy modifications that were made to the bill thanks to lobbying efforts by trade groups like TechNet, whose members include Apple, sorry, that's the wrong finger, Apple, Amazon, Google, Meta, Snap, HP, GM, Toyota. It's basically everybody. Certain products and industries are exempted, for one thing, including home appliances. Why?
Yeah.
Motor vehicles. Why?
Definitely shouldn't be that either.
Medical devices? F you. Why? Honestly, why? Off-road equipment? That's, yeah, well, I mean, John Deere's got to protect their margins somehow, right?
There was definitely lobbying there.
And business to business or business to government products not sold by retailers. So basically any direct sales to a large volume buyer. It also added that OEMs may provide assemblies of parts rather than individual components, when the risk of improper installation heightens the risk of injury. So I guess we just need to buy an entire $800 laptop motherboard instead of a $20 cooler because those fins could be really sharp. I was outraged when I found out, remember the iMac Pro debacle? I was outraged when I found out that you couldn't just get a motherboard. Oh no, a motherboard includes a CPU and RAM. What, because I'm too incompetent to plug in a CPU and RAM? I mean, never mind that we did break it in the first place, but I was willing to pay for a new one if I broke it. The law will also only apply to new products sold for the first time in New York on or after July 1st, 2023. So basically, it has no fangs, doesn't apply to most of the most important segments, and there's ways that they can work around it and basically not change anything.
So it's a bunch of fluff.
I do still think that attitudes are shifting. The fact that Apple introduced their home repair program at all, the fact that Microsoft started discussing right to repair at all.
Is it Dell with the super cool laptop?
Dell with Project Luna. The fact that that's happening at all is good.
Yes.
And it's progress. But this setback shows that we have to keep the pressure on.
And that lobbying is effective.
And that lobbying is also effective.
Because
Lobbying
money rights
is gross.
laws. It sure is.
It's super gross.
And that should be bipartisan because it's gross in every direction.
Someone was asking why only in New York, because in America, it's basically 52 small countries, as far as I can tell. And this is just based on my experience dealing with tax law in the U.S.
Yeah, it's a little confusing to
It
outsiders.
is.
As far as I know, it's confusing to insiders too, though. So.
It is wild how different the experience of being an American can be. Like 3 meters away that way. That's about 9 feet.
I know of American companies that think that American tax law is so confusing. Major companies that you have used, I pretty much guarantee it, that find tax law in America to be so confusing that their official stance when their company was coming up was to completely ignore all of it. And when different sections of the states, because there's like a billion of them, because it goes down to like counties and stuff individually.
Yeah, it really can.
Would get mad at them for not paying their taxes properly. They would just ask them how to do it and then do it moving forward and then never update it until that area got mad about it because they're doing it wrong now, and then would send them a new letter because they decided that it would cost them less money to deal with the fines than it would working with a company who kept track of all of it and then took money for doing that.
Our chief financial officer
Crazy.
doesn't have the I don't know what to call it, the stress tolerance to take a build a war chest and just pay fines kind of approach to that stuff. We actually do try to do things properly and proactively.
But but
it's really hard.
That is a legitimate approach that has been used by multi-billion-dollar companies.
I get asked
kidding.
on a regular basis, Linus, why don't you guys have a shipping DC in the States? Why don't you have a shipping DC in Europe? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Because to do it properly is really, really hard.
Taxes are hyper complicated.
Really hard. Our accounting department is
someone
5 people now.
Someone in Floatplane chat said there's 6,000 tax jurisdictions that they need to keep track of.
Yeah, and the documentation for it is atrocious. Like, consider... okay, here.
Some counties in the U.S. still send out physical mail to local stores to tell them when taxes update.
Well, I'm clearly not going to get that mail.
Like...
Yeah, well, I was going to say, consider how, like, broken the processes are for something as simple as, you know, getting your ID or even, like, a library card in many municipalities. Well, it's not like they put their A-team on the tax documentation. There just isn't an A-team.
They can just fine you, so why would they care?
Yeah, they ultimately don't care. Man, that's really frustrating. The fact that they can just kick it back to you and say, well, it's your fault for not understanding it. Here's your bill. It's like outrageous. California is one that I particularly take issue with their approach. California seems to think that as a foreign national, I am somehow obligated to pay them income tax.
That's a new one.
And so, as a foreign national running a foreign incorporated entity, they seem to think that if some proportion of our income comes from California-based entities, that they are entitled to income tax.
From you personally?
From my company.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's still messed up. But.
To which I would say, under what authority? Like, what are you gonna do? Canada's not gonna extradite me to California.
Yeah, but you travel there sometimes.
I could just not. I stopped traveling to China. I don't go to China anymore after they abducted the Michaels. I'm sorry, what? Are you kidding me?
I love how casually it's just like, remember when they abducted the Michaels?
Well,
I know
exactly
what you're talking about.
They did.
I just, yeah.
They were like, hey, that completely justified apprehension of a Huawei executive. We didn't like it because we're an authoritarian state, so we're just going to casually abduct some Canadians and not give them back until you just say, yeah, it's all cool, laws don't apply to Chinese nationals, so... What?
Yep, that do be a thing.
Yep. They're back now, which is good, but like, I'm just not gonna go there anymore. That's what happens, China.
You don't get Linus anymore.
That's right. I even still have a valid visa. I can go there for like another 4 years. I mean, based on that, I've said this now and mentioned Winnie the Pooh, totally out of context.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't.
Yeah. We go there together. Instead of the Michaels, it becomes the people whose names start with L. They just take both of us.
The Linuses and Lukes. That's a big L right there. And a small L. We got them both.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Okay, we did that one. I'm gonna do the LTX update really quick, just because I'm certain we're gonna forget.
Hold on, I want to make something really clear.
Okay.
To our Chinese viewers and the people living in China in general, obviously, I hope this is obvious. I bear you no ill will whatsoever.
None at all.
But the CCP can go and that is not, and to be clear, that is not exclusive to the CCP. I think it would be hard for me to think of, I don't think I can, off the top of my head, think of a world government or a world governing body that, frankly, shouldn't just go itself.
There's probably somewhere.
I don't know.
I remember for a while there, this was quite a while ago, and I didn't look into it deep enough, and someone's probably going to point out some crazy human rights violation that I didn't know about, and I'm going to look like a bad person. But quite a while ago, I used to think the government of Estonia was pretty cool. The reason why was they digitized a bunch of their governance,
right,
and got rid of a massive amount of cost, which when government has cost, it means you
pay money.
Cost.
Yeah.
So they got rid of a ton of cost by digitizing a bunch of it, and they automated like huge amounts of their governance, and then they started exporting these governance tools as an export of the country. So they started making money from it, and I'm like, this is cool. I don't know what happened with that. That was a long time ago. I know basically nothing about the country. I just thought that one specific thing was cool. I don't want to, I'm not dying on this sword, is what I'm saying. I'm not interested in that. I just thought that was kind of neat. Because, yeah, Estonia or whatever. Because you try to do like so many different things with government, and it's so tedious, and it's like, oh, I have to fax something, or I have to like go into this office physically to pay this like $20 tax bill.
You ready for another story time?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. I got a new car.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I imported it from the province of Quebec. Okay.
Anytime, if you're from outside of Canada, anytime you touch Quebec in any way, it's a disaster. Anytime.
Again, shout out the people of Quebec.
Yeah.
Love you very much.
Great. We employ 2 of them. They're fantastic. Very happy with both of them on the team.
But some of the Quebec government policies actually seem to be written by idiots.
And yeah, yep.
I mean,
they screw over people in Quebec more than anything. You hear about giveaways that include Canada, and they're like everywhere in North America except specifically Quebec. It's like, oh.
That's not because companies hate you.
Yeah.
It's because your government hates you.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Anyway, oh, so is Quebec the California of Canada? No, I wouldn't say they're the California. The weather isn't very good.
Yeah.
What would you say Quebec is? Alberta's definitely our Texas.
Yep. I don't think there's a lot of other easy
I mean,
parallels.
Quebec's sort of like, they're like California's in the sense that they just like want to secede all the time. Not recently, mind you. Yeah, so does Texas. Yeah, but Texas is the Alberta also wants to secede all the time. So like, the Alberta-Texas
that's
relationship is clearly.
Vancouver is Washington, or the BC is Washington.
You've got people saying they're the Florida. I could kind of see that. They kind of do their own thing.
But you don't hear like Quebec, man. Wrestled an alligator.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Probably because it would have said un homme de Québec. Yeah, you know, it would be in French, so you wouldn't have understood it.
Fair enough.
Anyway,
I know Soda Moose.
Let's go back to story time. I imported a car from Quebec. There were a couple of compelling reasons to do this.
Yeah.
It is a second-hand EV, which means that this particular unit, because it's second-hand, but with only about 1,300 kilometers. Okay, so that is like less than 1,000 miles on it. So it's a used car with less than 1,000 miles on it. Because it's used, it is exempt from PST, provincial sales tax, which is what, about 5% or something like that?
I don't know about that.
Also, because it's used and it's 7%. Okay, so I save 7% right out of the gate from it being secondhand. Also, because it's used, it's a used EV. Oh wait, if it is a used EV, so it is not subject to PST. Also, because it is second-hand, it is not subject to the luxury tax, which saved me, I forget what the actual amount is in BC on cars. Hold on, BC luxury tax calculator. A lot. Quite a few thousands of dollars. So importing this car from Quebec made a ton of financial sense, even though it cost like $4,000 to ship it here. Like that was way less than the amount that I saved on it.
Yeah.
Okay. So because it's from out of province, even though it's a car that was shipped to Canada, to a Canadian and registered in Canada, because it was registered in another province, I have to go through some rigmarole, okay? So I have to get a safety inspection done before I can register it in BC. Like, fair enough. Let me tell you, that was a quick inspection. I mean, it's got 1,000 miles on it. And it's an EV. What could go wrong? So pretty quick inspection, so that was good. So I went and I got that done, and I went to, in BC, we have this Crown Corporation monopoly on automotive insurance called ICBC. And basically the theory is that by having it be a Crown Corporation, which means a government-owned entity, they can spread the load of insurance claims over the entire population of the province, lowering everyone's rates. In practice, particularly when the BC Liberals were in power, that is certainly not how it worked out. The NDP have actually done a much better job of getting our premiums down over the last 3-4 years, which kudos to them for that.
To be fair, it was helped by almost no one being on the roads for 2 years.
That didn't hurt. Yep, that's true. But I mean, hey, if the savings get passed along to me, that's supposed to be how it works.
Yeah, and they did. They literally sent out checks.
So great, right? So anyway, in theory, that's how it's supposed to work. But in practice, as you guys know, in the absence of competition, well, you tend to find complacency. And the way that I wish government agencies worked was that their constituents were the customer. But the way that government agencies actually work is that whatever minister is in charge of that particular agency is the customer, and they don't seem to have any accountability to anybody whatsoever. So you end up getting treated like an inconvenience as opposed to a valued customer. So here's what happened. When I went in to get my vehicle registered and insured in BC, I had to bring 3 documents. One was the inspection report. One was the registration of the vehicle from the previous owner in Quebec. And the third was the bill of sale showing that I had purchased the vehicle, paid my GST, so that's the general sales tax, paid my GST, and that I was me. That I was the one who was supposed to own it, so that when I registered it would be registered. Here's what happened. Okay, so we've got a local billionaire, Jimmy Pattison, pretty well known for his philanthropic works, and he plays a mean, what does he play, trumpet or something like that? He plays with the Vancouver Symphony Orchestra from time to time.
Really?
For real. I went to see, I forget if it was Star Wars night or something like that, and at the beginning they were like, by the way, we have a special performer tonight, the one and only Jimmy Pattison is, and he stands up. Guy's a pro. Anyway. Yeah, right? Just like rich people hobbies, I guess.
Yeah,
I think I'll just casually. Okay, I don't know how internationally famous the Vancouver Symphony Orchestra is, but they're pretty fucking baller. They're pretty good.
They're great.
Yeah.
I actually really like going to see them.
So you just
if you live local, you should go.
Yeah, just casually plays with the VSO. This was a number of years back. I don't know if he still does. He's pretty old now. Anyway, the point is that you know how he owns many car dealerships.
Many.
Okay, so Jim Pattison Group is the car dealership conglomerate that he owns.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And within Jim Pattison Group, you've got Jim Pattison Toyota, Jim Pattison, whatever else, all the different sub-brands. And sometimes I think he has more than one dealership for a particular brand in different locations. So it was basically like that, okay? I'm gonna give away something about the car here, I guess. But the registration.
Someone's already fixed it.
Oh, really?
I mean, there's been a ton of guesses, so I will say that, and no one will have any idea.
Okay. But. So the registration was to Groupe Lauzon, and then the bill of sale was
this is gonna give a lot away.
Porsche Lauzon.
Okay, that's way more on the nose than I even thought you were going, but all right.
Yeah. And basically, because those 2 documents didn't match, ICBC said that they could not establish continuity for the ownership of the vehicle.
Yeah.
Because they said it was a different entity selling me the vehicle than it was registered to prior. So, the broker that I was at, now to be clear guys, it could have been any vehicle. It's a used car. So don't get too smart. The point is, I worked every angle.
It's a really nice used car.
I worked every angle with the broker, okay? Every angle I could think of. Can they send you an email confirming that they are the same entity? Can you go on their website and see that they are the same entity? Because
again, the Jim Pattison thing is it's obviously not Jim Pattison, but it's effectively the same deal. It's super obvious that it's the same entity.
Yes. It's
at every level.
It's right on the website.
Yeah.
The only reason that you can't establish continuity is because you refuse to look at it.
Yeah.
We got as far as, so what they wanted was they wanted them to create new documents. And I was like, these are legal documents. The entity that sold it to me is called this. And the entity it was registered to was called this.
They're not going to legally rename their company.
No, they're not going to do that. So that's not a real solution. So you need to give me a real solution. I even pointed out that if you go on the .gov.qc or whatever it is, .qc.gov, the official government of Quebec website, and you do a search for Groupe Lauzon, it has all of the dealerships that are part. They're like, we can't look at that. I'm like, no.
It's literally government registered.
They literally scanned this and sent it to you. I know you've seen it. I can't see it. No, you did see it though. Can you see that they're the same thing? I cannot. You. For real though. You. You do know, you do see it. This is not a problem. The dealership said that they had shipped a vehicle into BC literally 5 weeks ago. And it wasn't a problem at all. The documentation was exactly the same. There was no problem. Basically, what I think we ran into was someone who kind of misunderstood, and the documents were in French, right?
So it's going to be easy to misunderstand.
Kind of misunderstood a little,
Sure.
gave an answer, and then once they gave an answer, was unable to back down.
Yeah.
And you run into that a lot in bureaucracies.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Like, a lot. And it's so frustrating. If they were customer service driven, they would be looking for a way to help you. But because they are not customer service driven, they are looking for a way to, I don't know, justify their own existence on the other end of the phone line. They wasted, between my son, who I thought this was a 10-minute errand and brought with me, the agent at the auto plan broker, me and them, they managed to waste probably about 8 hours of people's time. Going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth on all these different potential solutions. What they ultimately settled on was that they wanted a letter signed by like a signatory officer of Groupe Lazon that said that they were the same company, and it could not be faxed or emailed or docu-signed or anything. It had to be the original document. The auto plan broker's like, this is unprecedented. Why can't you fax it directly to us? That is a legally valid way of transmitting a document, right? And they're like, it cannot. Basically, what they decided was they didn't want me to get my car insured that day. And this is where ultimately I come back to what you were talking about, where digitizing this kind of stuff is a customer first way of dealing with things.
And this is something that we talked about when he was first telling me this, is like the argument for not replacing these systems with automation is that the people should be able to handle those types of situations. But
your name starts with an N, you know who you are, you. For real. Honestly.
Is that the person who is for it? Okay. Yeah, but like if you are going to be completely inflexible and work and not be helpful or provide solutions or anything, if you're just going to be super, super hardline on all this kind of stuff,
you might as well be an AI.
There is no benefit to you being a person. Yeah. It just makes it harder for everybody else. So this is to bring it all the way back. This is why I thought what Estonia was doing was cool. I have no idea if they've continued to do it. Maybe it's gone to trash since then. It's been like at least a
Maybe
minimum.
they're using it to oppress people.
Maybe,
I don't know.
I have no clue. It's been at least 6 years since I looked into it. But it was like really cool when they first started doing it. And I was really annoyed about some very specific government stuff when I heard they were doing this. So I was like, yeah, it's awesome. But yeah, they basically employed a bunch of developers doing high-skilled tasks instead of people filing boring paperwork that they probably didn't want to do anyways. And then they exported that, started making money from it, saved everyone in the country a ton of money. Taxes were able to be lowered. They if I remember, I don't know, I'm going to say a bunch of stuff that's wrong, so I'm going to stop here. But it was cool.
Another unrelatable Linus millionaire problem. No. Getting stuck at the DMV is literally a meme. It's the most relatable thing ever. It's super relatable. These kinds of systems just are designed to be inconvenient. Yeah. And nobody likes having their time wasted. Do you? Do you?
No. Jaden also said in chat, I had a similar situation with my current car. Bought from a dealership in Sask while I lived in BC. The dealership couldn't provide satisfactory evidence that they owned it. I ended up having to see a lawyer to sort it out.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Jaden. Yeah. Yeah.
Jaden does pretty well. I don't believe he's a millionaire.
But he definitely, I mean, this is great. Maxis Blitz says, so relatable it was in Zootopia. Yeah, exactly. The sloths in Zootopia.
Yeah.
So funny.
Yeah.
So funny. Oh, that's like such, I actually really love that movie. Yeah, this is great. Everyone's piping in with their stories. Ganja Gremlin says 3 trips to my DMV to get an Illinois license when moving from Massachusetts. Yeah, 100%.
Like how is that necessary? There's no way that's necessary.
How's that even possible? Like, you know, honestly, this is one of the things that really like blows me away because here at least, getting identification is really painless and easy. But like
You still have to join physically.
in America, you hear people talk about how needing to present ID is some kind of like voter suppression or whatever else, which I think is wild, because taking a vote without ID is wild.
Seems nuts to me. I don't know how it works down there, so I've never wanted to voice it.
So this is the problem. The problem is that there are just unbelievable hoops, like they were talking about, to get ID in the States in many cases.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So that's the issue. So it's one of those
Well,
problems
there shouldn't be. They need to fix that problem.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I don't see why anyone disagrees that you should need to present ID to do something as important as voting. What we should all agree on is that getting ID should be the most painless, inexpensive process in the world. Everybody needs identification. What do you mean you don't have identification? And if you can't get it, or it's hard, or it's unaffordable, or whatever else, that is a fundamental problem. What does government even exist for?
Yeah.
If not libraries, roads, what's the other one? Schools. Libraries, roads, and schools. Well, I guess defense too. But like, for real, that's like fundamental. It's basic. Ugh. Ah! All right. What else are we gonna talk about? We've gone a little off topic today.
Sorry, I'm like back on my e-Estonia thing. I have a whole website. It's called e-Estonia. They have e-identity, so they have ID cards, mobile IDs, e-residency, smart ID. This is all done. Blah 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 blah. They have all this stuff they do. E-tax, e-banking, e-business registration. You don't even have to go in to register a business. You just do it online.
That's amazing.
Why would you need to?
The amount of crap that you have to get a lawyer to like do paperwork for you.
Why should you need to?
It should just be as simple as saying, yeah, this, and this. Yeah. It's wild.
And if you already have all of these things that are digitized, then they already have access to it. Everything's good. E-health record, e-ambulance, e-prescriptions, blah, 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 all this different stuff. It's great. I've heard some criticism saying that it wouldn't work as well in very large countries. Estonia is a very small country. Sure, doesn't matter for Estonia
then
though.
Build it better.
Yeah, for them it's great. Doesn't like you can't use that criticism against Estonia themselves. And they even recognize they have this thing, the evolution of digital public service, and the first step is called pain. Lack of money, resources, or manpower. And they're like, understanding. Digitization can resolve these issues by increasing accessibility to services. Add support for it, increase IT literacy.
That's super cool.
Yada, yada, yada.
Tech Travis in
Sweet.
Twitch chat says, I had my wallet stolen 2 years ago. I haven't been able to get my ID because my social security card was stolen with my wallet. It's a pain in the butt to get ID in the States. The fact that we actually have a similar number in the States, it's called a SIN number. Social insurance number, I think is what it's called. Yeah. So we have a similar system in Canada. The fact that this unchangeable number that is like a huge security problem if anyone gets their hands on, and yet you have to give it to basically f***ing everyone is a system is wild to me. I mean, I had to sign something a little while ago, okay? And I'm like signing it. And I'm like,
what does this do?
What does this do? Yeah. Whoever's gonna look at this has no idea who I am. No idea. I mean, the idea of signing something as validation comes from like small town culture,
and
where everyone knows
so
everyone. We're the
easy to sign.
the banker, the one person who works behind
the banker, yeah.
The banker actually knows what John Hancock is supposed to look like. Anything else, it's utterly irrelevant how archaic and broken these systems are. Oh man. Apparently a SIN is not unchangeable in Canada. It's just really hard to do so. Yeah, there you go. And then immediately, you would have to change it constantly because everyone from your employer to your credit card issuer to your bank is going to need your social insurance number because it's like so important and like definitely you or like whatever.
As if.
Yeah, okay, except all these people have it, so.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm having an angry WAN show today.
No, it's okay. I'm going to derail us, though, because I almost forgot again, but I was reminded. LTX weekly updates. BYOC ticket has been officially updated to $150. The BYOC ticket includes 2-day access to the expo. So unlike PAX tickets, I want to make this really clear because I think a lot of people are used to PAX tickets. Unlike PAX tickets, you just buy the BYOC ticket, and it includes 2-day access to the expo. You don't buy access to the expo and the BYOC ticket. You just buy the BYOC ticket. Our BYOC is overnight. You can start at 10 a.m. on Saturday and stay in the BYOC area until 6 p.m. on Sunday. We're not saying that we recommend that.
But you can.
But you could.
BYOC yeah, your dad probably will.
BYOC tickets will include a Whaleland shirt. Sick. That's awesome. Okay. If any creators, is it the same one or is it new?
It's going to be a new Whaleland shirt because this is Whaleland 2.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
If any creators are interested in attending, reach out to us via info@ltxexpo.com. We'll be sending out invites to creators that we've worked with in the past and those who we know are interested in attending.
I think Paul and Kyle are already confirmed.
I bugged them during their charity stream. I was like, come on.
Oh, I sent them a bunch of money to hit their target.
Oh, nice.
I didn't make it a condition that they had to come to LTX, but I sent it and I was like, hey, you guys are coming to LTX, right? They would have come anyway. I was just ribbing them, but
I sent them money to try to coax them as well, but it wasn't bad. It bumped, but you know. If any creators are interested in attending, reach it. Oh, I already said that bit. Anyone who has already reached out will also get an update with more info on what we can do to help them get to the expo. Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
I'm sorry, I'm going back to this. Xavier says I had to use a new credit card. It wasn't signed. The store wouldn't let me use it because it wasn't signed. I signed it in front of them,
yeah.
And they accepted it. Why are we jumping through utterly meaningless hoops?
Yeah. That's totally
dance,
a thing
monkey
too.
Dance!
Because technically, there is no rule that it has to be signed for like a certain period of time, or you can't see them sign it. So you could like try to use your credit card for something, not have a pen, buy a pen from them with cash, sign it, and then pay for something with your credit card. And that's totally fine.
It seems legit.
Ever since I was a kid, I thought signatures are like a crazy way to do any form of authentication.
Yeah.
To be clear, we mean with a pen. But yeah, it's wild. The fact that we still rely on that. Anytime I sign a document that's actually super important, and like my signature is a super important part of it, I'm just like, this is every single time. That's what it is.
Yep.
Just got to keep doing the security dance, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's all working really well.
It's a really great theater.
Really good. It's a great theater.
Yeah. Anyways, speaking of other things that are really great, AMD says that 110 degrees Celsius on the 7900 XTX is in spec.
We will get to that. We should do a couple of merch messages, though.
Oh, good call.
And we'll do kind of like, we'll do a couple now and remind you guys that if you want to get any merch messages in, it's going to be a pretty good time to get them in soon. It's already pretty late. I was late today. And it's going to be an even later night for me, so I don't want the show to drag on forever because I have to go film one more video before I leave the studio. We're not accepting less than 6 videos in a week anymore.
Does that mean you stay at work until midnight on Fridays?
If it comes
I guess
to
it's
that,
a double short week.
If it comes to that, it comes to that. But yeah, we've had a couple of short weeks, and what we really need to do is half the writing team is going to CES and half is staying back here. So the goal is that it's going to be all CES content every day during the show. And we are going to be trying to make a video a day back here as well so that the editing team can finally have a nice buffer and work in a non-frantic style. We've been really struggling to keep up that buffer lately, so a little bit more inside information here. I want to hit us with a couple, Dan?
Sure. First one here is from Tyler. Happy New Year. Really excited for the new floatplane look in 2023. Linus's thoughts on adding floatplane and LTT store to the video about testing sponsors' customer service.
Oh, it's going to be a little late because I don't want to say too much about that video.
There's some...
That video is well underway. Also, we know about the problems. We have quadrupled the size of our customer support team in the last 3 months. They are working their way through tickets now. Like, we are regularly down. We're coming down. I think we're at about 4-day response times, which is utterly unacceptable, but that's where we're at right now. It's also worth noting that some of the reports you see of how bad things are not accurate. I read a tweet today claiming that they had tried to contact us multiple times and their order never arrived and blah, 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 blah. They had tried once, and it was 13 minutes before they tweeted. So, like...
That's a bit of a yikes.
Sometimes what you're seeing is real. I'm not going to deny that. We've had some problems. We've been too slow. Sometimes it's not our fault. You can't have no spam filtering. You literally can't. We can't disable it completely. And sometimes people's messages do get caught by our spam filter. We do our best to write it as soon as we manage to find it.
The weak fear the shadows.
And then other times...
On that. There's technically a way, but it's like garbage.
Oh, yeah, I thought you told me we
is the greatest enemy.
Oh.
You don't want to go that way, though.
Oh, okay, so maybe that's what you told me.
Maybe.
Okay, well, fine, there, from him. So I had him and Nick look into it. And then some of them are just people making things up. Like, legitimately, that happens. And I'm not going to call out anyone specifically right now, but sometimes people are just, for whatever reason, like I can't fathom people's agenda sometimes, but sometimes people are just making it up.
It is not fair because the volume of tickets aren't even comparable. But Floatplane's customer support has been killing it. Good job, Joe. Also, Joe's been wearing multiple hats and trying to help over at Creator Warehouse. There's genuinely been a really big effort to get that under control. Yeah. Quadrupling a staff size is not a simple task. Onboarding all those people takes time, and that takes time away from the skilled, knowledgeable people that are already on staff from doing the job of answering tickets. But you're trying to invest in the future, but people are mad now. So
and the farther you fall behind now, the more tickets come in,
and the angrier people get, and then the angrier people get, you have more back and forth, so it takes more time.
And you have so many tickets because you're getting so many orders, and because you have so many orders, your warehouse gets overloaded, and because they're overloaded, you get more tickets.
It's a big, brutal cycle. But
it's a first world problem.
Yeah.
It's a good
The store is killing it.
to have as a business. The store is absolutely crushing it. Great job. I mean, you can see there's almost no products on the site with less than a 4.5-star review rating, or average review rating. They're amazing. It's an amazing team doing amazing work. But there have been some hiccups this year, and you know what? Some of them were avoidable. I have to take my share of the blame. I should have pushed harder. I should have paid closer attention. When we started to run into trouble, I should have laid out a path. There's things that I could have and should have done. But all we can do now is do better.
Try our best to fix it.
So that's what we're doing.
Okay, I got another one here from Adrian. Hey, Linus and Luke, recently had a UPS die at my house and was wondering, what kind of UPS do you use for your critical equipment at LMG?
Oh, I don't use UPS anymore. I prefer FedEx. I'm sorry to hear that you had to witness that at your house.
I want to say one thing about the last topic really quick as well. Yeah. I don't know if we could do that super legitimately without people saying that there's inside bias and stuff. If we tried to evaluate our own customer support,
even if we did it, people would call us liars anyway.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm interested in it. I'd like to do it.
Yeah.
I can tell you now that the Sponsor Secret Shopping project isn't going to be the last. So that's absolutely something that we could do. Wait. No, I pitched it.
Pitched what?
Secret Shopping LTT Store.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I totally blanked on that. Yeah, I pitched it to James. I actually don't know if they are Secret Shopping LTT Store. I know that the project has started. That was the thing that
It's going to get called out.
Huh. Okay. I mean...
it would be fair to call it out.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying people are 100% going to call it out.
All I can say is the customer care team, however many of them there are, has one directive. Make it right.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. What kind of UPS do you use for your critical equipment at LMG?
We use one from Eaton.
Yeah, but you have other little ones too, though, right?
So
the
yeah.
giant UPS that's in the server room
Yes.
is a huge, crazy, epic monster from Eaton.
Yeah.
But then there's smaller ones. all over
Proper
the place.
industrial grade
Yeah.
commercial UPS.
Yep.
And then the ones that we use for just everyone's workstations, because it's just, man, it's not worth it. Like every UPS is like $150 or whatever. Like they're not cheap. But if the power goes out and that thing that person was working on was worth, I don't know, something, you'll thank yourself for having paid for UPSs so they could save their work and shut down properly. It's so, I cannot emphasize the importance enough. So I believe, hey Dan, they're APC units, hey?
I believe so, yeah. APC 1200s, 1500s, I don't know. We buy them in bulk at Costco a lot.
Yeah.
Mine
It's just
at
flats of them
home
arrive.
is a UPS from Costco.
Yeah, there you go.
I think most of the cost is with the batteries anyway, so...
Yeah.
If they go bad, do we just take them back to Costco?
I'm not going to answer that. I actually don't know.
Okay.
All right.
That's a good idea. Next.
Yeah, okay, what else we got? We got one from David. Hey, Linus and Luke, heart you both. Quick question regarding cloud services. It seems that when mentioning a cloud service provider, I've seldom heard Azure as a reference point in lieu of AWS, Google, or even Linode. Any reason, or is that just happenstance?
Like from us?
Apparently.
I never talk about Azure. I can tell you that much. I just don't really think about them. Yeah. Like, have you ever used Azure for anything?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Like what?
Some VM thing that worked better through Azure for some project that was pre this.
Oh, already
long time ago.
Where are we
Since then I haven't, but Floatplane doesn't really use a lot of that stuff anyways.
Yeah, we kind of built
in its
our own
core design
thing.
The whole idea of Floatplane was to not do that. So we don't use a lot of that stuff at work. So I don't know. Have we talked about Linode much? I don't know if they're talking about from
Linode
us
has sponsored
or from,
us.
Okay, so maybe we have.
So we've talked about them for sure. Yeah.
Azure hasn't sponsored us, so
They might have at one point.
really?
I think so, actually.
Surprised Microsoft sponsored.
Oh, Microsoft has sponsored stuff with us before. I'm trying to think. Didn't they? What is? Or have they? This is the best way that I can avoid bias. Is that I actually just don't know a lot of the time.
I don't think it's been a ton. I know I've talked to someone from Microsoft and basically heard from them that they're not honestly the biggest fan of doing it, sponsoring direct influencers too much.
Yeah, okay.
I see them do it 100%.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But I know it's
it.
If they really wanted to turn it on, they could just crush. Because they have all this financial backing and they have Xbox, so they have lots of people interacting with their things all the time, and they have Windows, they have lots of people interacting with their things all the time. They would be able to just cover the internet, but they don't for whatever reason. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a funny thing.
So sponsors are ads. Linus doesn't see ads. That's a good pick. That's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a funny stance. It doesn't really matter what company you are. Even we engage in influencer marketing with other influencers because it works. Compared to conventional marketing, it's just it's kind of, you gotta imagine that it's some CMO or VP level executive there that just is TV.
Yep.
Or something.
Large event.
Do my TV!
Microsoft does a lot of big event sponsorship type of stuff. I don't see them doing a ton of influencer things. Or if they do influencer things, I see it more as an entire takeover.
Yeah.
We're going to send this person to this various country and they're going to specifically check out our product, blah, 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 blah. It's not another sponsors.
Yeah, it just seems kind of silly to take an entire branch of marketing. We don't like that. Don't like what? I don't really get what you mean by that.
I agree.
I mean,
it feels a little antiquated.
I mean, there are some risks. There are risks associated. You have to actually do due diligence on the people that you're sponsoring and make sure they're not complete a-holes, for example, because that does end up dragging your brand through the mud.
Yep.
I mean, that's something. All right, why don't we do some more topics, guys? If you want to get your merch messages in, we just launched new colors of our plaid flannels. We just launched our new super comfy pajama pants. So those are great things to check out. Also, don't forget, backpacks are shipping now. So there's no backlog for backpacks. Just trying to think if there's anything else to kind of update you guys on. No, sounds good. Oh yeah, topic. You were going to talk about AMD thinking that 110 degrees is
yes,
pretty chill on the 7900 XTX.
User reports of AMD's recently released Radeon RX 7900 XTX GPU commonly hitting hotspot temperature of 110 degrees Celsius and throttling have been met with dismissal from Team Red, at least until it was viral. That's how things tend to go. The first user that we know of to bring this up attempted to get an RMA from AMD, first posted their problems 11 days ago, but on the 26th, AMD claimed that 110 degrees was in spec for RDNA 3 GPUs. And the made by AMD cards, such as the one we reviewed, can safely operate at that temperature, a temperature high enough to boil water and probably cook. More specifically, they said it is the normal junction temperature. In the reviewer's guide given to press, AMD had a special note on GPU temperature, specifically mentioning that the card aggressively boosts until reaching the junction temperature on any of its sensors, but that the product will operate below this temperature under normal workloads. Anthony notes that this is normal for AMD cards and would be unremarkable, we did not remark on it, if it only hit 110 rarely. Okay. If it very rarely happened, it wouldn't be. Okay. Since the original complaint, many other users have reported thermal issues, with some taking their cards apart to inspect the thermal interface material. That's a problem. In many cases, it seems the flatness of the cooler may be part of the problem, with obvious contact points and no contact voids visible. That's not good. One user went so far as to attempt to return the card to AMD, but was denied because they had already opened the box. Okay, so it wasn't even taking the card apart, it was just opening the box. In AMD's defense, this seems to be their distributor Digital River's policy and not theirs.
I can tell you right now, a distributor's policy is based on the policy upstream.
Yeah.
That's like how that works.
Yeah, that's not much defense.
If the policy upstream is, take it back, we'll deal with it, then the distributor is more than happy to not have to have someone yell at them on the phone.
Yeah, that's not a defense. AMD's been having a hard time with the 7900 series so far, particularly in respect to power and thermals, which they appear to have known about prior to launch. In particular, the cards released so far have locked power play tables, a popular method for overclocking Radeon GPUs, which means that overclock potential is much more limited than previous generations. This coincides with our testing, where we noted very strange power consumption figures and an apparent inability for the card to effectively throttle itself. Power Colors Steven, a rep for one of AMD's board partners, I wonder which one, has chimed in asking everyone to send reports of high thermals to him regardless of board vendor. Cool. To help collect data and provide evidence to AMD that there is in fact a problem. That's cool. Help them out if you have evidence. AMD has since recognized that there are thermal throttling issues with the 7900 XTX and recommend users contact them directly. And maybe Steven, maybe do both. The user with the opened and non-refundable Radeon is now being offered that refund. But AMD still won't pay for it. Got him! Discussion question. What is the correct way of addressing a problem like this? And how is AMD missing the mark if they are?
I mean, the correct way of addressing it is to basically stop blaming the user, for one thing.
Yeah.
If a card that is completely assembled and shipped to a user as a single unit and it just goes into place is seeing these kinds of temperatures, especially if they knew that this was a problem prior to launch, I just don't really understand why nobody was primed on it and why they didn't have some idea that this was going to happen.
At the same time, though, at 110 degrees, I wonder if you're getting it. I mean, you're not supposed to stick your hand in your computer, but I wonder if there's safety concerns.
Well, no, because that's like the junction temperature. That's not what the actual heat.
So this is what I'm kind of. Oh yeah, fair enough. This is what I'm kind of getting at, though. If it's rarely and if it's only at specific spots, if it's not overall temperature, stuff like that. And it is inspect. Is this a problem?
Well, it
depends how rarely it is.
Yeah, it's a problem if the thermal compound is not contacting properly.
That's
like
that was the scary part of the article for me.
Yeah.
The void zones. That's a little sketch.
Yeah, that's super sketch. I mean, these dyes are packed so densely with transistors.
Yeah, you can't just like have a spot that isn't.
No, that's
or isn't being
super
cooled
bad.
properly.
Air is an excellent insulator. And so if you have an air bubble above just one part of this dye, even if it doesn't cause a problem immediately, there's a very good chance it could in the long term.
Especially if it's not throttling itself properly, which was also noted.
Yes.
So, was the correct way of addressing this problem?
I mean, I would say it should be probably through their partners, since that's where the boards are going to be shipping through. There's no more built by AMD. There's no more built by AMD cards anymore. So the way they should be addressing it again is if partners are afraid that if they take cards back, they're not going to get compensation for them, then that's going to be reflected in their policies. So the policy needs to be that they need to support their partners.
And probably offer that guy free shipping.
Both AMD and NVIDIA have been guilty of not supporting partners properly, then blaming partners when there's bad customer service.
And this is why when people try to like fanboy for AMD and act like they're like perfect squeaky clean, and we're like, man, like we want them to do well.
Yeah, we really do. For real.
We genuinely really do.
Like,
but you can support and not be a fanboy. That is entirely possible.
Yeah, exactly.
You can cheer something on and not be a fanboy.
And still see the challenge.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you know, I made a whole video. I love Intel, right? Why I still love Intel, I think was the title of the video. That doesn't mean that they don't have a lot of problems, and that's what the video was about. And it's the same for AMD. I still love AMD. But they've got a lot of problems, right? And that's the thing. I mean, anytime there's a human element, right, it's going to be amazing. But there's going to be some amazing screw-ups, you know? That's the magic of being human. So we just have to, and it's not wrong to recognize that.
Yeah.
It's fine. The air is human, right? You just gotta fix it after. So yeah, they should probably cover shipping for the guy if the card is defective, right? It's wild to me that in the tech industry it has been normalized to pay for return shipping on a defective item. If you want to return something, you're paying the shipping. Like, no one's gonna eat that for you. But this thing is broken? What? That's not on me.
Yeah.
I mean, you should be compensating me for the time it takes to put it back in a box and like drop it off for you. Yeah. No, you should be booking a courier to come at my convenience and pick it up. Like, I don't get it.
Don't ship broken stuff.
But I mean, that's the thing. That's the race to zero, right? And like, to be clear, we've talked about this extensively in the past. I understand why. There's no margin in this industry. If they actually offered the kind of service that I think is correct, they'd go out of business. And then there would be no tech. You would not buy them until someone who has worse policies and can stay in business stays in business, and you'll buy from them, because ultimately you're still going to want a new GPU. And that's why we take it. That's why we lie down and take it.
There's a rapid fire topic. LTT floatplane exclusive, the Starforge info, is up on LMG Clips for 48 hours only. Apparently there is a link to this video in the WAN show description. This is some behind the scenes content that you can find on our Linus Tech Tips floatplane account, or Linus Tech Tips floatplane page. Sign up for floatplane for as little as $5 a month or $50 a year at floatplane.com/Linus Tech Tips or LTT.
There's so many good exclusives on floatplane. I think the policy now is we shouldn't go 3 days without a new exclusive, whether it's behind the scenes or like an Ask the Team or extra like cutting room floor or anything like that.
And yeah, just don't. I would highly suggest adding the /LTT in there.
Yeah.
I know our front page is bad. Moving on, more topics. Should we talk about the most exciting thing ever? A graphics card leak?
I guess.
I wonder what graphics card hasn't been leaked in the last while. NVIDIA leaks their own card. Wait, you mean all the previous leaks weren't also directly from the companies?
Well, no, in a lot of cases. I mean, NVIDIA in particular, pretty... I believe that if an NVIDIA leak happens, it is probably not intentional.
Okay. Like pretty much every one of their cards gets leaked, though.
Well, yeah, that's because they're working with a whole bunch of partners all over the world, and they eventually have to tell them something.
Yeah.
So...
WAN show behind the scenes for please. That's not that interesting.
Oh, yeah, no. I mean, if you're on Floatplane, you get the pre-show.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a behind the scenes, like we're setting it up and talking about topics and stuff. Sometimes it's very short, a minute. It's like, okay, let's go. And then other times we kind of shoot breeze for...
We could maybe have Dan like shoot a thing about the setup that's back there.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty good
Floatplane
exclusive.
Yeah.
Now that it works.
Yeah.
I think they did a short about it.
Did they? Oh, okay. That's cool.
Sweet. Anyways, yeah, NVIDIA leaks their own card, RTX 4070 Ti. NVIDIA Omniverse, in quotes, the platform for creating and operating metaverse applications. Sick. Leaked the 4070 Ti confirmation. They were quick to retract the info, but here's a screenshot from the Omniverse article. Just want to show it?
I do.
There we go.
Wow.
Nice. This all but confirms that NVIDIA has simply rebadged the 4080 12 gig as the 4070 Ti. Nice. Same memory size, same boost clock, same CUDA core count, and there's a link to the Tech Power Up 4080 page. There are also rumors of a slight price drop, originally $899 for the 4080 12 gig, now $799, potentially, not sure. This is still a $200 price jump from the 3070 Ti, which had an MSRP of $599, so it's still bad. Overall, people don't seem excited about the current price of modern hardware, with good reason. Desktop GPU sales have reached their lowest point since 2005.
What a great video title that would be. Overall, people don't seem excited about the current price of computer hardware.
Or the current price of anything, because companies are just looting people. It's horrific. Micron has seen demand drop so much that they've cut 10% of their workforce. Intel reported a 15% decline in sales and a 59% drop in overall profit in Q3 2022 compared to Q3 2021.
Yikes.
I do think there was a bit of a spike in purchasing when COVID happened because people needed to boost their home offices, and now we're probably dealing with the trail off of that.
Yeah.
Which makes sense.
Absolutely.
More information should be available at CES next week. That totally makes sense. Watch the channel. There's going to be a bunch of videos. Discussion question. Why did the 90 tier basically stay the same price?
Because it was already overpriced.
70 and 80 have increased so much. It's 50
because
the
they were
new
less
true
overpriced.
entry level, and it's 60 the new 70 for mid-range gamers.
I mean, it's pretty simple. Basically, what we're seeing is that NVIDIA observed during the most recent crypto craze
people are going to pay.
that people were willing to pay this new amount, and they are, being the market leader, they essentially set the price for what a GPU costs.
And this is why we were so upset when people were happy to pay that. Yeah. Because as a business, as much as we can rag on NVIDIA, which is a lot, as a business, this is what you're supposed to do. It sucks. It sucks. But every business school in the world will tell you to do.
What the market will bear.
Yeah.
And so...
It's like literally like lesson 1 of the whole program.
And so what gamers, I mean, it basically operates exactly the same way as the current housing bubble that's taking place in BC, right? Like instead the calculus for affording a home is supposed to be based on how much income versus how much the price is so that you can live in it, right? But as people have started treating real estate as a speculative investment, and as people have turned that speculative investment into more than just a speculative investment, hoping it to go up in value, but also a regular revenue investment through either leasing to other people directly or in particular through Airbnb, the calculus has changed a lot. So now people who just want a place to live have to bid against people who want to rent it and just have free cash flow to acquire these properties and can afford to wait for a return, be it in 5 or 10 or 20 years. And they have to bid against people who are renting it short term, which can generate just unbelievable returns. I mean, that's what the calculation is based on. I wish I could find it. I read this amazing article. It was basically like the average price for a home will be like $5 million. I don't remember what exactly the number was, but like this astronomical number by this year, not very far from now. And here's the math to prove it. If anybody has this article, please post it in the chat, because there's been a handful of people I've wanted to show it to, because it was really amazing. It opened my eyes, because I realized that it's not because there's not enough houses. It's certainly not because people are making more money. It's because the commoditization of housing and the way that it's transitioned from being a place for people to live, a basic necessity, to this vehicle for investment dollars, has changed the way we calculate how much it's worth. So the worth of a house is no longer based on what a person can afford. The worth of a house is based on how much a landlord can extract, or based on how much in particular, short-term landlord can extract from multiple short-term tenants. And if you look at the numbers, the amount of money that people charge for an Airbnb, assuming they can get even 75%, like, what would it be, like a fill rate, or like, I don't even know what term to use for it, but 75% occupancy or something like that. It's mind-blowing, right? And so how can you possibly bid against that? If they can just use their money to make money, then the price goes up proportional to how much they can charge for it. And that's never going to be attainable for just like normal people working normal jobs trying to buy a house.
I understand where you're coming from, Bandstand. Somebody said nobody's home in DC is a basic necessity. That's just where you're coming from. People still need places.
Yeah, people, like, by that logic, no food in California is a basic necessity, because they could go get food somewhere else.
There is lots of basic housing.
That's a brain dead take.
I shouldn't have pointed you out to Linus. I'm sorry, brother. I think I get where he's coming from, because he's saying it's all investments, basically. And to a certain degree, even if you didn't intend it to be an investment, it is now.
But there's a lot that can be done to prevent that.
But you still have to have a place to live. Yeah,
yes,
for sure.
There's a lot that can be done to prevent that. And it could go back that way. I don't have exactly the right solution. Anyone claiming to have a perfect solution is probably either, a liar or an idiot. But like, there's low-hanging fruit that could be in the situation. So anyway, it's pretty much the same thing that happened with GPUs. Instead of weighing the personal satisfaction, the value of enjoying gaming against the number of hours that you had to work doing something presumably that isn't your favorite thing to do, to attain it, is no longer the primary driver of GPU pricing. The primary driver of GPU pricing became how much money you could earn with it over a prolonged period of time for people who had money to invest. And so NVIDIA enjoyed that shift and is now trying to maintain that momentum for as long as possible. And AMD is absolutely playing along. $1,000 GPU is still unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
Come play with
Yeah.
me.
It's way out of line with inflation.
Yeah.
And inflation is out of line with what inflation should be. I mean, you need to look no further than the record profits of our local friendly grocery.
Oh yeah, so sorry we have to increase the prices on these various goods
it's all
at the grocery
inflation.
store. It's all inflation.
It's because of inflation.
By the way, 60% higher peak profit than we've ever had in history.
Yeah.
It's like, I wonder where that came from.
It was inflation, though.
Yeah. It's just groceries are so expensive. It's actually crazy.
Yeah, water would be good, but what I'd rather have is some merch messages.
All right, let's get you some merch messages.
Thank you.
Hey, this one's from Brandon. Do any of you have New Year's resolutions, or do you have resolution on any of the businesses? Is there something you're looking forward to in the new year?
I've never done New Year's resolutions.
January 1st is just a day to me.
Yeah. You can form resolutions at any day out of the year. You can decide you're going to improve yourself 365 days a year.
I think your December 30th resolution should be to not put things off until some arbitrary bullshit.
That's a good resolution. That's the best resolution. I like it.
I miss all my goals January 1st and then have to wait another year. It's perfect. This one's from William. Hey guys, love the show. Do you guys have any little hacks, scripts, or automations that you find make your life or workflow better?
Where are we going?
Yeah.
Hiring people?
That's a hack. That's a good one. Yeah, we finally actually handed. I have to give them the update. We have the update for it, but the Whisperer thing. Told you about that. That's like more or less done now. So
Whisperer thing.
It taps into OpenAI Whisper.
Oh yeah.
It's just like an easy way to do it. So now instead of needing to install the dependencies and all that kind of stuff, you just run an executable. It throws some temporary files around and handles all that for you. And then you can either select file, press a button that says select file, and a file prompt opens up, or you just drag and drop things on top of it, and it can queue a bunch, and then queue all the tasks and go through all of them, and it automatically deposits the script file in the root folder for where the video came from, regardless of where it came from. And you could queue up like a bunch of videos all at once, and we'll just change all the tasks. Cool. Drop down menus for all your different settings and stuff.
I mean, his basically entire job. Oh, you know what? Why don't you do your eyes thing? The eyes thing that you were so proud of?
Okay.
In Slack?
Oh! Okay, the eyes thing is cool. So he's still on the thing, so I won't say the name, but there's some, this was collaborative, but notifications in Slack suck. Notifications in Teams suck. Notifications in everything suck.
New notifications. I want all my notifications, please.
I used to be super mad at specific applications for this, and now I'm not mad at specific applications, I'm just mad at everything. Notifications in the modern era are just rough. It seems like I will definitely, for sure, get notifications for things that I don't care about.
Yeah.
And I will often not get notifications for things at all, or get notifications like days down the line. I got a notification from Teams, I think I might have shown you this. It was like over 170 days old. It came up on my thing, and it said like 170 whatever D, and I was like, what is that? And I clicked on it, and it like scrolled all the way up and got me back to the message, and I was like, bro, what was this? Like, the entire reason why this application is important is because it needs to notify me of important work communications. That is like the core thing that I needed to do. And it just fails on it. And so does Slack. I'm not singling out Teams. So we have this thing now where both the floatplane specific team and the labs web specific team, both of them are doing this thing when they do stand-ups. Or sorry, not when they do stand-ups. When you like post a thing for code review, the person that you're tagging that should be reviewing it reacts to it with eyes when they've seen it. You don't have to rely on notifications anymore. And then everyone in their profile on Slack, if you click on them, you can see their phone number. So if they don't react to it, you can. It's not even a rude thing, right? I think honestly, a year ago, if someone texted me and was like, "Hey, you haven't looked at whatever yet," I would have probably been like, "That's a little like, give me a sec, dude, whatever." Now, no, not rude anymore, because you probably didn't get notified. It probably didn't work. I'll be at my computer, focused, working on stuff, and I'll get a text message from the main one it happens from for me. The person that actually popularized it might be watching right now is Jaden. By the way, did you see this come through? Because he will have worked on something for a while, and I need to roll it out on the App Store or something. I have no idea he sent me the message. My phone hasn't gone off. I haven't gotten a desktop notification. Slack isn't blinking. Nothing's happening. There's no reason for me to read this. I'm just working on whatever. And then he texts me, and I'm like, oh, good. now I know I will open up Slack to the channel that isn't even highlighted. It doesn't even say that there's a message there. I click on it and yup, there's his whole nicely written out prepared thing. It's like, oh God. So yeah, if the person doesn't react with eyes, you can just text them and then eventually they'll see it, they'll react with eyes. Now you know for sure because read receipts, if they exist, they don't exist in Slack, as far as I know. Maybe you can get an add-on for it. But if they exist, are also not reliable.
Yeah.
Because what if the person just had the window open?
Yeah.
They might not know it came in. So now you react specifically that way, and you know it's good. And
I mean, Luke's at the point now where, compared to 18 months ago, I'd say you're managing, what, about 3 times more people?
Probably somewhere around there.
Yeah, and maybe not necessarily like managing, but certainly need reporting from.
Yeah. Like, might be someone else who's realistically their actual like manager,
or like who actually gives them tasks to work on.
That too.
But Luke is the only person in like executive management here who can look at code and have any idea what the crap it is. Like, is this spaghetti or is this?
One thing that I will say is, our development team is really strong. So it helps when, like, I'll say the lab's local team, all of them are, it's 3 developers. There are other people that do development on the lab's local team, but I'm talking about 3 specific ones. I don't know who's off probation and who isn't, so I'm just not going to say any names. Well, Jake is clearly off probation, but I think Nick is as well then. I'm not sure about the last one, so I'm not going to say that person's name. But they're all, like, super good. So I can be pretty hands-off with them, realistically. I mostly just, like, want to know what they're working on, so I can make sure that if there's any blocks that I can remove, or if they need to connect with someone else on the team, I can make sure that happens or whatever. Like, I'm mostly trying to be a support structure for them because they're just, like, killing it. Oh, yeah. Someone in chat said, love it. I do eyes and then green check mark when done. You guessed the green check mark part because we do that too. It's great. It's great. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Nice. Want to hit us with some more merch messages?
Sure. I've got one here from an anonymous user. Would you be at all interested in touring a fiber ISP?
I mean, what ISP would not have fiber optics? If you don't have any fiber optics and you're an ISP, you're a pretty tier ISP.
I think I would be more interested in touring a non-fiber ISP.
Yeah. We have rope. We like vibrated at a certain frequency to send data packets. For real though, yeah, I'd be pretty interested in touring an ISP. Depends what you mean by ISP. ISPs have a lot of
what they're willing
different
to show.
Yeah, have a lot of different facilities. I can tell you right now, you're not going to get me out of bed for just like a cursory high level thing. If I don't get to actually poke and prod at things, I'm not gonna go. And that's not me just like being an ass about it. That's me recognizing what the viewers expect from LTT and wanting to deliver that. So it's kind of like what I said to Micron. It's like, yeah, sponsorship aside, I don't care. You pay me, don't pay me. We're not even having a conversation if I'm not building my own RAM. And there's so much feedback on that video. This is the best video you've ever done. This is the best factory tour ever.
It's fantastic. I've seen it now. It's great.
Because that's where I draw my line in the sand. Does that make me a little difficult to deal with? Sure. But not for you guys, right? For you guys, it's great. Because if I'm, a hard-nosed negotiator with these companies that are offering tours or whatever else, then ultimately that's a benefit for all of us because we get a way deeper look. So in response, yeah, I'm interested, but don't waste my time. And by that I mean don't waste our viewers' time. So if you guys have actual like high-level approval, so we don't have to go in and like, oh, you can't go in that room. Oh, you have to blur that or whatever. Yeah, sure, let's talk. Yeah, I'm interested. There.
Yeah, that would be pretty exciting. Got another one here from Mark. Hey, Linus and Luke, I'll be attending CES for the first time next week. Anything you wish you knew before your first CES and or advice for a first-time attendee on how to make the most of the event?
Vegas is really big. Like the Strip, you look at it on a map and it's like, oh, it's just like a few hotels. I walked everywhere my first year.
It's mostly, I think part of it is the fact that they really press being able to walk anywhere reasonably.
I almost died.
I wouldn't try to walk everywhere. If you can afford it, take cars. It's not designed for you to be able to walk around very efficiently if you don't know the like really weird routes that feel like you're doing something you shouldn't be doing.
I am very anti-tipping culture. I think people should just be paid properly. To be clear, I tip because I know they're not paid properly, but I'm very anti-tipping culture in general. But even though I'm anti-tipping culture, I would say in Las Vegas, okay, so here I will tip just because I know people aren't paid properly. In Las Vegas, I tip to make sure that people don't harm me.
Yeah.
I and my stuff.
They're really aggressive.
I didn't tip enough. I did tip, but I didn't tip satisfactorily to someone who had me literally took my luggage out of the back of the car and threw it on the ground. Like, excuse me, if I never had to go to Las Vegas again, I would.
Yeah, if you're not into the things that Las Vegas is made for,
yeah,
it's not great. I don't like Las Vegas at all.
If you're not going to a specific place that's
the Strip, not specific.
Yeah, if you're not going to a specific place, I would use the monorail as much as possible to get to and from the convention center at least.
Yeah.
It's possible like the first year I went, I stayed at Excalibur, which I didn't know was like a bad hotel or something. Like honestly, to me even now they're all kind of the same. They all smell like crap because they allow smoking on the casino floor.
And they just dump perfume to try to cover it up. But
so
like it doesn't really, and it's just
they all smell awful. They're all, I mean, theoretically, I guess, like, you know, oh, there'll be like a class of clientele here or there, whatever. In practice, everyone just goes and gambles at whatever hotel they feel like going to. Like, anyone can walk into any of them. So it's like the imaginary lines that they draw between like the good hotels and the bad hotels. I don't really get it personally. But anyway, I stayed at Excalibur not realizing that it's like a bad one or something. And I will say it's inconvenient to get anywhere from Excalibur because it's like way down at the end of the strip. So I wasn't really able to take the monorail anywhere. But if you can, stay somewhere with easy monorail access because that's by far the fastest, most affordable way to get around.
Definitely most affordable. Because during CES, while getting around in a car is probably a better way to go than walking, depending on where you need to walk. It's going to be slow because everyone else is doing that too.
Okay, I've got another one here. Do you guys think wired mainstream earbuds will forever be an extinct species, or might they return? My AirPods desyncing from my Z Fold 3 in my pocket is close to giving me an aneurysm, and every USB-C to 3.5mm adapter is horrible in some way.
It's annoying that that's true.
Yeah, I think it's over. I think wired headphone party is definitely over. I mean, I've seen that it's becoming trendy to use wired headphones again, but I don't see that becoming the norm again. I don't think Apple's going to release a new iPhone with a 3.5mm jack. It's not happening.
Yeah.
And what Apple does, so does the rest of the industry.
Yeah, hopefully those adapters get better.
Yes. Sec IT guy says you should stay at the Aria. It's smoke-free and segmented from everywhere else. Also has monorail access. That's where we stayed our first year as Linus Media Group. It's also adults only, if I recall correctly.
We did it a few times.
The reason we did it, though, was actually because it had the fastest internet on the strip. Yeah. And that's no longer the case. It seems like the one company that deals with everyone's internet now deals with Aria as well. And the last time we stayed there, excuse me, the internet was just as slow as everywhere else.
Ugh.
So we paid extra for no reason. Okay, I could use some water, Dan. I'm going to take you up on that.
Okay, sounds good.
Do you want me to read merch messages?
I have just like a lingering... I've had this cough for like 9 days.
Do you want me to go over another topic so you can take a break?
Just anything's fine. Just something. I'm dying.
I'm looking for another topic.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I'm fine. Okay. Whew. That was better.
30 seconds to
Oh, this is unfortunate. Pixel 7 users complain of camera... How is this suddenly happening? Pixel 7's been out for a bit, hasn't it? Pixel 7 users complain of camera glass spontaneously cracking, just as MKBHD crowns it Phone of the Year. 7 Pro users also affected.
Yeah.
How long has it been out? It hasn't been out for like a while?
Yeah, it's been out for a few months. Users on Reddit, Twitter, there's even a hashtag, and Google's forums have reported that the back camera glass on the Pixel 7 or Pixel 7 Pro phones has just spontaneously cracked, leaving a hole over the camera lens. It's currently unclear what's causing the issue. Some users are reporting it occurring when the phone was in a case. Others suspect it may be due to cold weather or accidental bumps. Most, if not all of these phones have had their camera glass break in identical spots, though, directly over either the wide lens camera or the ultra wide lens camera.
Tension with how it's connected or something.
Yep. I mean, well, you know that some types of glass can even have inherent tension, right? Like tempered glass. Man, if you ever want to go down a rabbit hole, learn about tempered glass. It's super cool.
Spontaneous combustion of like glass doors and stuff. Didn't that happen to us?
Yeah, that happened on when part of the editing den used to be called the library. That huge tempered glass door we had just
boom
shattered in the middle of the night.
Yeah. Crazy.
Google has not yet made an official public comment on the issue, but has assured at least one customer that not only are they aware of it, but after the engineers deliberated, Google decided not to cover it under warranty. Some users have gotten phone replacements from Google support, while others have been told they need to spend hundreds of dollars, $200 at least, $400 for some, to replace the entire back panel. This is the problem with that right to repair bill getting neutered.
Yep.
Oh, well, you can repair it, but you'll have to buy an assembly. Are you sure you wouldn't rather just have a whole new device? That's the whole problem with the current situation. A similar issue occurred with the displays of Pixel 6 and Pixel 6 Pro phones, with Google blaming owners, even telling one customer, screens don't crack.
That's a good one. That's nice.
Our discussion question is, who wrote this? Okay. What does it say about a company when two children in a trench coat trying to sneak into an R-rated movie could do a better job at public relations?
I mean, if they can get away with it, they're going to do it. This is why that right to repair bill needs to be better. That's it. Because this is like clearly BS.
Yeah.
If it's an issue with the device, and they know it's an issue with the device, how is it not covered? That's actually crazy.
Speaking of issues, what does lifetime even mean? Phil Mora says no Mora to lifetime licenses. I like that nice little touch on the title, Adam. By Adam. Software company Wondershare recently launched the newest version of their video editing software, Filmora 12, and alongside it, they brought another new feature that lifetime license users now get to pay. I have never heard of Filmora.
But YouTuber Daniel Batal has, and he noticed when he tried to log in to the new version of the software, he was prompted to pay for a license to use the new software, despite having a lifetime license that promised all software updates are completely free on the product page. This sounds a lot like, hey, it's only this page. This page has now been deleted, but can still be viewed via archive.org. Archive.org. Just dunking on people again. Actually amazing. Batal, whose channel provided numerous tutorial videos for the software, reached out to the company. They replied that, to provide competitive pricing, we provide a big discount for non-subscription plan holders who want to upgrade. It only costs $29.99 to upgrade with free access to effects and plugins worth $20.99. Okay. I noted that many companies do not even offer a perpetual license. That is literally not an argument, because you do.
Got him.
They also asked to do another sponsorship with Batal. I hope this goes the direction I think it's going to. Batal's major issues is that the company no longer is providing updates to the software. Makes sense. Their new perpetual license is much worse, providing only updates for Filmora 12 and no updates to future versions of the software. I'm going to add in a little bit thing here, despite claiming that they would.
Right.
Because, like, you could buy a perpetual license to a version of a software and they could update, and then it's annoying, but it is what it is. But they said that you would get new versions. So that's the bigger problem. In emails to Batal, the company clarified that they are calling new versions of software upgrades instead of updates. And that their license agreement only covered updates. Wow, that is the douchiest thing ever. I don't know if that word isn't that bad, right? Wow.
I'm pretty sure you can say douche.
Yeah, okay, cool. Wow, that's horrible. Furthermore, the web page used to state that lifetime users of Filmora 9 or earlier would receive a free upgrade. That's funny, but the page was removed a couple weeks ago. Hopefully that one's covered under archive.org as well, because if it is, then update and upgrade are both stated, and they're just liars. Discussion question. In other markets, certain technology is protected.
Terminology.
Terminology is protected, but tech remains a wild west for advertisers. Do you think the term lifetime needs to become protected? I thought it was. I thought it was 25 years.
I don't know.
35 years or whatever? I thought lifetime in any form of marketing was
Well,
a thing.
like a limited lifetime warranty is within the reasonable expected lifespan of the product. Like, that's why we had that whole warranty conversation, where at the end of the day...
Oh, God.
The value of a warranty is only in the company's will to honor it. It is a true thing. Our will to honor our, to support our products, to honor our warranty, to honor our commitment to you guys is extremely high.
And like, yes, you can take company support over it and stuff like that, but it often
No one will.
It often becomes far too unreasonable for standard users, so that...
And class actions suck. All they do is enrich lawyers. There's basically no recourse. So, with that in mind, no, I don't think lifetime does have any particular actual meaning that carries any kind of weight. I think lifetime means whatever they decide it means, and in this case, they are altering the agreement and pray they don't alter it further.
There's another discussion question, which ties into kind of what you're just saying, that says, when you buy a product, what does lifetime mean in your eyes? What should it mean? To me, I'm going to throw this in here, I will always look into the company if that is so. And if it's like Snap-on or something, that's just the main one I can. Lifetime is going to mean a lot to me, because like every customer you hear about from Snap-on will say, yep, their tools are incredibly expensive, but the truck comes by every Friday, and if something's broken, I get a new one.
Unless you talk to people whose truck is like not
there
that reliable
or whatever, right?
I've heard some people say it's not always
issues
that
in
easy.
relation to that, but as far as my understanding goes, if you break a Snap-on tool,
my understanding is the policy is, and you might run into an idiot like that ICBC person that I ran into who just had it in their mind that they wanted to make your life worse that day. That can happen with any company. But my understanding is their policy is make it right.
Yeah, which is, so that's cool. So
admirable.
That would make, and there's other companies that are like that. That was just the first one that came to mind. So that's cool. It's expensive. You're paying for that service in the price of the tool. So if that's something that you want, then great. If not, whatever. But if I look into a company and I don't hear a lot of that about it, and it says lifetime, I just assume bad.
I just ignore it.
Yeah, exactly.
I bought some files at Home Depot. And it had like lifetime warranty all over the packaging. But like the name of the company was not, there was no way to contact them or anything. I was like, oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, so it doesn't mean anything.
So I'm just going to use these files until they are dull, and then I will discard them, because realistically you're not, consumable. And if I try to claim warranty on a dull file, they're just going to tell me that it's worn out.
Yeah, see, so someone in Full Plane chat, yes, Snap-on is stupid expensive, but my rep has replaced any failed tool I've had, no questions asked. So I hear that a lot. So I would believe that, but I believe that because users.
Yeah.
I don't believe that because of company, and that I will always see it that way. And
yeah, I like this. ADHD idiosyncrasy on Floatplane says lifetime should mean the same amount of time that a work is protected by copyright before going into the public domain, and then let the two industries lobby it out.
That's actually really, really good.
Oh, I love it. That's pretty great.
Oh, man. I like that form of doing things. We should do that more often. That's fantastic.
Bureaucracy battle.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, I really like that. Okay.
Should we, are we covering more things, or are we ditching the merge messages?
Let's do some merge messages. Let's call it. Let's call it.
It's 8:30.
It's 8:30.
All right, got one here from Eric. With the successful launch of the screwdriver and backpack, if you could launch a V2 today, what would you change about them?
Ooh, wow, that's a good question.
Define a V2 because you're releasing the shorty, right?
Yeah, that's not a V2.
It's not a V2.
That's a completely different. I have one. You want to see it? I left my backpack at home today. It's usually here. So
yeah, that's very rare.
Well, I wasn't in office today. I was shooting at my house.
Oh.
Yeah, I like zoomed over here to do WAN show.
That makes sense.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Man, for backpack, I think the answer would be to do 2 versions at the same time. I think that we've gotten enough feedback from people that they would rather have it be smaller, and particularly that they'd rather it was smaller. That I think that it's less of a here's what I would do as a V2 of this product, and more of that here's the second version of it that I would launch alongside. We are working on that now. There are some challenges getting the ergonomics right with the smaller bag. We still want to keep our anti-chafing straps. You see a ton of feedback in the reviews for the backpack that, like, man, I took all the stuff out of my old bag. I put it in the new bag, and it just feels lighter. That's not an accident. That took a ton of work. We want to make sure that we nail that for the smaller one as well. But if I could go back and do it again, I would have wanted to launch them alongside each other. And for screwdriver, man, I don't know. I don't think we will revise screwdriver for a very, very long time. We've had a couple of reports of the clips breaking from people dropping it. The bit retention clips. It's rare, but it's happening. So it's something that, if it's less of a V2 and more of like a V1.1 though. So if we could make some small revisions to something like that, I'd like to make them.
Accessories or alternates are the main thing. So like shorty.
Yeah, shorty's coming.
Maybe a bit holder.
Bit holder's coming.
We
hired
like
2 more mechanical engineers specifically with the in the last 2 months. So,
are we already past 100?
I think maybe. How many are on your team? I don't know anymore.
Depends how you slice the team, but I think if you're going with
Floatplane Inc.
I think that's 19.
Really?
It's 18 or 19.
Floatplane Inc. Floatplane Media Inc.
Yeah.
Oh, then we're well over 100.
Not the Floatplane project, to be clear, but like any contractor is under Floatplane Inc.
Right. Okay.
So like the Labs web team.
Oh, I have no idea then. I actually do not know how many people work here.
It's that big. It's hard to, even just counting I've gotten to the point where when we have morning meetings and I'm like trying to check if everyone's there. Because I have to actually go through all of it. I'm like, yeah. Anyways,
enough people, I think.
Actually, no. I sent someone. I don't know if they're off probation, so I won't say it. But I sent someone an email today, being like, "Hey, so I need to hire this position. If you want to help me with that, starting next week."
Oh, to our HR person?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a dedicated HR person. As far as I can tell, aside from I don't mean this as like a knock, because she does a lot. She did some work on like our PRSP program that we introduced and like some other stuff. But as far as I can tell, basically all she's done since she started is like interview people,
hire people. Yeah.
Yeah. We've been hiring so much.
Logistics doesn't have any computers anymore.
I've heard about this problem.
Yeah, we have like no more laptops to give people. We've got no more standardized workstations. I think we bought every single one of motherboard type that exists. We can't get computers.
Oh.
That is a first-time problem for us.
Yeah.
Just for anyone watching, usually we've had so many samples come in that everyone's just running on sample machines, and the rate that samples come in has always been high enough, but it's been fairly static.
Yeah.
So it was staying the same.
I had to give my Quadro and my computer to an actual engineer.
What? You have a Quadro in your computer?
I do a lot of SolidWorks.
That's amazing. Now, some things I know we outstripped a long time ago. Like, we've been buying CPUs for at least a few years now.
That makes sense.
Because you can't just use, like, old gen CPUs for a lot of what we do. Like, Nick, on Floatplane, there's an exclusive of Nick getting a new workstation. So he got the Best Buy gaming PC from our first Best Buy gaming PC video, like 7 or 8 years ago. And he's been complaining about it ever since because he's one of the most senior people in the company now. And like newcomers get machines with like a RAM stick that's worth as much as his entire computer. And he's like, I'm like, what do you even do? Emails? He's like, yeah, but my computer sucks. I'm like, yeah, write an email about it. So anyway, we finally gave him a new computer. And it's the one from the Best Buy Secret Shopper gaming PC from like a week ago.
Oh, I thought it was from like way over.
No, so there's an exclusive of Dennis dressed up as Santa, bringing him his new computer, and it's another Best Buy PC.
Oh man, poor Nick, dude.
Yeah, love it.
He reigns everyone else with gifts of merch and all this other type of stuff, and then
he can't even get a computer.
Give him
Yeah, anyway, but like that was the norm, probably up until about 3 years ago, that we would just use whatever we had kicking around because, like, what? It's a functioning computer. What do you want? Like, do your job, right? You got a computer, let's go. But no, now it's like I talked about it when I did the video recently. Like, what computer would I buy? Because we do have to buy our computers now, and one of the reasons is that while we probably have enough hardware to throw together computers for everyone, like in inventory, it would affect our ability to make videos, and those computers would be so random that the upkeep on that fleet of machines would be a nightmare.
Standardization is actually
Yeah. Well, your new solution didn't work either. We're still struggling, but we'll get through it.
I mean, I gave you guys the money. I gave you money.
It wasn't enough money.
I heard money solves people's problems, right?
Give us more money.
Right?
That's always the fix.
More money.
I need different companies to buy computers from. That's actually the problem.
Oh, because they just are like out of whatever we need to buy?
I want this type of motherboard for this chipset, and we can't get it. And so either we have like
eBay
3 to 5 different standard computers. Yeah, right?
That's not standard then.
Exactly. It's all falling apart.
Make more motherboards!
Someone said, I actually just thought about them before I saw this message. They said, a long one, I pushed it all the way off. How weird would it be if LTT went to Puget Systems for computers? The problem is they're over the board.
Yeah.
There's like huge issues there.
So it's easier for us to just buy things here.
I reached out to Nick from Logistics because my dad is going to be making a donation to the company's inventory of a GTX 9800.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Which apparently we're missing.
Very nice.
And
9800 GTX.
Right.
Not to
sorry.
be that guy.
You're right.
That was before they reversed them.
Yeah. It looks amazing, by the way. The old shroud and stuff. It's great.
Yeah.
And I realized this after I sent the message that he's going to be donating a card that definitely didn't work. So you're going to be getting it back. After he's asking me what to do with these cards, and I was like, I don't know, and I reached out to Nick to see if work would need them, and then I realized like a few hours after I sent the picture, I was like, wait, I remember that card. I tested that card like back in the garage. Somehow my dad ended up with
And then
it.
you tested it at home, I guess.
Yeah, and then it probably got, handed down from me to my dad at some point. Now he still has it. It's like a Twin Frozer 2. I couldn't actually tell from the picture, but I think it's like a 560 or something.
Okay.
But yeah, apparently they both fit slots that are vacant in the backlog of GPUs. So one is coming home and one is new.
Does everybody just check stuff out, Linus, or like not? I don't know. I worked in logistics.
Things used to be a little more loosey-goosey back in the day, and Luke in particular probably got too much leeway. I mean, he didn't get paid enough. Like, let's be real.
Yeah.
I didn't have any money. It's not like I could give you money, but I had hardware, and you like hardware.
Hardware's pretty cool.
And you know what's really funny is, like, even back then, I would tell potential sponsors and like companies that we would partner with would be like, no, look, because influencer marketing wasn't as big of a thing back then. Tech companies weren't used to actually like paying money for advertising. They had tried to skate by on just the tech news industry being a bunch of enthusiasts living at home in their basements or whatever, and just kind of compensating people in hardware. Like one reviewer famously would ask for 2 of everything that they covered.
I remember this.
1 to cover and 1 to sell on eBay. Like it was a whole thing, right? And so I remember trying to shift this mentality. Like, look, I can't pay my staff in computer parts. I need actual money to run this business. And ultimately, we won that battle. We actually, are a successful, I think, company now at this point. But it was actually a lie because at least one of my employees, I did definitely help at least top up in hardware.
I've obviously never sold any of it, and theoretically, unless I like lost things like that one, they come back eventually. But yeah, that is definitely true.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna pull you guys back on track. Let's get through these merch messages.
Yeah, for sure. Dan wants to go home. You heard it here first.
I'm saving you from yourself.
Kind of true.
I just like hanging out with the people.
It's fun. It's fun. I got one here from Shane. I said I'd buy 2 plaid shirts if you made it purple. Got to put my money where my mouth is. Last week you mentioned making a smaller screwdriver and showed a stubby version on social. Glad you have it with you today, Linus. Have y'all considered making one specifically for small electronics with a torque limit?
I don't think we have a torque screwdriver planned right now. It's definitely not impossible, but that it would not be, it's not on our roadmap. So if you see one and you like it, go buy it. Don't wait for ours.
Okay, got another one from Sam. Hey guys, do you have any experience with vintage display tech, like Nixie tubes or ITS-1A Thyratrons? That's a new one for me.
I've never heard of that, but it sounds like
I want a Thyratron.
Sounds like it's from Fallout.
Oh my god. I would love to see a clock assembly stream.
Past Indicator sent me one of their Nixie tube clocks. My understanding is they, some time ago, acquired a lot of inventory of these vintage Nixie tubes. They don't make them anymore, as far as I can tell. Yeah, here's their site. We install original Soviet Nixie tubes from the 70s and 80s. I do have a clock. I have one of their clocks on my desk. I think it's super cool. But beyond just thinking it's really cool, the way that all the numbers are front to back like this, and they glow to illuminate and stuff like that, I don't know really anything about them. Yeah, it's super cool. See all the layers of these like filaments or whatever they are? Only the active one glows, and you can actually see it through all the others, but each number is a discrete element in here. It's super cool. Yeah, they're super cool.
I didn't actually notice how that works.
Yeah, they're really cool. And you can see like weird little like, cost-saving measures. In Soviet Russia, dollar saves you. But like the 2 and the 5 are the same thing. Just one's like this and one's like, this.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, there's little
That
funny
makes
stuff
sense.
yeah. like that. Yeah.
Easier manufacturing.
Oh yeah, I know the Thyratrons. They're like the square versions of those.
Cool.
Hey, I've got one here from Aaron. I know you're still trying to figure out your shirts, but once you do, would you consider doing a print to order for shirts?
No.
No?
The quality's crap. Yeah, absolutely not. It's just I'm stubborn, and I think shirts should look good and feel good. And so we're not going to ship a shirt that doesn't look good and feel good. That was the whole reason that we ultimately went and built this whole creator wall stuff. I was so tired of getting screen printed samples and then finding out that people were getting direct to garment printed product that looked like garbage. Your other question was, are you going to do a laptop/shoulder bag? It's really good. We have one.
Leakier than a turned on faucet.
I know, right? But the shoulder strap, okay. Shoulder strap on laptop bags, just sucks. It never distributes the weight properly. It always falls down or rides up, or it slides too easily or not easily enough in the strap. really happy. It's closely based on our padded straps for the backpack, but tuned for obviously the different angle that it's going to be sitting on your shoulder. And man, like everyone in the team's like super stoked. Like Nick, Bridget, Matthew, me, all the people who have like tried it. Oh, it's good. It's really good. And because it's designed by us, it has room for a bloody charger in it. Right?
I've been seeing laptop bags that are all like nice and they look good, and then there's just like bump right in the middle. It's like, oh my goodness. I have always appreciated about Creator Warehouse and the LTD store, but how they sell like merchandise that is heavily marketed by a creator, but it's not like merch.
Yeah. I really got to start using that
word. It's a good, yeah, we should probably rename merch messages and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because it's not, that gives it association with merch, which is usually junk with a logo on it.
Yeah.
It's not all. Some of it's good, right? Ours is good. Some other people's is good. But in general, I think the assumption that is made when you hear merch is that it's junk with a logo on it. And that's not what it says.
Hey Linus, I know you made some long video runs for your home computers. Is there a noticeable latency hit from using optical to copper cabling?
No.
No?
I mean, it's speed of light. Whether it's light or whether it's electrons running down a wire, it's functionally the speed of light. And the converters are extremely. If you think you're noticing it, you're mad.
This one's from Mitchell. Hey guys, love the show. I work in commercial construction and was wondering if you had ever looked into tech used on construction sites, like using LiDAR to measure the walls for window and siding, or augmented reality to see the finished product when there's just the skeleton up.
The closest I think we got was in from a controversial video, the Prepper PC video, where I think probably the most interesting content in it was when we got one of these like underground conduit trackers. So basically it's like a snake with a transponder on it, and then a handheld like divining rod thing for finding where that buried conduit is, and it's super cool. Unfortunately, I wasn't in touch with the company or anything. I was just using the tool, so we didn't get to share a lot about how exactly it works or anything like that. But I think that's about the closest we've been. But yeah, that actually sounds like a super cool direction we could take things.
Hi guys, question for Luke. Have you considered doing native 1440p resolution on Floatplane? Not really?
Realistic. There's even some I've seen some screenshots of this. Maybe it was from you. I don't know. There's some like video players in Japan that don't do their quality selection by resolution.
Yeah.
4K, more bit. It's a little bit more complicated than that, sure. But like, you're just adding a selector between 4K and Canadian, and it's a whole new thing. And I don't really see the point. We don't actually get asked for it very often. It's very uncommon that we do, actually. I'm even a 1440p monitor boy, and I don't care because I'm just watching 4K. Because you get more bit rate. Like
they do specifically say their old laptop had a 1440p display but struggled to decode at 4K. That is such an edge case, I think, that to take on the storage burden of every video at 1440p is just not.
It's a laptop screen. It's smaller. Just run it at 1080. It's going to look fine. Our 1080 looks really good. Not all 1080 is created equal. This is why some of those Japanese players do it based on bit rates and resolution. It's actually like pretty darn good.
Yep.
Last curated one I've got here is from Devin. Hey guys, glad I could tune into the stream this evening. Any plans to discuss the YouTube policy change today that supposedly has a bunch of channels suddenly demonetized? Thanks. I also suspect... Yeah, it doesn't seem like anybody.
I was not aware of this. I don't see anything right now.
I actually got a couple merch messages about this, so I'm not entirely sure where this has come from.
Policy change. policy news.
The most recent
I'm gonna
update
try
I see
searching
is-
for it on Bing.
Okay, so there's updated November 2022. More low-quality content principles for kids and family content are now in scope for YouTube. That's the only thing I found. And that sounds like...
Well, here's Bing.
Nice.
Nice.
Let's go.
Nice.
Good job, Bing.
Oh wait, hold on. Whatever this is.
Change swearing rules retroactively applied. Apparently they did not like last night show.
Are there any changes? There are no changes to our policies. Okay. So this very angry looking guy has a video.
Apparently Moist Critical did a video about it.
Oh, okay. Okay, okay, well, sorry.
We don't know anything about it.
I am the one view on this video, apparently.
Oh.
That's
Let's
what,
go.
This is what Bing is good for, though. Surfacing something other than, you know, what everyone else was looking for. Yeah. I mean, in this case, I mean, it might not be necessarily the perfect resource for it, but, okay.
Yeah, Moist Critical has a video on it from 3 hours ago. Huge YouTube change just ruined many channels. I mean, I haven't watched it. I know nothing about it, but...
Yeah, I guess you guys can go check that out.
This is breaking. And then I've got some potentials for you guys to have a look at if you want, or
Sure. I think we've talked enough about tech companies not following through with promises. Logan G. Thank you for sending in the message. Daniel E. What do you think the next shop/IT technician tool upgrade you could see need to improve is? Flat end cutter multi-tool, built-in device reset/sim tool for cable management. I am not sure. We don't have anything on the roadmap right now for IT tools. Definitely more screwdriver stuff coming down the line, though. Okay, I'll go through these. I'll go through these pretty quick. Everyone wants to get home. Theodore H, love the show. Have you considered doing an extreme upgrade style show with some more gaming streamers, like Stone Mountain 64? It's tough to collaborate with people who are not local. That's one of the reasons that Intel Extreme Tech Upgrade is with our employees, because honestly, they're already a nightmare to arrange all of the procurement for and set aside a shoot day for, and get everyone on set and all the equipment, blah 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 blah. I mean, if it was in like Arizona or something, whole other level. Now it's a 3-day commitment for me instead of a 1-day commitment, and as you can probably imagine, I'm our biggest bottleneck a lot of the time. And for what? It's completely the same piece of content. So it's tough to justify.
There's someone asking if we have interest in checking out NASA.
Sure, but that's one of those
you
things.
You have to show us something cool.
Yeah, it's kind of like the ISP. Like, sure, but I'm not just going to stand outside the building and be like, look, it's NASA.
And it can't be something that you show us during the tour.
Yeah.
It would have to be something where you're letting us go behind some closed doors.
Yeah, this says something about private tour. I don't think I've ever taken a private tour of anything. In fact, even when I went to Micron, when I went to Intel, both of them, my tour guide offered to show me things that could not be included in the tour, and I said, no, because for me, I'm there to bring you guys along. So if they're just showing it to me, then what's the point?
I might be down off camera, but that's a totally different thing.
Yeah, that's this guy.
I'm really into that stuff, but that's
well, it's
not
not
gonna...
that I'm not into it. I
no,
have
I know.
a job to do.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's not going to happen on camera, basically. So it's probably not what you're looking for, but yeah.
Thanks for offering, though. Either way, like, I don't want to. Yeah, cool. I don't want to be like that about it.
I've taken advantage of a couple viewers that reached out about saying that they could get me access to something cool, but I couldn't put it on the channel. I went to go see a really cool laser lab in Sweden.
Yeah, that's cool.
I went to go do other stuff. I happened to be in that area, and they knew I was there, and they're like, by the way, do you want to come check this out? And I'm like, yes. That looks awesome. So I don't know, but
I actually, hold on, before we do any more merch messages, I've got a few things